Podziemski waits for Butler, but now Podziemski driving, lost it. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, too much dribbling. Down the lane, shoots a floater. It's up and good with a buzzer sounding. My goodness.
Is it his birthday today?
It is his birthday. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday indeed. 22 years young. Brandon Podziemski as the Golden State Warriors just destroy the Charlotte Hornets. 128-92. No LaMelo Ball, no problem for the Dubs as they just continue to win in the Jimmy freaking Butler era, baby. And that was the voice of the Golden State Warriors right here in 95.7 The Game. Tim Roy alongside Tom Tolbert. As I say, good morning to all of you lovely people just getting off work, getting ready for work, getting ready for the week on this hump day in the Bay. It's Joe Spadoni. Yes, I'm back. Shout out Evan Giddings for holding it down the last 2 days. And I have the great Sam Lubman, ladies and gentlemen, across from me. Thank you, Sam, for holding it down as well. You and Evan sounded great. I'm happy to be talking to you. We got Anthony Slater joining us at 8:30. We've got Warriors. We got some Niners things to get into. Brandon Ayuk, is he going bye-bye alongside Debo Samuel? Who's the wide receiver going to be? Who's your number one? Ricky Pearsall? Juwan Jennings? What? Oh, and by the way, Draymond Green dropping a podcast, the Draymond Green Show with Baron Davis. Yeah, Kevin Durant's going to be a part of it. So might be some appointment listening later on when that drops at 7 o'clock. Good morning, buddy. How you doing?
Yeah, hello there, Spadoni. Great to have you back. It was a fun 2 days with the E-Dog on the show these last 2 days. But
I gave him that nickname, by the way, E-Dog.
E-Dog? Yeah,
I said, Evan, you need a nickname at this station when he first started here.
Ooh, dug deep on that one.
I'm going to call you E-Dog. He's like, all right.
That was how much time you spent thinking about it?
That was it.
It was about 2.3 seconds.
And you know what? It tracked because Dibbs calls him that. Willard calls him that.
You know.
Not Steiny, but Guru calls him that. And there you go. And now you do.
Simple and effective, much like the Warriors last night, blowing out the Charlotte Hornets, who I'm pretty sure, Spadoni, watching the Hornets last week, I think you and I can go around, recruit 3 more people here at this station. I think we could take on the Hornets. Like, they looked that bad last night.
They've been bad my entire life. That Charlotte franchise has been, real quick, because we'll get into the Warriors, that Charlotte franchise might be, in my lifetime, one of the worst ever. Like, it's them, it's the Cleveland Browns, but even the Browns have had some moments. Like, Baker and them boys beat up their division rivals in a playoff game in the Pittsburgh Steelers. They should have beaten this Kansas City Chiefs and Mahomes during that playoff run that they made. They've had some moments. Jacksonville, they've gone to the AFC Championship.
They were good that 1 year.
Exactly, with Blake Bortles.
Which year, I don't remember, but they were good.
Exactly. Doug Marrone was the head coach. No one remembers.
Mark Brunell, he did a thing with the Jaguars.
Exactly.
That one time. They beat the Dolphins 63-7.
Like, I lumped the Wizards in there. Just irrelevant franchises in my lifetime. The Charlotte Hornets are one of them.
Those franchises in the Southeast, there's just a lot to forget down in that part of the country. And the Hornets definitely trying to forget that game last night. They have a lot of games they're trying to forget.
I don't like the jerseys either. Like, just you have, like, that's the one thing they got going for them. Well, I promise we'll get into the game at some point, but there's more important things like jerseys and how bad
jerseys are part of the game too.
And I'm not this like jersey, like, what I am with the jerseys. There's just too many of them, and I'm not going to get on that soapbox again.
On the same page there.
But you have such classic road jerseys if you're the Charlotte Hornets. Like, that's the one thing you do have going for you as a franchise is like, yeah, I'll get a Charlotte Hornets hat, or I'll get like a starter jacket, or I'll get like a jersey because it looks cool. That's about it. And that's the only thing that they have going for them right now is the jersey. They couldn't even get that right last night as they get absolutely eviscerated. And I appreciate the Warriors, Sam Lubman. You know why? Because they're reminding me of the Warriors of old.
Last night was very much
because I could go to sleep in the fourth quarter, and it's great.
Exactly. It was so, that's usually how it used to be for the Warriors. You watch 3 quarters of excellence, and then they rest everybody in the fourth quarter, allows you to go to bed or get some chores done before you go to bed. I mean, it was perfect. Spadoni, I was in bed by like 8:45 last night, all tucked in and ready to go.
That's big for us. If you guys wake up that early, it's huge.
So the goal I've been trying to do these last few weeks is actually trying to get to bed earlier because so often I'm going to bed like super late, 9:30, 9:45 at times, and then your boy's dragging himself in all tired and cranky the next day. I realize that's probably not conducive for a good working experience. So I've been trying to, go to sleep a little bit earlier, and the last couple weeks have been pretty easy because the Warriors have either been off or been on the East Coast, haven't been as many Sharks games. Last night was the first test of like, there's a game going on when I'm going to bed. What's going to happen here? Warriors, they came through for your boy there and took care of things pretty early there, allowing for that early bedtime. And what Spadoni, was a very, very historic win for your Golden State Warriors last night. Are you ready for this?
Hold on. I need a drum roll.
We need Sandstorm too.
I got
and
it.
the air horn. We need the whole.
Yep, I got both ready.
Win number 3,000 in the regular season in Warriors franchise history. They're the 5th team to do it. Let's rock about. There we go.
Has he been dancing these last 2 days?
Not just yesterday.
So much dancing.
So much dancing for him. Head dancing over here. That was nice phone. I'll give myself a 3.
Joins the Celtics, the Lakers, the Knicks, and the Sixers as the only teams in NBA history to reach the 3,000 win plateau. I got to figure at least 2,000 of those wins have come in the last 10 years with Steve Kerr.
It feels like it, right?
Yeah, considering how bad the Warriors once were.
Obviously goes back to the Philadelphia days, and it goes back to the Wilt days. But to your point, that's a historic achievement and something I don't take lightly, and something that just, again, another thing to feel positive about with this team yesterday. It wasn't like you look at the stat lines, again, as you mentioned, Joe Spadoni and Sam Lemon in here for the next 4 hours. And shout out to those watching on YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. We're all streaming on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. And you could always find us on the free Odyssey app as well. But like you mentioned, it wasn't a one-player performance yesterday that was really like, oh my God. Like, you look at Pods, we opened up with it, 10 points. Solid. Moses Moody.
The birthday boy.
Double figures. Moses just parting the Red Sea left and right. 13 points for him. He looks engaged. He had some great quotes after the game I want to get into at some point as well. Just talk about perseverance for a guy like Moses Moody to finally get rewarded with the contract this offseason, with starting minutes, with trust in your coaching staff and the players around you. You have got to be feeling great if you're Moses Moody right now. Steph Curry, you got to feel great if you're Steph right now. 2 of 9 from beyond the arc yesterday from three-point land, 15 points. And you win by 30.
Spadoni, the most important line in Steph Curry's stat line, though, it's not the points, it's not the threes, it's not the plus or minus. It's the 23, just under 24 minutes that he played for a guy with 2 knees that have been barking at him all season long to be able to have that extra time off to take the fourth quarter off last night. As we see the Warriors, play out the stretch here in these final, I think it's 24 games left now in the season. Finding times to rest Steph and those knees before the playoff grind is going to be huge. Wins like that last night are a great opportunity to get that extra rest in.
Draymond Green, 15 points, 6 assists, 6 boards. Then Jimmy Buckets
sounds like
again.
A fun game.
Jimmy Buckets, he scored 6 points.
Oh, bust.
Don't care.
Jimmy Bustits.
Yeah, that's not your best.
No,
maybe that got away with Evan the last couple of days. It's not.
No, that would not have gotten away with it. That would.
No.
You're playing off a lot nicer than Evan would have. Evan would have lectured me on that one.
Well, was that what it was the last year's lecture hours? Was Evan Giddings?
The morning lecture.
I'm not mad at that. Hey, Evan's he's very professional.
No,
Sam.
he is. He's a smart guy.
He's buttoned up.
And that's what makes it fun.
Taj Mowry, smart
He's
guy.
smart, and I'm whatever I am. So.
You're Sam Lubman.
There you go.
Hey, you went to the University of Miami, baby. That's
back when that meant something.
Prestigious institution.
By the way, Miami last night on the hardwood. Oof. Cooper Flagg just had his way with them.
Did they cover the 24
They
points?
did not. No, they did not. So I hope you did not take Kane's plus 24 and a half.
Don't touch college basketball until a couple days happen, and then we know what's going to start, baby. You know what's happening in a couple days, Carter. You know.
Basically. And I don't even watch college basketball during the regular season anymore, which makes the bracket so much harder.
No one does. Literally, the only reason you're watching is, again, Cooper Flagg. That's the only reason I'm watching anything. It is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Sam Lubman and I were out in Freeman's a few months ago. It was great. A lot of action there, a lot of good food. And they provided us for it. They're not going to have food for you per se there. I'm not promising that, but they do have a lot.
Better. I need to see that rotisserie chicken spinning again.
Yeah, I always bring up the rotisserie chicken. It's awesome. The live working vignettes. If you don't know what a vignette is, I didn't either. When you go out there, you just see these kitchens like how they're actually going to look in your home, and they test them out. You can test it out when you go there. You can test out, the oven, a rotisserie, right? A smoker, a grill, a microwave. I don't know. Go bring some like popcorn if you have a bag. Bring it in there. Test it out.
Heat your leftovers up.
Sure, exactly. That's what you got to do. They got air fryers, I'm sure. I love an air fryer. Like that's what I'm out right now. I don't have a microwave. I moved into an apartment a few months back, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna be one of those people. We have the drop.
We do have that.
We do. I cut that drop because
There's a drop for everything.
That was before I got this job. I was like, Jasky and Bonte wanted a new, what is it?
Butcher's leftovers or
Leftovers, that's what it was. And I have a drop.
I mean, we can
of
still
a
do it, I
microwave.
guess. But.
I just wanted to let that breathe for a second. But I prided myself on not having a microwave. But you know what? Invest in an air fryer. You got an oven. You got a stove. You don't need anything else. You don't need a microwave anymore.
Microwaves are pretty useful, but no, if you go air fryer, you gotta get like the air fryer toaster combo. That will take care of everything. That's what I have. You can toast, it can bake, it can grill, it can air fry, it can do it all. You get that kind of air fryer, man, you're set for life in your kitchen.
I'm set for life right now because I got Sam Lubman in my life, ladies and gentlemen.
And I'm set right now because we got Warriors blowouts happening.
Well,
again.
I'm just happy about this team right now, and I'm actually looking forward to watching this team play basketball again. And at the bare minimum, I think that's where fans were. Mm-hmm. And then that started to change with each win. And the more and more confidence you build in this team and these players entrusted within you, I'm very confident in saying the Warriors are back. And what does that mean, Sam Lubman? I'm going to tell you what that means. The fans are back and they're happy. Mm-hmm. The players are playing with joy. There is a sense of urgency with this team, but that urgency has brought on better play. Not in the opposite, which we have seen the last 2 years, where that urgency and that stress is palpable and you're waiting for something bad to happen. We are now waiting for something good to happen on any given night. Whether it's Quentin Post yesterday. Yeah, he got ejected. Don't care. Whether it's Buddy Hield, who actually, again, 4 of 9, not the greatest shooting percentage for him, but just seeing the ball go on the hoop, that was nice to see. Gary Payton off the bench, 6 of 9. Again, Jimmy Butler playing 19 minutes, 6 points. I don't care. The swagger that he has instilled with this team has been palpable from top to bottom. Whether you're Joe Lacob, Mike Dunleavy, Draymond Green said it just a few weeks ago when he said, yeah, I think this team is going to win a championship. Wait, no. I know this team is going to win a championship. The Warriors are back, baby. And I'm excited, and I want to hear from the fans today. 888-957-9570. I've been gone the last few days, and things have changed. The expectations have been risen. This is no longer a play-in team. This is a 6-seeded Warriors team that maybe, just maybe, can climb higher than that. They have 27 losses right now, and you know what? I look at the schedule coming up here, Sam Lubman, as they go on a road trip starting in Orlando tomorrow, and we'll wait and see with Jonathan Kuminga and his status, and we'll talk to Anthony Slater at 8:30 and see what the updates are on that, hopefully coming sooner rather than later. And Jimmy Butler had some very interesting comments yesterday in regards to when Jonathan Kuminga returns to this lineup. But you got the Magic, Sam Lubman. You got the Sixers, who, talk about god-awful.
They are going off of a cliff right now.
Then you got the Hornets again. The Knicks, who
should be able to handle the Hornets.
You should be able to. And then you got the Nets to finish up that road trip before getting back home against the Pistons. And, oh, by the way, the Pistons are looking like the toughest game you're going to have within your next 6. You have the Pistons, who have been en fuego. Cade Cunningham, yeah, dude's legit, looking like an all-NBA player. So Sam Lubman, time to get fat and happy, baby.
Oh,
talking about Fat Tuesday coming up. Shout out Lent.
Oh, this is absolutely the time for the Warriors to be loading up. And let's not take last night's win for granted. I mean, it was a blowout win. It was a lot of fun to watch. We all got to go to bed early. But wins like this have not been a guarantee, Spadoni. I mean, we've seen this team lose to the Brooklyn Nets, who are trying to lose this year. We've seen this team lose to the Toronto Raptors, who are trying their darndest to lose this year. And we saw this team lose to the Utah Jazz, which, like, if they could just forfeit games before they start, you know, I'm pretty sure they would just do that. So being able to beat these lowly opponents like this has not been a guarantee for this Warriors team. But that was all in the, I don't want to say, the before Jimmy era. I was going to shorten that, but I don't want to do that. In the before Jimmy Butler era. Now that Jimmy Butler's here, we are back to normal Warriors basketball that we are accustomed to seeing. So much so that last night, Jimmy Butler, only 6 points, but while that might not be the sexiest part of his stat line, 8 rebounds, 5 assists, and just, again, phenomenal on defense last night. Jimmy Butler has just completely rejuvenated the Warriors on both sides of the floor. He's made this team a stronger offensive team. He's got Draymond being more offensive with the ball and not just with his mouth in the podcast. And the defensive intensity, this was already a very good defensive team. And then Jimmy Butler coming in makes it even better. And then we still got Jonathan Kuminga coming back. We had Festus Ezeli, the NBA champ, on yesterday.
Oh.
And we were asking him, what's going to be like when Eric Congo does return to the lineup. And he thinks with Kuminga, Butler, and Draymond, that's one of your best defensive trios you're going to have out there. And that's going to be the Warriors' closing lineup very, very soon. Now, we know Kuminga's going to get reevaluated tomorrow before the Warriors tip off against the Magic. He'll probably return sometime on this road trip. Maybe Charlotte, maybe New York. Who knows? Again, we'll see what Slater has to say.
Magic coming off a 40-point loss to the Cleveland Cavaliers.
They got obliterated. I was watching that game
Warriors
before the Warriors
legend
started.
Ty Jerome going off in that game.
So the Magic, they're gonna be pretty angry, looking to bounce back after getting humiliated by the Cavs there. So it's as good as you could possibly ask right now for the Warriors, and they're sitting in the 8th spot right now. Just a measly half game behind the Timberwolves and the Clippers. The Timberwolves currently in the 7th spot, and then just 2 percentage points behind the Clippers, who are in that 6th spot. It is so jumbled up right now, Spadoni. And to your point, and I was saying this the other day, the Warriors have to get the 6th seed. If they are in the play-in, that is a massive disappointment. At this point.
Really?
Absolutely.
Massive disappointment?
Massive disappointment they fall into the play-in with how good this team is and how easy the schedule is.
I'll tell you why it's not a massive disappointment, Sam Lovin, because if they were to get in the play-in, they might have a better path to get where they ultimately want to go, and that's the Western Conference Finals and then the NBA Finals. Because if you were to tell me right now, if the season ended right now, you're the 8th seed?
You'd be going to Minnesota to take them on.
You'd be taking on Minnesota, win that game.
Then you get the Thunder.
You get the Thunder, or you get the Grizzlies. It's probably the Grizzlies too.
You're getting the Thunder because the Thunder have because if you have that 7th spot, you get the Grizzlies. Yeah.
Correct.
Or the Nuggets.
But if the season ended today, let's just, if the season ended right now, you're the 8th seed, the Thunder are the 1 seed. Let's just throw everything else out there. I love the Warriors' chances against the Thunder.
Mm-hmm.
I love their chances against the Oklahoma City Thunder. I'm going to tell you why on the other side. There is not a team in the West, including that team in Mile High, that scares me.
Really?
If I'm a Golden State Warrior.
That's where we're at now. All right.
888-957-9570. It's Spadoni. It's Lubman in for Joe Shasky. Shasky come back tomorrow. Is he still in Hawaii?
Yes.
Still swimming with sea turtles?
He'll be
like
back
Jack
tomorrow.
Sparrow? Okay, I'll be back tomorrow. Thank you. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by MB Jesse Painting, Anthony Slater at 8:30. As all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line, is it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop. Warriors take care of business over the Hornets. They start a 5-game road trip tomorrow, I should say, in Orlando. We'll break all that down as the morning continues on a hump day, baby.
Happy hump day, people. Happy hump day.
DubNation is Moses Moody. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shashky on 95.7 The Game.
Spadoni and Sam Lubman in for Joe Shasky. Shasky back tomorrow. He's been hanging loose out in Hawaii, Kauai, Maui. No, I'm not talking Kawhi Leonard, the island. Thank you. And I said good morning to all of you lovely people just getting off work on this hump day, as you heard from Tim Hardaway Sr. there. We've been talking about this Warriors team, for it feels like forever, because we are the flagship of the Golden State Warriors, but because they've been so compelling as they take out the Charlotte Hornets yesterday, 128-92. It was never really a game. There was at no point in that game yesterday. As soon as I knew LaMelo Ball was out, not that LaMelo Ball is like one of the greatest players in the league. He's really good, very talented young player that could go off and could have kept them in the game potentially at some point. But once he was out, they had no chance, the Charlotte Hornets. I mean, Miles Bridges, Mark Williams, Josh Green, Nick Smith Jr., KJ Simpson. It's not getting it done.
Well, no, Mark Williams kind of looked pretty good last night. He looked healthy.
Mark Willard? Is that who you said?
Or Mark Willard. Mark Willard looked good yesterday, too.
Might as well have been out there as far as I'm concerned.
I mean, hey, he probably could have helped the Warriors, too, last night, considering how bad the Hornets were. But no, Mark Williams, the center, he looked pretty good. He looked healthy. He looked like he could help a contending team right now.
Sure. Yeah. For now, and then, in a few years from now, it's the Carlos Correa conundrum, as I call it, with the Mark Williams. Once the Mets
figure that out down the line.
Once the Mets and the Giants, teams that actually trusted their medical staffs were like, maybe not.
Those physicals, man, they will get you.
Exactly.
They will get you.
And so will the Warriors, Sam Lubman, because you know what? We've been talking about this team, and what are they going to do? What are they going to do? They make a move. They get Jimmy Butler. They bring him on. And then you've just noticed this switch that has been flipped. And that's what we used to say all the time about this team. But we used to say
when the playoffs come around, we'll just flip the switch.
Well, or the third quarters, right? It used to be the third quarter Warriors.
That's on 3.
Exactly. Yeah. Thank you. Shout out Joe Lowe and Dibs, a former show here on the station.
No.
We used to know what this team was going to be in the third quarter. The fourth quarter, they'd just Steph wouldn't have to play. It would be a team that you'd watch for a half and be like, all right, time to hammer them whatever app you're on, whether it's Bovada, whether it's FanDuel, whether it's DraftKings. Oh, what's the live line right now? Wait, really? It's still only minus 120. What? Oh, plus 155 now. Okay, odds are better. I know they're going to come back and win this game. That's what you used to do when you watched the Warriors. You used to know they were going to come back. Recently, within the last 2 years, if this team was down heading into the fourth quarter, it was over.
Spadoni,
the record, I think, still says as much. It's basically they have 1 or 2 wins. If they're down heading in the fourth quarter, they can't do it. That's not how I feel about this team anymore. First and foremost, they're not trailing when they go in the fourth. That's why, number one. Number two, they're getting off to hot starts. They're getting off to great starts in the fourth quarter. 28-18 yesterday. You look at these first quarter numbers in the Jimmy Butler era now in Golden State. They just get up to leads, and then they just lean on their players. That's all they need to do. Now, is the schedule helped? Sure. It's been pretty soft, but we knew that. And again, you mentioned it last segment. I'm not going to totally poo-poo a soft schedule because you know what? Nothing was soft for this team.
The Warriors' soft schedules kind of poo-pooed them.
Correct.
So, but no, it's what made, there was obviously the return to the blowouts last night was great. You obviously can't take that for granted anymore. It's look at what we've seen from this Warriors team in the Jimmy Butler area. It's hard not to just get super, super excited about just the entire direction of this team right now. And I think as we said last night, wins like that you can't take for granted. And it's just, it's start. Spiro, you said you mentioned the fourth quarter. I had space on where I was going here for a moment. Now I remember.
I do that all the time.
I was rambling until I remember where I wanted to go.
I do that in life. I just space out.
No, that is literally my life too. But you mentioned how the Warriors, when they were down in the fourth quarter, it was usually over. Spadoni, I'll raise you there. When they were up in the third quarter, there was a time where it felt like it was over. Like the worst thing the Warriors could have had was a big lead going into the second half because it's just like, well, how are they going to blow it this time?
Hilarious statement that the worst thing the Warriors could have is a huge lead.
That's
how bad it was. It's kind of like the Niners in the Super Bowl. It's the worst thing that could happen. Well, a 10-point lead.
But the Warriors in the fourth quarter from behind are like, Kyle Shanahan's Niners in the fourth quarter and they're behind. No. Yeah, I had to take that cheap shot there.
We're going to get into the Niners at some point today because there is some Niner things percolating as we're all out in Indianapolis for the draft. I know you're a big draft combine guy, Sam.
I've been absolutely locked in.
Sam looks like he could literally go out there and deadlift right now with all these boys.
Stop!
The DeBrickashaw Fergusons of the world.
Stop! I could do some.
See, he can hold his own. Look at those locks. He's like Samson with those locks. As soon as he cuts them off, though, he gets a little weaker.
Yeah, I can't.
He shrivels down like me, but with those locks, he keeps growing and growing. The muscles keep coming. Thank you, Sugar.
You ever do a deadlift at all?
Probably in high school. And it was like required in my high school. Like, you had to do certain like weight, like lifting. Yeah, I went to an all guys Catholic school. Made you do that sort of stuff.
We did for football. We had deadlift competitions, and I came in. You'll be shocked. I came in second when we did it.
Wow, look at this
got all the way up to
guy.
405. I thought I had I think 425 was the next one. I thought I had it. Coach didn't give me, but yeah, I got the 405. This was senior year of high school. I don't know if I could do that now.
You never skipped leg days, what you're saying.
Oh,
Sam
no, I
Lubman.
needed to do leg days. So,
Okay.
but yeah, no, we're absolutely locked in the combine, but not really. But no, we are absolutely locked in on the Warriors. And
there we go.
I was at the game on Sunday for the Andre Iguodala jersey retirement ceremony. And
How was that, by the way?
Oh, it was
It looked
great.
really
It was
cool on television.
It was super awesome. It was just, I mean, first off, there's the part that's just like, my God, 10 years have already gone by and raising this guy's number. Like, I remember, it still seems like just yesterday that Iguodala's first year was happening with the Warriors. We're wondering if the move was a bust. Like, and now here he is. We're watching that number 9 go up to the rafters forever, which, as Bob Fitzgerald said, is a very, very long time.
You love that.
I love that line because my humor is dumb enough to where I can appreciate a line like that. But get the drop ready. But I was sitting next to Mark Grandy during the game, and at the end of the third quarter,
should not have hit that.
Mark Grandy's were 2 drops.
Oh, no.
And I turned to him at the
fake
end of the third
Italian.
quarter, and it was just like, hey, remember when those big leads were once like the worst thing for the Warriors? And now here we are. It's the return to normalcy for the Warriors has been so great. Now, the record may not look like it right now, but we'll see how that progresses as the rest of the season goes. But all in all, it's just when you look at the path before them, when you look at what they have right now, how could you not be having the vibes that we once used to have with this team back when they were the Warriors, not just, the Golden State Warriors we've been seeing for, the last 2.5 years, really, ever since the incident.
Jason's out in Concord. He wants to join in the conversation. 888-957-9570. That's the number to call or text. Our phone lines are open. We want to hear from the people right now. Warriors blow out the Charlotte Hornets yesterday, 128-92, and they are starting this road trip tomorrow in Orlando. Will Jonathan Kuminga come back? What's it going to look like when he does come back? We'll get Jimmy Butler's thoughts on that. But Jason, you're on with Spadoni and Lubman. How you doing, man?
I'm doing well. Thank you. Thank you for taking my call. Hey,
thanks for coming on,
when the
Jason.
Warriors signed Jimmy, I called and I was like, you know what? That's a desperate move. I mean, for his off the court stuff for the most part, they wanted KD, but they went for Jimmy because they had to get somebody. You got Stephen Curry in your team. You got to make this guy happy. You got to show you in it every time. So anyway, this guy have earned my respect every single time I see him play. Yesterday, the Warriors blown out this team by 31 points. He's asking Steph Curry with passion and yelling, scream, no, challenge. Steve Kerr smiling like, dude, is the third quarter we up by 30? I really don't want to, but okay, for Jimmy, let's do it. Let's do the challenge. This guy's passionate. He's hungry. There's something that he doesn't have that he wanted, and that's a championship. That's another motivation factor for the team. Do it for Jimmy. He's earned my respect. I love seeing him play, and he's not scoring as much right now, but he will be in the playoffs. Mark that.
Hey, Jason, what's the ceiling for this team, Jason? Where's this team going?
You know what, man? I see fifth, man. Fifth is the target. Why not?
Say it with your chest, Jason. A fifth championship, baby.
Hey, let's do it. Like you said earlier, I love that. I love that confidence. There's not one team, or I don't know if it was I heard it under. There's not one team that's scaring us right
That's
now.
me. I said it.
We're not even scoring as much. Jimmy is not even scoring yet, but he's
doing everything else. Yeah.
Oh, did you say the fifth seed, Jason, not the fifth ring?
Else.
Wait, Jason, did you say the fifth seed?
Else.
Jason,
both.
Jason, did you say the fifth seed or a fifth championship for Steph?
Well, both.
Yeah, see, there you go.
That's why Jason's our guy.
Thank you. That's Jason out in Concord.
I mean, 5th seed, even if you really want to play that, because they're a half game behind the Clippers right now for the 6th seed. The Clippers have the 6th seed. They're 31-26 with a 544 winning percentage. The Minnesota Timberwolves are 32-27 with a 542 winning percentage. So the Clippers have a slight edge there. That's why they're the 6th, and the T-Wolves are the 7. And then the Warriors, a half game behind them, 31-27 with a 534 winning percentage. So the Warriors are 2-3 days potentially away from being out of the box and in the 6th seed. And when you look at the Rockets, and we could look a little bit more at the Rockets on the other side here in terms of kind of what they have coming up. The Rockets are the younger team.
The Rockets coming out to play.
They're the younger team. They got off to the hot start, but no one was believing that hot start would last. They were not going to play 650 ball all year long. They are starting to slide back. When you consider what the Warriors are doing on their own and what the teams ahead of them might start doing if they start to struggle, Clippers, old team, could start to fade. Timberwolves, we don't know what they're going to do. Again, the Rockets, I expect them to kind of start to slide back as well. 5th seed, I don't know, isn't that crazy? And that could get us a first-round matchup with the Los Angeles Lakers. Oh, my God.
I know.
Could you imagine the week of the morning roast if the 4-5 Lakers Warriors face off in the playoffs?
It'd be all time. I mean, just star power alone right there. LeBron James, Stephen Curry, I'm already sold. The iconic brands, Luka Doncic, Jimmy Butler.
Much slimmer looking Luka Doncic.
Right? Draymond Green.
By the way,
all
Luka, that dude, he looks like a Laker. Like some guys, they look weird when you see him in a New Jersey for the first time. Like Jimmy Butler in a Warrior jersey, it's like, oh, that's a little different. I'm still not used to seeing LeBron James in a Laker jersey. That's still weird.
He's been there
7
for
years.
7 years.
I know 7 years in, it still seems weird. But Luka, the first time I saw him in a Laker jersey, he was wearing the yellow Laker jersey. I'm like, yeah, that dude looks like he's been a Laker for 10 years. He just so looks like a Laker.
Sam Lubman looks like he's been a radio show host for, 20 years at this point. He's just crushing it this morning. 888-957-9570. Chrissy in San Jose. We'll get to you on the other side. I'm saying the Warriors are back, and we're going to go through the West here at some point and tell you why I think the Warriors are back, because I don't fear the Thunder. I don't fear the Grizzlies. I don't fear the Denver Nuggets. Oh, the Joker, please. We always know what happens to the Joker. He always gets put away at the very end, all right? That's what happens to the Joker. We'll get into the other side, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Curry down the lane, flipped it over Pajemski left side. Right-hand dribble, leads in, shoots over Smith with a fadeaway. It's up and good.
This game has a very loose feel, doesn't it?
It does. And, you would have to think, it's a tough game for the Warriors to get rid of. Charlotte played last night, got blown out.
DubNation is Brandon Pajemski. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Ooh.
What is this song?
It's feeling like a perfect night, man. I don't know about you, but I'm feeling 22. Like Brandon Pajemski, everything's going to be all right when Pods is next to you. If you don't know about me, I bet you want to. Everything's all right because we're dancing like Pods because we're 22.
What is going on here?
Killed all momentum we had in the show. We get out of here. We get out of this segment. Hey, you guys are great with your momentum, your energy. Keep it up, Carter. I don't know if I can now after that, but I will do my best. And that's going to be brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Shout out, though, to Brandon Pajemski, who turned 22 years young yesterday. 10 points for him, 5 boards, 2 assists. And again, being in that starting lineup, they just win. That's what they're doing right now in the Jimmy Butler era. They win. And that is what cures all. At the end of the day, you can talk about the energy. You can talk about the vibes. You can talk about, are you winning or are you losing? That's what it comes down to in sports. That's what it comes down to in sales. That's what it comes down to in ratings. Are you winning or are you losing? Because everything could sound great. Everything could feel great. But are you winning or losing? And right now, they're taking care of business the way they need to, Sam Lubin. They're blowing out the teams that they should be blowing out. Now, going to the future now.
Well, really quick, just to talk about Brandon Pajemski, the day after the day after his 22nd birthday. I mean, you talk about, things just working, the Warriors just winning. Pods has been such a massive part of that. Like, let's think about where Pajemski was at the beginning of this season before he missed all that time with the abdominal injury, how terrible he was, how just like you did not want him on the court at times because he was clearly, not in a good groove. The mask that he was wearing was clearly impacting him at the beginning of the year. And he was looking like a guy who was just like, yeah, you had a solid rookie year, but you're probably just a low-level role player. Ever since he's come back, though, my goodness, have our takes on Brandon Pajemski back then aged poorly.
Well,
ever since he's come...
No, don't say we. I was never down on Brandon Pajemski.
All right, as a Warrior fan, there was those out there. Our friend Brian in Palo Alto, he loved calling in to crush Brandon Pajemski, which, by the way, BPA, I have not heard from you in forever. I need you to call in today,
he
my
misses
guy.
His boy. Okay, maybe 9 o'clock on Fridays, he'll call in when Bonte Hill's here. Because
I have a big mouth sometimes.
That was his guy.
He's been a pretty small mouth lately.
That was his yin for his yang, like Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler. That's him.
He was basically the Thanos of the morning roast.
Hi, how are you?
Because BPA, well, he was inevitable, but now I don't know. He might have been Dustin the latest snap. But
Shasky, I'm just a man.
Okay, easy now. But ever since he's returned, Pods 14 points a game. That's up from the 8 points a game before the injury. He's rebounding more. He's moving the ball around more. He's shooting better. It's not just the Jimmy Butler effect on Brandon Pajemski. It's the Brandon Pajemski effect on Brandon Pajemski. So, we might do Walk It Back Wednesday at 9 o'clock today. We'll see how the show goes. But
what is Walk It Back Wednesday?
Walk It Back Wednesday. That's where we walk back a really bad take that we once upon a time had. So, let's say your take
I've never had one of those.
Let's say your take is, I think Trey Lance will be an incredible quarterback. Well, that would be your time to walk back that take that Trey Lance will be an incredible quarterback because it's just clearly not happening. So,
well, you know what is happening? It's Chris in San Jose. He's been waiting patiently, and I love me some Chrissy in San Jose.
Talk to his boy Spadone.
That's right, baby. What's up, Chris? You're almost Spadoni and Lubman.
Hey, he's got it. Spadoni. What's up, my guys? How are you guys doing? Long time no talk.
Yeah, good to hear from you, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, I'm positive. I'm obviously Jimmy's brought over some new infused life. In turn, some of the older guys' legs look a lot fresher than they did just a month ago. I got to be real, though. They haven't played anybody. I mean, yeah, you play who you play, and sure, they're blowing these teams out now, and it's kind of reminiscent of the Warriors of yesteryear where they're putting teams away after 3 quarters, and Curry and all the stars can rest up a little bit. But, yeah, I'm intrigued to see Kuminga come back. I do think, we lack a little bit of size down low. And he is one of our bigger, most athletic players. So for all the people who are, lower on Kuminga, whether it's his IQ, decision-making, which kind of go hand in hand, I still think you're going to need, one of your 2 best athletes to be playing big-time minutes when the playoffs come around. So that's one thing. I'm intrigued to see how Kerr integrates him back to the lineup. And then I'm looking at that game we got coming up in a few weeks against the Knicks, and I think March 17th against Denver. Not sure if we're home or away, but I'm going to be looking, and I hope the guys are too, throughout the rest of the season for these tests, right? You got to play who's in front of you. We played a bunch of patsies in the 7 games, or teams that aren't at full strength, missing Giannis against Milwaukee, missing Jabari Smith against Houston. But, I think the team is going to gear up for those big-time games the rest of the way, and I'm with that caller earlier. I see 5 or 6 seed for sure at this point in time. So things are looking up. They got the Kinder on the ground. They got the Flint in hand. We're sparking. There's a little bit of smoke. We're not fully ablaze yet, but we're almost there, baby. Just keep pushing. You'll have a wonderful Wednesday, and I'll talk to you soon, Spadoni.
There you go. That's what I need. That's
my talking to too. I screen his calls.
Oh, there you go. Well,
to answer your question, Chris, that March 17th game, it's a Monday night against Denver. That is at Chase Center, 7 o'clock on ESPN, probably also on NBC Sports
ESPN.
Bay Area as well. But man, Chris, he does make a good point.
The fire analogy, you like that?
I do like that Flint steel
Tom
analogy.
Hanks. You go to Tom Hanks and Castaway, right? Where he's like, I have made fire. Right? He goes all caveman with it. That's what I felt like right there. Like Warriors fans are Tom Hanks on the island right now. Mm-hmm. They're finally seeing things go their way in regards to a player and an acquisition. And a caller, I didn't mean to cut you off there, Sam. I'll let you finish in a second. Caller earlier said, this was a desperate move by the organization. It felt, I was like,
which kind of was, though. Yeah.
No, it absolutely was. And that's why it needed to be made. And I don't think we use the word desperation. I don't think we should use it in a negative light. Desperation comes from necessity with this team. They needed a change. And I heard Steve Kerr, and I don't know who was it that asked him. Maybe it was Slater. Forgive me, whoever it was, reporter. Asked him about the difference, between, it was not a reporter. It was Mark Willard. It was our own guy. It was when Steve Kerr was on our station. And he was asking, in courtesy of the River Islands guest line, Steve Kerr on every single week on Willard and Dibs.
There you go.
We love
Pay
it.
the bills.
They were asking the differences between Andrew Wiggins and Jimmy Butler as just players. And, I think Mark, he said, maybe, Wiggins just a beta and Jimmy's an alpha. I was like,
I did not say that.
No, he absolutely did.
Don't say that.
No, but he did.
No, I
understood what Mark was saying there. Not everyone has a leadership.
Type B.
Exactly. Not everyone has a leadership mentality like a Jimmy Butler. Not to say that Jimmy Butler is also the greatest leader at times. But I'm not here to talk about what Andrew Wiggins isn't. I'm here to talk about what Jimmy Butler is. And what Jimmy Butler is, he's an a-hole sometimes in the best way possible for this team. He is a guy that's going to get on you. He's going to demand you not turn the ball over because he prides himself on not turning the ball over. He prides himself on always making the next big play in a game, the guy that wants to take the last shot. He's the guy that wants the game to slow down. He wants the pressure all on him. That is the guy that they needed. Andrew Wiggins is a lot of things. He's not that guy, and that's okay. I'm not here to do a compare and contrast of the two players. I'm talking about there is levels to leadership. There is levels to, alphaness, if that's what you want to talk about. There's levels to NBA players, and Jimmy Butler is a cut above Andrew Wiggins. And that is the player that they needed, and that he has been. Again, and yesterday, it's not even the game to talk about that in. He scored 6 points. It was amazing. He had 5 assists. He was plus 17. Everyone was a plus yesterday in that game. Everyone was in double figures, it seemed like, except for Jimmy, right? But again, he hasn't even shot the ball well yet, Sam Lubin. He was 3 of 8 yesterday. He has not found his shot at all.
No, I mean,
and they're winning these games, which for me, that speaks volumes.
It's only going to get better. They still haven't added Jonathan Kuminga.
And I don't care that they're not playing anybody. I don't care that they're
you can only play the
Hornets.
schedule that's ahead of you. So, that is what it is. But, they haven't played absolutely no one. Sure, they did lose to Dallas that first one, but Houston's still a good team. They did beat the Kings on the road, a Kings team that has flummoxed the Warriors as of late. I believe the Kings had won 4 straight against the Warriors before the Warriors went into the capital city and took care of business. Obviously, getting that revenge win against the Mavericks on Sunday, the only team that's beaten the Warriors in the Jimmy Butler era. So, have they played no one yet? If you really want to take that stance, sure. But they have had some impressive wins here. But the fact of the matter is, this is the schedule that they have before them. Now, you mentioned, Spadoni, you think the Warriors are back. There's not a team in the West that scares you. Looking ahead the schedule again, we're all looking, I think, at that March 17th St. Patrick's Day game against the Denver Nuggets. It's the first half of a back-to-back between you got the Nuggets and the Milwaukee Bucks that next day. That Denver game, like, that's one you absolutely have to have circling on the calendar because the Nuggets have won 8 straight against the Warriors. The Warriors have not beaten the Nuggets in a game since those two teams faced off in the playoffs a few years ago in that first round. If you could take care of business there, the Nuggets, they've been kind of slipping lately. You know, they had that ownage over the Lakers that you had mentioned, and the Lakers, they kind of took that back a little bit. If the Warriors if the Warriors take care of business at home against the Nuggets, which again has not been a guarantee of late, then it's one more box you can check off as to why you can feel super, super, super excited about what's possible for this team. Because, yeah, the Thunder, they don't impress me in terms of what they could do against the Warriors based on what we've seen so far. I'm not all in on the Grizzlies yet, but again, I want to see how the Warriors look there. They face them in Memphis on April 1st, so make some April Fools out of Ja Morant and co.
It's my mom's birthday.
We'll see.
April Fool's Day.
His birthday's
my mom's birthday.
Oh, your
April
mom's.
1st.
I thought you said Ja's birthday.
No. My mom's birthday is the great Marianne Spadoni, April 1st.
Oh, okay. So you ever just tell her, like, sorry, Mom, no birthday today?
Her siblings would do that to her. They would give her presents with nothing inside and say April 1st.
That's
they
cool.
actually have them afterwards, but it's
I would hope
messed
so.
Up.
And then, we got one more game against the Lakers in LA. So the Warriors will have chances to play the teams that we want to see them play against and make the marks that we need to see them make. And right now, I feel good about all these matchups right now, except for the Nuggets, only because 8 straight. It's hard to really argue against that right now.
Sure, it's like if you feel good about the Niners' chances against the Kansas City Chiefs.
I need to see them beat the Chiefs before I think. Yeah, it's so let's cross that bridge. But if I'm feeling good about the Warriors' chances against everyone else in the West, I'm cool with kind of holding off that confidence, so to speak, against Nuggets until I see it.
Talking about crossing the bridge, we're going to cross the bridge over to Stockton here in a second to talk to Oscar, but you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, Sam Lubman. And as you know, it's a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Oscar, what's going on, man? You're all Spadoni and Lubman on the Morning Roast.
What's up, Oscar?
What's up, Spadone? Congratulations on your new shift. And what's up, Lubman? Hey, man, I just want to, call in and let everybody know, like I said earlier, if Jimmy Butler comes to play, we're going to have a good team. Because I know Jimmy kind of personally. My cousin is Ronnie Brewer. He played in Chicago with him. So, like I said, Jimmy coming to play. And he played organized basketball. And the team that we got right now, the Warriors that we got right now, we can make a deep run. And I told everybody, I didn't even know nothing about the trade, but I said early in the year we can get to 48 to 50 wins. And I really think we can get to 48 to 50 wins. And everybody's saying the Warriors got a soft schedule. Okay, that's the schedule we got. But in the first part of the season, we had the hard schedule. And that's the schedule that we got. So I just want everybody to understand, like I said earlier, we have a good organization with a competent owner. And that's why I knew something was going to get done. And I can feel it, too, just like you guys can. I'll be wearing my 2017 Warriors championship shirts all the time. Every time I'm on when the Warriors play, everybody know me. I come home and put it on. I want the Bay Area to know that the Warriors organization is a damn good organization. And with the Jimmy Butler acquisition, it shows you that Steve Kerr should be the coach of the year. And the Warriors are going to make a run. I don't know if we're going to win the championship this year, but we land the pathway for next year. I'm telling everybody. But this year, we're going to shock the world, man. Go Warriors, man. I'm flying my flags high out here in Stockton because they was talking crazy about the Kings. Now look at the Kings.
A lot quieter out in Sacktown now.
Exactly. They do everything backwards. Like I told them, you guys are a Warriors B team. You guys have a nice day, man. Go Warriors.
Appreciate you. That's Oscar Stockton. You know what? And that's another thing in all this, Sam Lubman. Being proud to be a Golden State Warriors fan. You should take a lot of pride in being a Warriors fan right now, what they've been able to do and achieve the last decade. One of the greatest teams in the history of the sport we're talking about just a couple of teams. When we talk about the greatest of the greats, the Warriors, yes, the Golden State Warriors were a part of that conversation. But you know what? You won another title, as Nick Friedel, who filled in last week for Joe Shasky, called the bonus title, whatever you want to call it. They won another title without Kevin Durant. Sort of validates everything. Steph, not that he needed validation, but Steph getting that finals MVP. You could have walked away from there if you're Warriors fans, like, you know what? This is great. If we don't win anything else, this is gravy. But then, stuff happened. And Jordan Poole gets punched by Draymond Green. The dark cloud over the organization. Thank you. Shout out Joe Shasky in Hawaii, by the way. Last year, the Klay Thompson, he's disgruntled. He ends up leaving. He's a Dallas Maverick now. It's still weird. Talking about Luka Doncic being weird in a Lakers uniform. Klay Thompson being in a Dallas Mavericks uniform.
Still doesn't look right.
Very odd. He actually had a good game yesterday in formerly Staples Center, now Crypto.com Arena, where he famously struggled in that series against the Lakers just a couple seasons ago. But again, I mentioned it right there. You lose last year in horrible fashion in the play-in game against the Sacramento Kings. These Warriors fans scratching their heads saying, really? This is how it's all going to end?
It felt like the end. It's so funny that you mentioned how the Warriors are one of the great teams in the NBA. They're one of 5 teams now, obviously, after last night, to reach the 3,000 win plateau, joining the Lakers, Knicks, Sixers, and the Celtics, which are, that's a pretty impressive class of teams to be a part of.
No, those are the teams in the NBA.
Yeah, and it's crazy that the Warriors are right up there with them, because not that long ago they were the doormat of doormats in the NBA, and embarrassingly so. And yesterday we were talking about that 2015 title team, which was honored last night at halftime, and
it's been 10 years.
That team really just, what it meant to us was just, it showed that there is a whole other world of basketball enjoyment that Warrior fans can be a part of there. So it's wild that 10 years later, right now, the Warriors are one of the class organizations, not just in the NBA, but in all of sports. That turnaround is incredible. And I think that is why this Jimmy Butler marriage is, I think, going to be super successful. There was a lot of consternation about how Jimmy Butler left Miami. It was, Warrior fans, there was a consternation sensation surrounding his attitude and his history and his past breakups. And, Evan and I, we were talking about this yesterday, and I'm kind of optimistic that things will work out long-term with Jimmy and the Warriors, because, as you mentioned, he is a dog. He plays hard. He is getting at it at both ends of the floor. He is that a-hole. And that is exactly the kind of guy that fits so perfectly with what the Warriors want. They have the fun and joy with Steph. Draymond has that edge. Having Jimmy in here to kind of provide a little bit of both there. It's like this, when you look around, and Shams Charania was kind of speaking on this yesterday, like, this is the best organization that Jimmy Butler's ever been a part of.
We have that sound, Sam.
Oh, let's hear what Shams had to say. Let's refresh everyone's memory.
He does feel like this organization is better than any other organization he's been a part of, but I'm telling you, it's different this time. I haven't sensed the same feeling he's had when he went to Philly, when he went to Miami. This is different for Jimmy Butler going to Golden State. He's staying late for shoot-arounds. He's staying late for practices. He's spending so much time in the training room, the meal room. He's going above and beyond to ingratiate himself with the Warriors right now.
Because he knows this is it. He's 35 years old.
Well, this is
Michael Jackson.
This is the best group he's ever been a part of. Part of the reason why he wanted to leave Miami was, A, he wanted his money, but B, he wanted someone better than Bam Adebayo to be his number 2.
The money was a huge reason, though.
Money is obviously a big reason, but he wanted more talent around him, too, because he was sick and tired of having to put the team on his back and drag him all the way to the NBA Finals. The reason he wanted out of Minnesota is because he didn't feel like he had guys around him who were good enough to play alongside him and get to a championship. But now he's on a team where, all things being equal, he's not the best player on this team. Steph Curry is the best player on this team. For the first time in Jimmy Butler's career, he might not be the best player on his own team. That is a different situation from him, that if I'm Jimmy Butler, I'm absolutely rolling along with that, being that 1A to Steph's 1, or that 1B to Steph's 1A. Because if it doesn't work out, then you're the guy who couldn't make it work with Steph Curry. You don't want that attached to your legacy. You don't want that to be how people remember you. So you have about as good of a setup as you could possibly ask for if you're Jimmy Butler here with the Golden State Warriors. Yeah, absolutely, I'm going to go out of my way if I'm Jimmy Buckets to make it work here, because you're never going to have a better opportunity than what you have right now.
Steve Ashburner, who covers the league for a very long time, he's covered the NBA at a high level, NBA.com, SI.com. He's been doing it for a very long time, Sam Lubman. He joined our station yesterday. Was this Steiny and Goo? Steiny and Goo he joined?
With Steiny and Goo.
Courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Steve Ashburner on his thoughts in regards to one James Butler III joining the Golden State Warriors. He says, enjoy the honeymoon.
Enjoy the honeymoon. This gets down to the situation of, are you going to believe what he says about the fifth wife, or are you going to believe with how it worked out with all the first four wives? I think that Jimmy Butler is, I don't know how to say it. He sort of burns through relationships, seems to me.
It's like Big Lou on our airwaves on all those commercials we got.
Big Lou's only on number 2, though. Jimmy's on number 5. And you know what? Maybe we can get into this more on the other side,
Please.
In terms of just how much Jimmy's history, concerns you. My part is just do you believe people can change? I guess it's more of a, a philosophical conversation,
Do you care? Do you even care, though? That's part of it.
Can he play nice for the rest of this year and next year?
I don't care if he plays nice with the next. I already know what we're going to get. The next year and a half is all I care about with the Warriors.
And that's all you have to do is just hold up for that year and a half, and then we can let it all melt down.
Well, and even if it doesn't work out, you know what? I'm not going to fault the organization here because they were in a rock and a hard place. They needed to make a move, and they didn't give up everything for him. If it doesn't work out, Jimmy Butler, cut your ties. It's not going to kill you. That's the thing in all this. You didn't give up much. Andrew Wiggins, hey, we knew what he was at this point. You were trying to get rid of Andrew Wiggins this time last year by attaching a first-round pick to him.
The run with Wiggins had come to an end, and God bless Andrew Wiggins. You will forever be a champion here in the Bay Area. You will always be celebrated. There will be an Andrew Wiggins night at some point in the future. I don't know if we'll raise 22 to the rafters, but Andrew Wiggins, you are a made man here in the Bay Area, and you will be feted everywhere you go in this region.
When's the last time Warriors fans felt this great about Andrew Wiggins within a 6-game stretch or 7
probably
games?
That 5-6 game stretch they played against the Mavericks in the West Finals.
Right. That's it.
The checkbook championship.
There you go.
Yeah. Shout out Brian Windhorst.
That's the last time you felt good about a stretch like that. We're feeling that great about a stretch from Jimmy Butler when they're 6-1, and Jimmy hasn't even played all that well shooting the ball wise. By the way, coming up next on the game is going to be brought to you by Safeway. What is coming up on the game is going to be more of your calls, more of your texts. Spadoni, Lubman, and we're going to break down Jimmy Butler and Steve Ashburner had something else to say in regards to this, in regards to the Warriors organization, how he looks at them a little different because they did trade for Jimmy Butler. I want to get into that on the other side, plus more of your calls, more of your texts. Anthony Slater, 8:30, courtesy of the River Islands guest line, covers the team for The Athletic and also is our 95.7 The Game Warriors insider. All that coming up next on the Morning Roast.
You want to call it a woozy as a wazzy.
Yo, what it do? It's your boy Pilo, and this is the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoshi and the Butcher Boy. Let's go.
I just be saying things sometimes.
So does Pilo. I love that.
Technically, aren't we all just saying things sometimes?
Well, that's what we do on the show, and sometimes it hits, sometimes it doesn't.
Just in life.
Sure.
Yeah. Hey, now I'm a philosophizer.
Thank you. White Goodman, WHIT.
All-time line.
Anthony Slater, 8:30, by the way, Sam Lubman.
He's also a philosophizer.
He's big time. He's going on the Ringer podcast with Ryan Russillo. Are you kidding me? I mean, we're chump change compared to that guy now.
Hey, he still finds time for us and all the other hits and all the other hits he's doing throughout the week with other people.
Hey, I got a lot of respect for Anthony Slater because it's very difficult to cover a team, travel as much as you do, have a kid, has a wife. It must be very taxing
and also
mentally.
Being that good at everything.
Too. Well, of course, but I appreciate and I know why he's so good at it because of his laid back demeanor. He's very calm. He's very cool. He's very collected.
Very
demure. He watches what he has to say. I'm not into that demure thing. I don't know what that is.
I don't really know it anyway, but I had to explain to me.
Social media and this, that, the other. 888-957-9570. That's the number to call or text, though, because, Sam, we've been talking about the vibes of the Warriors, and they're feeling great, right? And, everyone's expecting this, maybe you're expecting it to fail. Maybe you're expecting it to go to some place where you didn't have the expectation at the start of the season. Remember, the start of the season, the expectation was what? Be a playoff.
Let's just see what they can do.
Well, yeah. The expectation was be a playoff team.
Yeah.
Don't be a play-in team. Be a playoff team. That was what the expectation. That was the high water mark. I think that's shifted a little bit now within these last few weeks. I don't think it's just good enough to be a playoff team. I think as the wins keep stacking, as you take out the Hornets last night, 128-92, it starts to becoming, okay, it's not just good enough to be a playoff team. Can we get greedy here? Can we start taking care of business on the road now where things can get a little bit difficult, although the teams are going up against aren't exactly world beaters. Magic, they got some nice pieces, but they can't score the ball. You've already taken care of them at one point in this season where we talked about it a lot last week.
One of the most fun games of the year, if I recall, right?
They both scored like 40 points. They could barely score 40 in the first half. It was ugly. It was a Monday game. There was a lot of empty seats. It was not a great look aesthetically. Even though they won the game, it wasn't a good look. And we had a lot of those this season. You didn't feel good about their wins. Taking on the Sixers, who stink. Taking on the Hornets again, who stink. Taking on the Knicks team that got some injuries. I don't know what to make of the Knicks.
Well, Knicks have been struggling against the really good teams in the league.
I don't know exactly
if the Warriors now fit into that category.
We'll see.
Record-wise, no, but overall performance, yeah.
We got the Nets at the end of there, and the Nets aren't very good. Although they should be losing, but the Nets kind of keep winning still. So I don't.
Well, the Nets they beat the Warriors earlier this year, so I think it's a different Warrior team now, and the Nets don't have Dennis Schroeder anymore. Like
D'Angelo Russell revenge game. We're talking about revenge games with Luka Doncic yesterday.
A lot of revenge going on there.
A lot of revenge. Shout out to Revenge of the Sith, Anakin Skywalker. Right.
By the way, that re-release is coming out in a couple months. Revenge of the Sith.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is that like
it's coming out in I believe April at the same time that Andor season 2 is coming out.
Don't tell me that's 20 years since Revenge of the Sith.
I'll leave out that detail, but
it definitely is.
You know what? You see really quick,
2005. Oh no!
Quick 15 seconds on Star Wars. You see what they're doing for Andor season 2?
No,
they're
is Andy Serkis coming
They're
back?
having 4 weeks. The season's gonna be 4 weeks long, but they're gonna release 3 episodes every week.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say it was like 4 episodes. That would have been horrible.
No, I know. That's why I set it up that way.
There you go. I first. You had me in the first half. Like
not gonna.
That's how I was feeling.
And then you ended with the.
And we're back.
Go. So anyway, that's your 15 seconds of Star Wars.
Thank you. Just like a 15 seconds of celebrating. Or is it 60 seconds? Yeah. Okay. Sometimes it is 15 seconds because like, oh, he did this and we're done. Here's Randy Hahn, right?
We figure it. We mix it up.
Okay. Steve Ashburner, SI.com, NBA.com, ruffled some feathers yesterday, Sam Lubman, in regards to his disappointment in the Golden State Warriors. Huh?
First he said he would go to any of the 29 teams other than Miami. Then he said, nah, to Milwaukee, nah, to Golden State. He wanted Phoenix because he believed they would pay him, give him the extension. Well, and then the Warriors, I mean, frankly, personally, I find it disappointing that the Warriors satisfied that sort of low character, those strategy in terms of getting what he wanted. It's like being undercut. You're trying to discipline your child. And I'm fine putting it in those terms because of the way he's behaved. You're trying to discipline your child, and then your spouse says, oh, no, don't worry about what dad or mom said. Do it this way. High-class organization, but to me, that was a low-class decision. They got what they wanted, I guess, and if money is no object, that's fine. I'll just say, enjoy it now. Because 2 years from now, or even a year from now, if Jimmy Butler thinks that he should have a contract paying him until age 42 or 43, he could go through this whole thing again.
There's a lot to unpack there.
There is. I mean, first off, an NBA player acting like a diva because he wants more money. I guess Jimmy Butler's like the first NBA player to ever do that, I guess, based on just how Ashburn was reacting to that. Like, it's the NBA. This is part of the game and how this league works. Players of that caliber want what they want. They're going to act like this. They're going to act a certain way until they get what they want. And
Steve's
the natural order.
Is definitely burning at that. I'll tell you that right now. Give myself a 5.
Burning it at both ends on that one.
There you
go. But yeah, that's just the nature of the beast in the NBA. Now, you can make the whole, has it been Jimmy's fault? Has it been the team's fault? Was it the Miami Heat's fault? I don't blame the Miami Heat for not wanting to give Jimmy the money he wanted. Because again, he's age 35. They don't want to give him a 4 or 5 year deal to take him that close to his age 40 season. That's just a business decision the Miami Heat are going to make there. But, Jimmy Butler, he was very vocal about wanting more talent around him. And it gets to the point where it's like, either give me enough talent to where we can win a championship that doesn't require us having to, that doesn't require him having to carry a team from the 8th seed all the way there. If you're not going to get that, then the next best thing is like, then just pay me, or I'm just going to act a fool until I can move somewhere else. Because clearly Jimmy just fell out of love with being in Miami with the Heat because he wasn't getting any closer to a ring there. So it's like, yeah, it's time to move on.
This is where I'm at with this. And I understand what Steve is getting at here because he doesn't like to see bad business get rewarded. But unfortunately, reality is often disappointing. Going back to our nerds and going back to Thanos, reality is often disappointing. And it is a player-driven league, the NBA is. It is a player-driven league, always has been, and it always will be going forward now. It's not like the NFL. You're seeing the Debo Samuels of the world trying to, force themselves to get traded, probably just going to get cut. Mm-hmm. That's what's going to happen.
Players don't have that kind of power.
They do not.
NBA, much more different.
It's much different.
So this is a league that had players. Sorry to run over there. This once had players basically force an owner out in terms of what the Clippers did with Donald Sterling long ago when Adam Silver first came in. Like, players have so much influence in this league that you don't see in other leagues.
You don't. And there's pros and cons with that. I think you're seeing some of the NBA ratings kind of suffer because I do think it is a player-driven league at times, and the product itself has gotten watered down in a tremendous way. But also the guaranteed money and the influx of money and all the cash and all the, the dollar signs and all the drama. We do love the drama of the NBA, and a lot of that is player-driven, whether it's the players, whether it's the podcasts. And again, Kevin Durant sitting down with Draymond Green, and we're going to get all that audio. We'll play it for you because I'm sure there is very interesting nuggets and tidbits coming out of that.
Watching a little bit during the break with Carter and Risotto in the back, and yeah, it's some of the stuff he's saying. It's like, oh, okay, that's something that's worth playing later on.
No, totally. But I say all that to say this. Like, Steve, I understand he didn't want to see Jimmy get rewarded, but that's just life, right? Like, I'm not going to get emotionally attached to these players because the players aren't going to get emotionally attached to us. Like, that's not the way to do things. If you're covering the league, like if you're Steve Ashburner, again, we're going back to Slater and what makes Slater great. He's able to, disassociate, the emotional aspect of it. That's why I really respect his level of writing because he's not a fan. Like, he looks at it objectively. He's not going to look at it like, oh, I have this sort of a relationship with this guy, so I'm not going to cater it this way.
He keeps it real.
Well, and yes, and does he have relationships with players? Yes. And is he going to say some things in a way that's worded so he's going to keep that relationship positive? At times, absolutely. But to just go out and say, I think he was childish, and you know what, he should have been treated like a child, kind of rubbed me the wrong way, actually, a little bit when I heard it like that.
Seems a little too angry to be saying it like that.
Way too angry. Yeah. Why are you emotionally involved with these guys? I don't know why. Maybe you have a relationship with Pat Riley and he feels like he needed to say that. And Pat Riley felt something out of the way.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there's something there.
You know what? Pat Riley said he could have handled it in a better way. So, I think it's fair to say in all this, Jimmy was at fault. A little bit of Pat, more so Jimmy, but Pat was at fault. Eric Spoelstra, sure. And yeah, did they add enough talent around him? No, but at the same time, did Jimmy play at the level in the regular season they needed him to? No. Did Jimmy dig his own hole and had to dig out of it in the play-in game and then in the playoffs? Absolutely. Jimmy's part of that problem. But also, you could recognize when he did show up in the playoffs, when he did show out, he was the reason they were winning these series. He was the guy that was making Gabe Vincent a better player, Max Strus a better player, Bam Adebayo a better player, Tyler
Hero's
Hero,
a much better player now.
Duncan Robinson. He was getting all these guys paid. As much as we want to say Steph getting these guys paid, the Dante DiVincenzo's of the world, right? Otto Porter coming back, Gary Payton trying to get paid.
Draymond Green.
I'll get into that. But that's the way we look at Steph over here. And Jimmy did that over there, and he just wants to be compensated accordingly, and he wasn't. So yeah, he made a stink because everyone does that in this day and age, and that's just the nature of the beast. Is it right or is it wrong? Does it put a bad taste in my mouth? Sure. But that's just what happens. That's the nature of the beast, man.
It'll put a bad taste.
Mr. Beast in the All-Star game.
It'll take out, I guess, he announced he's a billionaire, which, good for you, buddy.
I thought he already was.
Yeah, that's why. I don't know where he gets all that money from, Mr. Beast.
Ads.
I guess so.
He's his own thing. Like, he's his own product. He has his own, merchandise. He has his own, people donate money to him. He does everything, yeah.
We need to get some of that. But no, obviously leaves a bad taste in the
book, Mr. Beast.
95.7, The Beast. So obviously it's going to leave a bad taste a bad taste in the mouth of Miami Heat fans, but their loss is the Warriors' gain. It's kind of like, the old one man's trash is another man's treasure kind of thing. And you know what? Maybe this is just what Jimmy Butler is. Maybe he is just the guy that he's there for a little while until it goes south, and then it's just time to move on. And if that's the case, the Warriors have a pretty solid window right now for which to operate here because, again, he has everything that he could possibly want here. He has all the right talent around him. He has a high-class organization with a high-class culture. Again, this is a Warriors team that their culture has rehabilitated the images and bank accounts of a lot of players over the years. JaVale McGee, Nick Young, DeMarcus Cousins, just to name a few of them. Why can't Jimmy Butler be the next in that line? Andrew Wiggins also fits in that role. When Andrew Wiggins came here, he was nothing but a bust of a number one pick. When he left, he is a favored champion and looked upon completely differently. Now, he might be kind of regressing back into what he once was, but that's for, the Miami Heat to deal with, not the Warriors. But why can't this just be a place where Jimmy comes and is able to make it work for a few years? And you know what? When things go south, the minute he starts to show any sort of, petulant, childish behavior, like Steve Ashburn likes to say, I think petulant's my word, you know what you do? You move off of him. Because if I'm the Warriors, I'm not going to sit around and let that fester into something gross, especially since when all this does come to a head and it is time to cut bait with Jimmy Butler, it's probably going to be around the same time when Steph Curry and Steve Kerr are hanging up their shoes, so to speak, and heading to the golf course for a nice little bit of retirement. So with it all said and done, even if this thing does go south, it's not going to go south until a point where it's not really going to be that big of an issue. What does it even look like if it goes south? That's what everyone keeps saying, when it goes south, what's going to happen? Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler are going to go at it? My guess is Jimmy Butler will play 45 to 50 games next year. This is maybe an extreme situation, but he'll probably be in that 50-game range, and we're going to be like, well, why isn't Jimmy on the floor? Why isn't Jimmy on the floor? It's the reason is because he's 35, 36 years old, and the Warriors are going to have to manage him a little bit more next year if they want their, 30-somethings big three to be healthy and ready to go for the playoffs.
He's looked fine this year so far. Small sample size, but
just get into the tournament this year and next year. Just get into the dance, and I'm taking this group against anyone except for the Nuggets until they show me otherwise.
I understand that because you've lost that many in a row to them, but the Denver Nuggets right now, they're 9-1 their last 10, and I saw something in that Lakers game a few days ago. I think it changed a lot of people's perceptions. I don't know about the Lakers, and I want to get into the Lakers aspect and all this because I feel like they're getting all the headlines that the Golden State Warriors should be getting. But if you're a Warriors fan, you got to be loving this because you don't want your team to be talked about. Stay under the radar.
Let the Lakers get all the attention.
Exactly. Stay out of sight, out of mind. Let the Warriors sneak up on everybody in the playoffs because that's what I think is going to be brewing here. And then all of a sudden you're going to be like, oh, wait, we have a Warriors-Celtics rematch in the NBA final. What? Getting ahead of myself here. But just let everyone else, because I know I know a lot of Warriors fans now. I am not a believer in the Ty Jerome-led Cleveland Cavaliers. They're having a great season, though.
They have other guys behind.
By the way, Oscar and Stockton called earlier. He said he has Steve Kerr for Coach of the Year. So I'm looking at DraftKings odds right now. And this is the latest update as of today. The favorite twin coach of the year is Kenny Atkinson at minus 700.
I'll buy that.
JB Bickerstaff at plus 700 over with Detroit, obviously having a great year.
That's actually
Ime Udoka, Taylor Jenkins, Mark Daignault, however you want to pronounce it. JJ
mark
Redick,
that for mispronunciations.
There you go. JJ Redick at plus 5,000. So he has the sixth best
imagine
odds.
the podcast that comes out after he wins that.
Well, I kind of tongue in cheek said, that the Danny Hurley's the coach.
Danny, Bobby,
yes,
Hurley.
Yeah, thank you. Hurley. I used to wear a lot of Hurley back in the day. Shout out Skater Boy Joe Spadoni in that era. Yeah,
I remember 2006.
Right, in the Etnies. Yeah, but Danny Hurley, he was interested, quote unquote, in the Lakers job, or there was mutual interest potentially in a Lakers job, and he said, "No, I'm going to try to three-peat with UConn instead. I like the control over here." He's 52. Maybe he can get another job at some other point. And, I do think it's, I got to think if you're Danny Hurley at this point, you're looking at him yelling at refs constantly. He's finally kind of getting a little pushback from the media going at him, saying, Dan, you're kind of acting like a little bit of a prick here. Maybe you need to relax. Your team's
childish behavior.
Your team's not that amazing.
Call him Danny Butler.
Maybe buyer's remorse if you're Dan Hurley when you could have had the Lakers job, and now you're looking at a Lakers job in Los Angeles, not Connecticut, and Luka Doncic potentially for the next 10 years. Yeah, maybe I'd rather have that situation. Just saying.
UConn projected as a 9 seed in Joe Lunardi's latest bracketology.
Oh, bracketology, baby. It's coming up. March Madness. Yeah. Give it to me. Come on. I got it right here, Carter. I don't know where I was going with that.
We were just laughing at Dan. Really quick, 6 more seconds on college basketball. Auburn, Florida, and Alabama are 3 of your 4 projected 1 seeds right now. When did the SEC become the SEC of football, but in basketball?
Oh, remember, I was talking to Nick, or who I was talking about a couple weeks ago, maybe Joe Shasky. It's like, Billy Donovan, I think Shasky hated him, or someone hated Bill.
Shasky doesn't like someone? That's a shock.
I was like, Billy Donovan. I was like, I was really good at Florida. He's like, Florida. I was like, yeah, Florida is never known for basketball in my life. We went back to back there with Joakim Noah.
Those two. But yeah, SEC is now to basketball what it has been for football, much like how the Warriors are basically becoming the SEC of the Western Conference.
I remember now, Sam Lubman. I was making the comparison with the Lakers and the shine that they're getting in comparison to the Golden State Warriors. And it's a good thing that the Warriors aren't in the headlines. I know a lot of fans want to see their team in the headlines. Talk Jimmy, talk Steph. I want to see it first. No, you don't want that.
Do you really want Stephen A. Smith talk about Jimmy Butler? The Warriors and Jimmy Butler, they are not contenders. The Lakers with Luke. Yeah, you don't want to listen to that.
No one wants that. And that's future president of the United States, Stephen A. Smith.
You better be careful. That's God.
He's got my vote.
Why not? Let's just keep picking all the worst futures.
He's got my vote. I'll tell you right now, he has got my vote in a heartbeat over anyone else.
Considering what we're trotting out there right now, that's not really saying much.
People want to talk themselves into... I don't think Stephen A. No, you're voting for him. All right, he's going to get onto that.
Was he running against Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson?
He's going to get on the debate stage. He's going up against whoever the Republicans are going to have in 3 or 4 years.
It's going to be what's his face.
It's going to be great. Might be Skip.
What's his orange face?
Who knows? It might be Skip versus Stephen A. for our presidency.
Burn the country down at that point.
Oh, relax. You'll be back. It'll be Get Up, ESPN. It's not going to be a late night debate. It's going to be a get up debate at 6 a.m. You'll have to get up.
Does Molly Kara moderate that?
Stop it.
You're going to get Molly. You're going to get Jay. Who is it? Jay Crawford from the OG one. Bring Jay in. Who else was in between there? Oh, God. She mispronounced Chael Sonnen's name so badly. Carrie Champion.
Oh, Carrie Champion. That's the name.
All right.
I enjoyed her on First Take.
Speaking of a name that we're going to be talking about a lot coming up here, Jonathan Kuminga. Jimmy Butler spoke about Jonathan Kuminga after the game yesterday. I want to get Jimmy's thoughts on Jonathan Kuminga because we've been talking about ad nauseum. How's Kuminga going to fit, Sam? How's the fit going to be? Is it going to ruin the flow?
I'm excited for it. I am so excited for how it's going to look.
So is Jimmy.
I think it's going to be easy. Hella athletic, can shoot it, can score in a multitude of ways, and can guard. He can definitely guard. So I think he's going to come back and do what he's been doing. My job is just to make it even easier on him. So come on back and help us get some dubs.
All right, if there was any question about Jimmy Butler's fit with the Warriors, the fact that he dropped a hella right there, no, he's absolutely meant to be a Warrior. He is a NorCal athlete for sure.
Now, how's he said San Fran? I feel like he did when he flew over here. Is that now canceled out? and he's okay.
Well, I always get confused. Can you call it San Fran or Frisco?
No, it's never San Fran.
It's San Francisco or SF or the city.
You say SF. You can say the city. Frisco, well, that's fine. You're just not with the lingo. You're not hip.
Well, yeah, I also don't live in the city, so take my opinion.
No, we were from we live in the town. It's different.
Yeah.
Town business.
That's how we do.
But Jonathan Kuminga's return has Jimmy Butler feeling excited. And it's what we've heard from a lot of the different coaching staff, from Anthony Slater. Just Jonathan Kuminga playing his own game, it's going to fit in seamlessly. It's when he starts to do too much. It's when he starts to play outside of himself is when things can get a little more tricky. But when you have the alphas, again, saying the alphas of a Jimmy Butler, of a Steph Curry, of a Draymond Green, Jonathan Kuminga knew his role before he got injured. I think he's going to know his role when he comes back and gets ingratiated into this lineup again. And I'm having a hard time finding a negative, what is it? Playing time for others? Maybe. Maybe for other people, it's going to be more of an adjustment. Moses Moody, though, he's been the consummate professional in all of this. I don't have any problems about Moody, adjusting to anything. Pajemski, I don't think he's going to have a problem adjusting. Is it going to be those lower guys, those guys that are, lower is maybe a rude term here, but those guys that, the Quentin Posts of the world or the Guy Santos of the world? Is it going to be guys like that are going to find, their minutes get reduced? Maybe. But you know what? That's a luxury at this point. If I get anything from Quentin Post or Guy Santos when Jonathan Kuminga comes back, that's a luxury.
So the way I see it shaking, my guess, projection, whatever you want to call it, Pods and Moody, I believe, will still be in the starting lineup. I don't think that Steve Kerr is changing the starting lineup. He seems like he's the starting lineup. He's like, again, I know because it's about who finishes, and that's where I think you'll see Kuminga most nights. I think you'll see Moody. It's going to be based on the matchups there, whether it's Moody or Kuminga being a part of that final five. You're probably going to see a lot less Guy Santos. Anthony Slater, our friend who's will be joining us in about 51 minutes here on this show.
51 minutes.
He was on with Willard and Dibbs a while ago, and he more or less said, I think we played this on yesterday, that Guy Santos's minutes will probably go away once Jonathan Kuminga comes back. I'm sure they'll find ways to work Guy in, though, because what you're seeing from him on the court is too good to keep him off the court. Quentin Post, I think his importance, along with Kevon Looney, that's going to be in that 5 spot because Draymond Green's going to be your starting center for the foreseeable future. And, Draymond, he's, he'll do it, but he's not, super thrilled about having to do it and handling that center spot on a night-to-night basis, banging around with all these bigs all the time because that's a lot of wear and tear that he's had to endure over the years. And here in his age 34 season, to put that complete full workload on him down the stretch, that might be asking a little too much. So you know what, Quentin Post, Kevon Looney, it's on you guys to kind of hold down that 5 spot when Draymond's not on the floor. And for the most part, I trust both of them to do that. Kevon Looney is one of the most dependable Warriors that we've ever had. Shout out Widdex and Schleprock with that great nickname there. And Quentin Post is getting to the point where, Shasky was on him after the first game. He came in. He was so excited about Quentin Post.
I'm not giving that to Shasky. He gets excited about everyone.
Well, yeah, but, if you get excited about everybody, at some point you're getting excited about the right guy.
I'm not giving him credit for that because he's literally every single player and every single Giants prospect he's ever been excited about.
But this isn't a Giants prospect. This is a Warriors prospect. So it's a completely different team.
He was excited about Pods when he first showed up in Summer League. And then he wasn't excited 4 weeks ago.
And then he wasn't excited. And then he was. God. So yes, as Joe Shasky flip-flopped on some guys, yes. But I am going to give him the credit where the credit is due.
I'm not.
On Quentin Post. Okay, well, there you go. Shasky, for the record, I'm backing you up. Spadoni is the one throwing you under the bus.
Yes.
That's my 3-1-1 right there.
The one thing.
But Quentin Post has absolutely looked like a guy who you could count on 10, 12 minutes a night to handle things down low, but also get that 3 up every now and then. He had a corner 3 against the Mavericks on Sunday where he was wide open, and my first thought was, man, how you going to leave Quentin Post open like that? Already he's reaching, you can't leave him wide open status. And why is that a big deal? Because you can leave Draymond Green all by himself out beyond the arc. No one's ever going to care. Quentin Post, you're going to have to care when he's out there by himself beyond the arc. So all this to say, when Kuminga comes back, there's going to be some shifting there. But overall, you have a rotation. You have guys in these rotations that you have to be feeling so good about all the ingredients that Steve Kerr is going to be having to cook with.
God, the size and athleticism of the youth that he could bring to this team right now would just be perfect. It's literally exactly what they need going up against a team potentially in the Lakers, in the Nuggets, in the Grizzlies, in the Thunder. Some of those teams have some young guys that are fast, that are big, that are agile. I need a Jonathan Kuminga. Jonathan Kuminga needs to be a big part of this team if they want to win a title. If they want to get to a Western Conference Finals, Jonathan Kuminga has to be a big part of that. Do people disagree with that? Are we all in the same boat at 888-957-9570? I believe Jonathan Kuminga has to be a big part of this thing if the Warriors want to get to where they need to go.
I agree.
And that's a Western Conference Finals trip.
What do you think that reintegration of him is going to look like, though? You think it's probably going to take a little bit of time? I mean, he's been out for a while. It's going to be tough getting back into game shape. I mean, Jimmy Butler's still trying to get back into game shape. Remember, he had some time off, too, when he was suspended. Then, obviously, he took that holiday to Dubai over the All-Star break. So he's getting back into game shape. Kuminga's going to have to get back into game shape. Like, we could probably expect some sort of a reintegration adjustment period, I assume.
It's the most important step for Steve Kerr in these final months.
Reintegrating
Jonathan Kuminga and finding out the rotation. And again, it changes given the series, given the opponent. Some players play, some players don't. There might be a Kevon Looney series. There might not be a Kevon Looney series. There might be a heavy Quentin Post series. There might not be. There might be a heavy Jonathan Kuminga series. There might not be. But it's up to Steve Kerr to fix this Rubik's Cube, to solve it, and to play Tetris right now when it comes to the allocation of minutes, when it comes to Stephen Curry, who he's going to be playing with at all times, the Jimmy Butler minutes, the on and off. Like, that's what the final steps are for Steve Kerr and for this Warriors team in these coming months. It's figuring out your rotation. It's figuring out what works and, quite frankly, what doesn't work. Because if you give yourself enough breathing room, Sam Lubman, in the final few weeks of the season, because if they keep winning, they might just do that and they might be happy with a 5th or a 6th seed. And they say, you know what, which is crazy to say, by the way, that they might play themselves into a situation where they could chill the last week. Again,
Take some time off. Yeah, Spurs, Blazers, Clippers are the last 3 games of the years that you're here.
I'm just saying,
if you could have
we're a long way from that. I'm just saying.
Hey, I think we're in a point where, a couple weeks ago, you would have been crazy to be doing this. But, yeah, you're in a point now, Warrior fans, where let's dream a little big here. Let's look ahead a little bit and start kind of planning things out, because that's the position this team's in right now. It is in a position where if they can play hard enough to a point where they can have a seeding locked in with the last week of the year and get some of these young guys a little bit more run in those final 2-3 games while resting Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy, yeah, that's an incredible situation to be a part of. I'm kind of curious, though. You're talking about Steve Kerr. This is the most important task he's going to have here. Kerr's been kind of a bit of a punching bag this year in terms of just the frustration of Warrior fans. And
which I think has been ridiculous.
Which, no, it's not. He's been, his performance has been that deserves criticism. Absolutely. Are Warrior fans feeling better now about the fact that Steve Kerr is going to have to figure out these rotations? Is there more confidence that it won't be as much of a trial and error situation as it has been for much of the first half of this season?
888-957-9570. I also think when we talk about Steve Kerr, we talk about him sometimes and I say a lot of the fans and people, because I don't. But we talk about him like the team was the Hornets yesterday or the Jazz or the Pelicans. They've been hovering around 500. Like, there's a reason why there was a lot of frustration. I get it, because you were hovering around 500, and being mediocre, I think, is the worst spot if you're a fan, because you want to just be, you're so frustrated.
There's no direction.
Why can't we just get a winning streak? Why does it have to be 1 step forward, 2 steps back? And you go to coaching there, because you can't blame Stephen Curry. Although this season, I think this is the season where you could have blamed him, because he has just not been Steph-like. He just hasn't been, which is okay.
Not until Jimmy came along.
Not until Jimmy came along, and then Steph's improved. But you know what? Steph's also dealing with some injuries. He's dealing with bilateral knee tendonitis, and there's going to be games, even with Jimmy Butler, where Steph's not going to play well. He didn't shoot the ball well yesterday. It doesn't matter, because everyone else scored in double figures, and they won the game. But now you have Jimmy Butler, so on the nights that Steph isn't going, Jimmy can at least get to the line. He can get his own shot. You know what you're going to get. He could be a ball distributor. He could be a high IQ player and leader on the floor when Steph's not out there. And again, it makes Steve Kerr's job so much easier, because he's got another coach out there too. Like, I think we look at him as but he's got another grown up in the room. He's got another guy that he can trust out there. And that's a big part of this, trust. How many times did we see Steve Kerr's lack of trust with these young guys in the development, whether it was Moses Moody, whether it was Jonathan Kuminga, whether it was player X that was young, that was trying to get Jordan Poole, right? There's a trust level there now with Jimmy Butler on the floor that allows Steve Kerr to relax and sit back and say, you know what? I can let these players figure out a little bit more and not have to micromanage. Jimmy Butler has given Steve Kerr something he hasn't had, which is another outlet, another coach, an outside voice that garners respect. Draymond Green was always there. Steph Curry was always there. But getting an outside voice that is now coming in and integrating him, it's huge for him and his coaching and his message that is now getting spread across this team.
Yeah, and I think we this last weekend we saw the rising of number 9 to the rafters and the retiring of Andre Iguodala, and
another guy that was a coach out there. Yeah,
it's exactly, and it's very this week. It's been very easy to kind of look at Butler and Andre Iguodala and look for comparisons. And the reality is they're two very different players. I'm not going to sit here and say that Jimmy Butler and Andre Iguodala are two sides of the same coin or anything like that, but what the similarities are is just as you said, there is another, the term babysitter was once used, but Iguodala didn't like that term, so I think we can pivot away from that. But yeah, there is what Andre and Jimmy truly have in common is the stabilizing presence that they have when they are on the floor.
I think their skill set a little bit too are similar. You think of Iguodala first and foremost as a defensive player, long
Jimmy,
arm, long wingspan. You think of Jimmy like that. I think where the consistency offensively is where Jimmy beats Andre, and that's why Jimmy's overall going to be viewed as a better player than Andre Iguodala. Obviously, they were teammates in Miami when they've been in the bubble championship, and Jimmy's been the best player on a team that's been to 2 finals. So there is that as well.
No, yeah, again, there are similarities, but I think that the biggest similarity is just there's the stabilizing factor, and there's a legitimacy factor as well. Because when Jimmy Butler came to the Warriors, and what he's doing is he has legitimized the Warriors now as legitimate NBA contenders. Before, the Warriors were seen as the play-in team that you'd be nervous to face because of Steph Curry. But now with his presence here, the rest of the NBA world is having to take note. And as we've been saying all morning on the Morning Roast here, Joe Spadoni, you and I, the Warriors are back. They are that team again. The record and the standing position might not reflect that, but what we've seen with our own 2 eyes over the last couple weeks has, I think, made it very hard to deny that, if the regular season were starting a couple weeks ago, this is a team that would look like they were on pace for a 55-win season. But, this is a team that, they'll be in the top 6, might even be in the top 5, and they're going to be a team that no one's just going to discount. They're going to be a team that is going to be looked at as a legitimate threat to just wreak havoc in the West playoffs. And it's pretty freaking awesome.
Jimmy freaking Butler, to that point, yesterday after the game, saying this is going way better and quicker than expected.
No, I know the caliber of player that I am, and it's never about anything except for winning with me. It's never about anything except for winning with the guys around this locker room and this organization, because they've won at a high level before, and I'm just hoping and praying that I can help them win at a high level again.
And they have been winning at a high level since he's been here. Now, the highest of levels is getting to an NBA Finals and winning a championship. Are they going to get there? I think they got an opportunity to do so, which is insane to say, given where we were just a few weeks into this tenure now. I look at the schedule coming up, Sam Lovin. Magic, Sixers, Hornets, Knicks, Nets. I could talk myself into them being undefeated on this road trip, coming back, playing the Pistons. Tough Pistons team, a team that's the 6th seed in the East right now. East is the East. It's not great. The Pistons have been playing well. I'll give them credit for that. And Cade Cunningham is a baller. But you take care of business on this road trip, at the very least, maybe 4-1. Yeah.
And then you got that.
Yeah, the vibes are going to be at an all-time high. You think that. You're going to be looking at 35-28, 7 games over 500, get some more breathing room. You see what the Timberwolves are doing. By the way, big matchup between the Timberwolves and Lakers tomorrow in La La Land. That's big for the standings, obviously. Might actually be rooting for the Lakers if you're the Warriors tomorrow, which is crazy. But
we'll see how things go.
That's how things happen, though. Sometimes
easy with your Warriors fan fiction there, Spadoni.
Well, sometimes if you're a Giants fan, you'll be rooting for the Dodgers.
No.
Yes.
No. Never happened. I can speak on experience on that.
Talking about petulant child.
Exactly. Going right there.
Get over it.
No,
get over it.
Get over what?
Just get over that.
No, I'm not going to get over hating the Dodgers.
No, but you take it to a level that is almost somewhat childlike at times, Sam.
I've had enough. I'm like this many.
Oh my God. You could root for the Dodgers if the team they're going up against is directly ahead of you.
If the team they're going up against is a situation where if the Dodgers lose, then like the world is like destroyed, then yeah, sure, maybe that's a little bit different.
When
but
you want to have adult baseball conversations, we can have them in regards to the Giants making the playoffs. And at one point, you'll have to root for the Dodgers, and that's okay.
You know what? Give me that situation. We'll talk then.
We will, because there's going to be a situation where the Giants are going to try to get into the playoffs next year. They're going to be playing the Arizona Diamondbacks, who are directly in front of them, and they're going to be playing the Dodgers.
There we go. You know what? There we go. If we're in that situation where the Dodgers beat the Diamondbacks and the Giants clinch a playoff spot because of it, then yes, we can all be happy that the Dodgers put the Giants.
And you'll be wearing your Dodger blue like you are right now.
All right, easy now. Easy.
That's what you'll be doing. Should we hit the injury report coming up here, Carter?
I'm a little offended right now.
It's all right.
Hitting the injury report early.
Maybe 10 seconds. All right, we got Anthony Slater coming up at 8:30. Courtesy of the River Islands guest line. All guests 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Sam Lubman isn't in time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop. It's going to be hot there. It's going to be nice today. Did you see the weather coming up the next couple days here in the Bay?
Is it?
It's going to be toasting 68 degrees, I think, today. 70 degrees, sunny.
Oh, it's going to be very, very warm in my apartment that does not have any sort of air conditioning.
Oh, that's the worst. Luckily, mine does. I got a nice fan, too. I got 2 sliding glass windows.
Oh, you get airflow. Rub it in, why don't you?
It's really nice. By the way, you know what else is nice? We're one day closer to the return of Jonathan Kuminga. Head coach Steve Kerr told Willard and Dibbs the other day that JK not only participated in 5-on-5 scrimmages, but looked good in those scrimmages as well. Kuminga will be reevaluated before tomorrow's game against the Magic. And if that evaluation goes well, we may finally see the return of Air Congo on the Warriors' upcoming 5-game road trip. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. More of your calls, more of your text. We're halfway home on a hump day, as Anthony Slater will join us at 8:30 on the Morning Roast. Damn right it is. What's up, Philmo Mike? What's up, people? Just getting off work, getting ready for work. It is beautiful out in the Bay Area. As we're in downtown San Francisco right now, the sun is shining. Sam Lubman's hair is looking gorgeous. Carter looking great. Risotto in the back, crushing it, cutting sound. I appreciate all y'all. Yeah, well, he always looks great. I don't have to tell him he's Italian. It just goes to the territory, Sam Lubman. Didn't you listen to the intro?
Italian.
Thank you. Shout out to those watching on Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, because not only can you see Sam Lubman's beautiful hair, but you can see this incredible Phil Collins shirt I am wearing.
It is a really cool Phil Collins
It is not a Phil Collins Friday, but you know what? It is a Walk It Back Wednesday, and we'll be doing that at some point in the show as
Phil
well.
Collins. You can do that any day.
I agree. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. So yes, we are streaming on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Also, you can find us on the Odyssey app. So if you can't take us on the radio, download the Odyssey app. Take us wherever you need to go. If you're flying to Vegas, if you're flying to, I don't know, anywhere, and you're nervous because, hey, everyone's nervous taking flights right now. Don't be. Don't be. Just download the Odyssey app. Listen to me, and I'll calm you down. And if you're a Warriors fan, you're going to be feeling great right now. Nothing can bring you down, Sam Lubman, because you destroy the hapless Charlotte Hornets yesterday as Del Curry was in the stands. Pops
Curry.
He was calling the game, obviously, with Charlotte Hornets. But the Warriors 128, Hornets 92. But, you know, Pops has to be proud of his son right now. Be happy for his son.
Yeah.
Because you know what? He gets to see both sons, right? Seth there as well.
Seth was on the court, yeah.
So he gets
34-year-old Seth Curry.
Which is he really 34?
I know.
That's
crazy.
wild.
I look at him as like, you know, the baby Curry from his days at Duke. But, you know, we're talking about parents.
Actually had a good game yesterday, too. 5 of 10, 4 of 6 from beyond the arc.
We're talking about parents right now. Spino, I got to give a quick shout out to my mom, Jamie Rucky, who's listening. And she says hi.
The lovely Jamie.
She's a big fan of yours. But
love Jamie.
Part of our job as producer, Spadoni, is every now and then we got to get in our host's ear and say, hey, fix your camera. Well, come back from this segment. I got a text from my mom. Hey, fix your camera. So
was the hair not on point?
No, it's just the camera was pointing at those two and not me. So I had to, you know, fix the camera. So thank you, Mom, for doing a little bit of producing there for us.
And you mentioned Jamie, and you know where I met your mother, Jamie? At Freedman's Appliance. And it is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. I see Warrior in Phoenix, and we'll get to you, Warrior in Phoenix, but we have some. You know,
there is a Warrior in Phoenix.
Oh, there was a Warrior in Phoenix. His name is Kevin Durant, and he joined Draymond Green on the Draymond Green show with Baron Davis. And I want to get into some of the sound because it's really good. We have Anthony Slater coming on in about 25 minutes, courtesy of the River Islands guest line, covers the team for The Athletic, knows all thing Warriors. He is the most tapped-in guy when it comes to Golden State Warriors. He's big time. He's on the Ringer now. He's doing stuff with Ryan Russillo. I shouldn't say he's on the Ringer. He was featured in a podcast with Ryan Russillo. So let me just careful there because he's an Odyssey guy. He's a 95.7 guy. He does everything. We love Anthony Slater. But Kevin Durant and that whole saga went down a couple weeks ago, Sam. Were you talking yourself in to the idea? Were you finally starting to believe, shout out Mulder, I want to believe, were you believing in the Kevin Durant coming back to the Warriors, the tea leaves there? Were you ever, because I kept saying, and you were producing the show, I kept saying it's not happening.
Yeah.
Shasky was starting to believe, I was like, this isn't happening. Were you in more in my camp or in Shasky's that you thought Kevin Durant was coming back?
I allowed myself to believe that it could possibly happen just because it was at a point where the Warriors need to inject some life into this team, and reuniting with Kevin Durant seemed like a good way to do that. But I didn't look at a Kevin Durant reunion as, you know, the missing piece that would get the Warriors to the finals. I looked at a Kevin Durant reunion as the missing piece to make this team just, you know, conversational again, to make this team fun. Like I was telling Evan yesterday, like if the Warriors had added Kevin Durant instead of Jimmy Butler, I honestly don't know if the Warriors are like the Western Conference contenders that we are making them up to be right now, which is crazy to say, but the reality is, and I love Kevin Durant, he'll always be one of my favorite Warriors. You know, I wore his jersey here the day after the deadline just because I was bummed that he didn't come back. I will forever be grateful for the basketball that him and the Warriors played here, the 3 years of the best basketball that I think we will ever see in our lives, and that, you know, is saying something considering how many great teams we've seen. But the reality is Kevin Durant is not the Kevin Durant that we remember. And I think if he had came back, we would have looked at him entirely through the lens of what he was that first time. And the truth is ever since his Achilles injury, not his fault, it's just the explosiveness is starting to go away from him. He's not the, hands down MVP player that he once was. And so it would have been a nice reunion, but I don't think it would have been the results that we're getting right now with Jimmy Butler.
I wholeheartedly agree. I said the same thing a couple weeks ago, and I was one of the few people, even when the Durant stuff was happening, I was telling Shasky, I was like, what about Jimmy? Go get him. And people were like, no, because they felt like that was, you got the knockoff Cheerios. You wanted the Honey Nut Cheerios, but you got the plain ones with Jimmy. That's what people were acting like. I was like, whoa. Well, first of all, plain Cheerios, just toss a little sugar on them. You can be fine, all right? Carter's gagging over there right now. He's never had plain Cheerios in his life. He's more of a Lucky Charms guy.
So gross.
So, again, you haven't had kids. Careful. You're going to be getting those in a second. Yes, they taste like sawdust. I understand.
Honey Nuts are great.
Honey Nut Cheerios are awesome. And that was what Kevin Durant was for a lot of Warriors fans. The Honey Nut Cheerios and all this. If you want to go Golden Grams, you want to go Cocoa Puffs, you want to go Reese's Puffs, whatever.
Or Lucky Charms.
And a lot of people were disappointed. But they talked themselves into Jimmy Butler because they did something. It was a big name, right? But I was always saying, I was like, no, Jimmy's a good player. He's a great player. He gives this team exactly what they need. It's a kick in the pants, man. And I don't know if KD was bringing that. I don't know if he would want... I know Jimmy Butler was happy to come back here. And this is why the Warriors obviously did not want to make the move, because they wanted to appease Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant did not want this to happen. We're going to get to Kevin Durant's side and all this. But the mindset matters to me when you're acquiring a player. Yeah. The mindset matters. And I think you were getting a greater mindset and mentality of a player, of an alpha type of player, with one Jimmy Butler than you would have gotten with Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
Now.
Well, actually, really quick, before we move on here, Spinner, because you mentioned how, you were saying, what about Jimmy? What about Jimmy during that time when we were all focused on Kevin Durant? If I remember seriously right, this was all around the same time when Jimmy Butler said he would not be interested in signing with the Warriors.
I said, I don't care.
Well, yeah, you said, I don't care. For me personally, it was just like my thought, well, okay, I feel like that kind of ends things right there, where the Warriors really want to bring in a guy who just made it clear that, he doesn't want to be here. If he's saying that right now, there's no way he's going to go back on that. A man's only as good as his word. No, that's not how.
And now we know he floated.
And now we see how quickly things change.
He floated it out there via his agent. I'm not going to go there because I'm not going to sign an extension, which is just, again, going back to leverage.
Yeah, and that's what it was. And I'll be honest, at the time, I kind of looked at it as, well, you know what? Jimmy Butler would be good. I didn't really want any part of it at the time. I was listening to the Joe Rose show every morning with Joe and our boy Danny Hollywood Rabinowitz, and they were just painting such a bleak picture with Jimmy Butler. It was just like, you know what? I don't really know about that one. So I'd rather go with a known commodity in KD, and I was wrong on that one. I think a lot of us were wrong there in terms of how we looked at it, which is okay. It happens.
I still think people would take Kevin Durant over Jimmy Butler right now, and I'm not sure I would.
I think it would feel good. I think we'd all have warm memories watching it, but it would all be looked at through the lens of nostalgia. And Spadoni, you and I, we are children of the 90s. So when it comes to nostalgia, no one gets lost in it more than us.
Millennials love nostalgia.
It is never, ever as great as the nostalgia goggles make it out to be. And we had 3 beautiful years of basketball with Kevin Durant, and that's probably where it should stay at, because you can't go home again, and it would not be the same, and that would kind of cheapen it a little bit. But now with Jimmy Butler, we're learning that, this was the right move. It's okay that a lot of us were wrong, because it's right now. There was once upon a time where everyone wanted Avery Bradley on this team. That was the wrong move. Ended up being GP2. We were all wrong on that one, and it turned out to be okay. So that's why I see it here right now. It was just Kevin Durant was the warm, fun reunion that you wanted. It was the hero you wanted, but Jimmy Butler is the hero you deserve. He is our Dark Knight.
Okay, thank you, Harvey Dent. Harvey Lubman over here.
I believe in Jimmy Butler.
I've been teasing this sound. Let's get to it. Draymond Green Show, Baron Davis. Kevin Durant stopped by, and he didn't want to be moved midseason.
But as far as the Warriors, I didn't want to move. And then as a player like me, I cost a lot. Me going into your team it's going to be a whole new era of your team when I get to your team. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's a lot of work. I'm still of value, especially in my contract and just my production, that me just getting up and moving in the middle of the season, it's going to be a big blow to any team I'm going to. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I get why y'all want to trade me and, y'all looking at it just from simple fact, that's just business. But from me looking at it, I'm just like, it just don't make sense for either side right now to go through that. You know what I'm saying? When we just play the season out, and if that's the decision you want to make in the off season, then you figure it out.
So he's not saying no forever. He's saying, hey, in the off season, let's figure it out. He didn't think it made sense for him or the Warriors. Now, I don't know why he cares about the Warriors, dollars and cents and what they need. But if he's thinking about, if I join this team and saying what's going to be left of it, right? They still have Jonathan Kuminga because Jimmy Butler wasn't going to cost what Kevin Durant cost. You got to think Jonathan Kuminga, or at least some sort of package of a lot of young players, was going to be involved in that on top of Andrew Wiggins, right?
Yeah, no, I believe Kuminga was going to be part of that package to bring Durant here. So yeah, that's true. And again, it was the reason that Kuminga is here is because Jimmy was cheap enough because he so tanked his trade value in Miami. So yeah, in that sense, it did make sense because, again, part of the reason why I don't think it would have been as good with Kevin Durant here instead of Jimmy Butler is, yeah, you would have had to give up a lot of your supporting cast. And the supporting cast matters, especially on a team that, is led by a bunch of 30-somethings.
Let's go to Warrior in Phoenix. He's been hanging on tight. He has some thoughts on Kevin Durant and the 2014-15 celebration that took place yesterday at Chase Center. Warrior, what's going on, man? You're on 95.7 The Game with Spadoni and Lemon.
Listening to you on the Crystal Clear Odyssey app. Hey, listen, I just referenced to Durant and the rafters. I just put my wife's Jordan Poole and Damian Lee jersey on the wall at home. That's my celebration for her. She would have been so happy with Jimmy Buckets, but every player that the Warriors would have had to trade to get Durant, she would have been disappointed because that was her favorite player of the day. So I love the game. I love Kevin Durant. I love what he brought. Maybe there's 3 championships, even though he got hurt. I think Iguodala makes the proper pass to Curry. I can't see putting him on the rafters. In the rafters, I mean. He did great, but it was a short time span. And I don't know why Lacob has to think they're like the Celtics. I mean, when I think Iguodala, I don't see John Havlicek or Tommy Heinsohn or anybody else. But if you're not Hall of Fame worthy, and I don't think Iguodala is going to be in the Hall of Fame. Durant will be, but not on the Warriors long enough. It was great. It was fun. Unfortunately, it's time to move on. And just like this phone call right now. Oh, I do want to send a special shout out to your program director and let him know he was the greatest board op ever in the early 90s when he was in Vegas. Y'all have a great day.
Warrior, you're just letting that
I need to know
Matt Nahigian's head.
Dang, just going out on that. I need to hear more about Matt Nahigian, board operator.
He's a smooth operator, first and foremost, the great Matt Nahigian.
That's a 4.
Thank you. To his point, though, Warrior, long time, good time. Very sorry to hear about the passing of your wife, and I'm glad you were able to enjoy some memories during the celebration last night of that 2014-15 Warriors team. Retiring a player's jersey, and we're talking about Kevin Durant, I just thought it was a foregone formality. Like, he's absolutely getting his jersey.
Oh, absolutely.
He's a 2-time Finals MVP.
Spadoni, I go further, and I'm giving him a statue. I know a lot of people disagree with me on that.
I'm only giving Stephen Curry a statue.
I'm giving all 3 of them statues, Steph, Clay, and Dre. I'm giving KD a statue somewhere else around Chase Center. I mean, it's up to what the organization desires. I mean, the Giants have statues all over the place around Oracle Park. They're starting to retire whatever numbers they want. They hung up 22, they hung up 25. It's based on what the franchise determines is an important enough gesture to honor guys who were important to the overall history of the organization. And if Joe Lacob thinks that Kevin Durant is that caliber of Warrior, then yes, I expect to see 35 up in the rafters someday, and I expect to see a Kevin Durant statue somewhere maybe outside Dumpling Time at some point in Thrive City, or it could be somewhere else. I don't know. But no, I would give Kevin Durant the retirement. I would give him the statue. I'd bring him back after he retires. We have a whole KD day. He is one of the, just for me personally, one of the great Warriors of all time, even though he was here for such a short time.
And I do disagree with the Warrior that he said, I don't think Andre Iguodala is a Hall of Fame player. And as you just alluded to, that means his jersey can't be hung in the rafters. Well, I think he's going to get into the Basketball Hall of Fame because everyone gets in the Basketball Hall of Fame. But there's being a Hall of Fame, a Warriors Hall of Famer is different. Being a Giants Hall of Famer is not the same as being, a Major League Baseball Hall of Famer.
Mm-hmm.
Being an A, like Dave Stewart is an A's Hall of Fame guy.
Yeah, he's a great Oakland A. Yeah.
He's not making the Hall of Fame. Even though he has very good numbers, he might be a borderline guy because of what he did in the postseason. Guy how many 20-game winning seasons did he have? A bunch, right?
Of them, yeah.
But
he's in the Hall of Very Good. But
Hall of Very Good.
He is an athletics Hall of Famer.
Right.
That is each organization, each team is going to have its own classifications, and the classification is they either are or they aren't. They're either important to the history of your organization or they're not. Really quick, we have the Brandon Belt argument a lot. If you strip away the name and the jerseys and the logos, he's an average baseball player. But in the context of Giants history, he is one of the better, greater players because of the overall body work he did as a Giant. Ooh. It's all about what the organization determines. And if the Warriors determine that Kevin Durant is that guy, then yeah, he is that guy.
I got a good one for you.
I'm not saying that Brandon Belt and KD are on that same plane, by the way. Don't get that twisted.
No, I got a good one for you, though. 888-957-9570. Anthony Slater joining us here in about 12 minutes on the River Islands guest line. Covers the team for The Athletic, the Warriors, that is, and is more tapped in than anyone when it comes to the Dubs. Anthony Slater, 12 minutes. We're talking jersey retirements and talking about Kevin Durant and his sound reaction on the Draymond Green show and Andre Iguodala. The next guy that I feel like is going to be one where people are going to have some thoughts on, and I don't think it should be. This guy's won 3 titles with the team, has had different iterations, and has been a consummate professional, has been a leader in that locker room. Kevon Looney.
Oh, I knew you were going there.
Kevon Looney should have his jersey at one point, I feel like, in the rafters.
When that announcement comes, someone will say that is a dumb decision to put number 5 up there. It will not be me. So I would go, because Loondog is, like I said, he was one of the most dependable Warriors from this run. I hope he's a career Warrior. I mean, we talk about, the history of the Warriors and the guys you can't leave out. Because isn't that like baseball's Hall of Fame? It's, can you tell the story of the game without so-and-so? Like, can you tell the story of the Warriors without Kevon Looney? And it's an absolute no. I mean, what he did in Game 6 against the Grizzlies alone should be, the stuff of legends. But he has been I would absolutely agree with that. But getting back onto Kevin Durant here, he did say something at the end of that first cut, figure out over the summer. Is that just is that a throwaway line there because he just doesn't want to commit to anything? Or did Kevin Durant kind of sort of nudge his foot into the door to keep it open for a possible summertime reunification sensation?
I don't know if he's going to do it with the Warriors, but he's definitely pushing his foot open to just get traded. He's gone.
He's definitely out.
I've already known that. He didn't even have to say that for me to know. Matt Ishbia, the owner / governor of the Phoenix Suns, he burnt his bridge. He burnt it in a big-time way. Didn't talk to Kevin Durant when it came to the trade discussions. Didn't approach him. Didn't do anything. I'm sure Kevin Durant, like a lot of these players sometimes do, saw his name get floated out on ESPN, on Twitter, and said, wait, what the hell? Like, what? And that is not the way to do business. And you know what the Warriors did? They realized that quickly and said, hey, KD's not about that. We're going to stop pursuing him. We're going to pivot somewhere else because we don't want to be in the business of acquiring players that did not want to be traded or are going to be disgruntled upon arrival. We're not in that business. We're going to get Jimmy Butler. He is one of the teams that was listed. We'll give him his extension. He's going to sign it with us because he knows now that he can't go to Phoenix, and we'll appease Jimmy Butler. It's going to cost us less. Will we have liked Kevin Durant to come here first? Yes, because of the familiarity, because of what he means to this organization, because of the player that we know he still can be. But it didn't work because the player didn't want to come here. And that matters in all this. That matters in a big, big way.
And I respect the Warriors for respecting KD's feelings there because, they easily could have just said, well, you know what, you're going to make it work regardless. I mean, Jimmy Butler more or less kind of hinted that he did not want to come to the Warriors. And the Warriors like, well, you know what, we're going to make it work. And it's been great. But the Warriors, they kind of, they hold Kevin Durant in a much higher regard and a much higher respect. And I do respect the Warriors for respecting Kevin Durant's wishes of not forcing him into a situation that he doesn't want to be, in part because of the respect for KD, but also in part because they went down that road already, and they don't want a repeat of that episode. If you're going to bring Kevin Durant back, you want to repeat those first 2 years that he was here. You don't want to repeat that third year, which, as beautiful as the basketball was, the entire year was just, I don't think this guy wants to be here.
Well, that's what's interesting now, though, because back then, what was that, 2019, so I was 6 years ago.
18-19 season.
Exactly. They were all still relatively young. Steph was still in his
lifetime ago.
Steph was still in his prime. So, like, that's why, and KD was in their prime. Like, at this point, if you're acquiring Kevin Durant, like, it's that Duck Dynasty meme, I'm in my prime, whatever that old guy is. I don't even know his name. But there's a shelf life now. It's over after a year and a half or 2 years at this point. It's done. Steph's probably done. Draymond's probably done. KD, Jimmy Butler. It's probably night, see you later. Steph likes to go night in the third quarters, I guess now. That's what he's doing against the Dallas Mavericks, which is pretty cold-blooded, by the way. Just I wasn't here to react to
PJ
that.
Washington.
Going night in the third quarter. It's like what you do to your little brother when you're playing Madden or Street Fighter. You're up like you're perfecting them, or Mortal Kombat. I do a lot of fighting games one-on-one. You're just going perfect. You go night on young Benjamin, who's 5 years old. Hey, ice up, son. Got to teach him early, Carter. Playing my son in these fighting games.
That's like me and Mario Kart.
Hey, you got to learn.
They'll
I'm
be
sorry.
on lap 2. I'm finishing lap 3, and I'm night.
I go Shang Tsung. Your soul is mine. All right, and then I uppercut your head off. He's only 5 years old. It's not scary.
It's character
right?
building.
Exactly. I was playing Grand Theft Auto 3 when I was 5 or 6.
You turned out fine.
I turned out well. Samita's in Los Gatos. She's turned out great because she's one of our best callers. What's up, Samita? You're on with Spadoni and Lubman.
Hey, guys. Happy midweek hump day, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
Listen, I just wanted to weigh in on the Jimmy Butler, Kevin Durant thing. First of all, I don't know if you all have ever had this experience, but when you leave a job, it feels really bad to go back. The vibe is never the same. So I don't think Kevin coming back to the Warriors is actually going to be a thing that Durant is going to want to do, no matter how much love he's got for Steph and the organization. I just don't see that happening. I don't think it makes sense for him. He got so much flack for coming here as it was. As far as Jimmy Butler is concerned, I think, there's all these talks about his attitude and this and that. And I got to tell you, this is a guy who grew up really hard. If you know anything about his background, he's been through some real life tough times. Basketball is just gravy for him at this point. And so the fact that he's fitting in here and he feels accepted here, he said, I get to be myself on and off the court. I think that's really telling. I think the Warriors organization has shown him a lot of respect, which I think maybe he hasn't gotten before. And I think he's really liking it. And so far, I'm liking the effect that he's having on the team. It's been a complete turnaround. I mean, I thought this season was in the tank. Like, I thought there's just no way. We're not even making the play-in. And I don't think we would have without the Jimmy Butler trade. So I think Jimmy's made a really good impact on the team, and I think we should keep in mind of all the rumors and his attitude, and he didn't do this. This is a man who's been through some things, and I have nothing but respect for what he's been able to achieve in his life. I think he's a great addition.
That's a great call, Samita and Los Gatos there. We're going to talk to Anthony Slater coming up in 5 minutes. But real quick, Sam Lubman, as we got about 60 seconds here.
Celebrini?
No, we don't.
There was no Sharks game.
I was going to say no Sharkies. All right, no 60 seconds Celebrini.
You said 6. All right, continue.
No. It's all right. Hey, we're having fun here, Sam. It's okay. We can talk. Just talk. It's all right.
I know. Word association, 60 seconds.
It's okay. That's what we do. We used to have those when we were back there, Carter, when I was at Carter's spot, we would just have inside jokes about like words or drops we would just be saying in our everyday life. So you do 60 seconds. When someone says 60 seconds or less, you just go 60 seconds celebrating.
Exactly. That's
word
where I'm at
association.
right now.
That's fine.
Yep.
When
Anyway,
I say Jimmy Butler, you say what?
I see Jimmy freaking Butler. There you go.
Exactly. You're excited.
Yeah.
When I say Kevin Durant, you say what?
I say, God, I love KD, but it is.
There you go.
Exactly. You can't say KD without the but.
There you go. And Jimmy Butler to that point. We're up against it. Anthony Slater coming up next. That's going to be brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
I want to thank you guys, Shasky, and I listen to you guys every single morning on the way to work. You guys make my morning drive way better.
Let me take a hook on that booty. Great song. I think of this song, oddly enough, obviously E40, and T-Pain. But I think of this song when it was like I want to say, remember that phone company called Amped? Or maybe it was Boost Mobile way back when. But there was this guy that was singing the song to himself in the mirror in a bathroom. And then as soon as a guy walks in, he's like, oh, hey. And just goes back to doing what he's doing. It's a deep
Absolutely
shot.
incredible.
Deep cut right there. We got Anthony Slater joining us here. Sam Lubman in for Joe Shasky. Joe Spadoni with you. Slate's coming up in a couple minutes, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. As all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line, isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands Lathrop. I think we got him. Anthony Slater, who's, Sam, this is big time, right? I mean, I didn't know he was going to show up today because he was on Ryan Russillo. He was doing the Ringer stuff, hanging out with the likes of, Russillo, the Bill Simmons of the world, coming on with Spadoni and Lubman. It's kind of just,
Well, Slater's just a cool guy like that. He knows who his best options are, and that's why he still keeps us in the Rolodex.
What's up, Anthony? How you doing, man?
I'm going to get on a flight to Orlando soon. I got to kill some time. Why not?
Oh, thanks. Kill some time.
Nothing says I love you like I want to kill time with you.
That's right. Speaking of said flight to Orlando and, starting this road trip, I guess, let me get this one out of the way. Jonathan Kuminga, his status and his reevaluation, and obviously he's scrimmaging. We heard from Steve Kerr. He's progressing. Do you expect Kuminga to play, I guess, for the Golden State Warriors today or, at some point early on in this road trip? Tomorrow, I should say.
Yeah, maybe. I'd probably be surprised if he's back as soon as tomorrow, but maybe like mid-road trip. Maybe earlier. We'll see. He's getting close again. I saw him in the locker room yesterday. Like you said, he's scrimmaged a few times. I still think the ankle's a little tender. He's trying to get that full 100% burst back. They're trying to be careful, but he's very close. So at some point, he'll get the questionable tag or the probable tag on the injury report in the next week or so, and that'll signal that he's coming back.
And then, Anthony, I don't know if you saw any of this. You're killing time. I'm sure you're listening to the Draymond Green Show podcast with Baron Davis and Kevin Durant. Yeah, guest star.
That is how to kill some time, right?
Yes,
there.
exactly, right? So Kevin Durant joined. We've been talking about, the fit, the last segment, between Jimmy Butler on the Warriors and Kevin Durant. And, I made the argument, and some other people are as well, saying maybe just Jimmy was a better fit for what this team needed right now, and maybe next year, but for sure right now in this season, it sure feels like Jimmy Butler was a better fit, whether that was the mental aspect, whether that was the leadership aspect, bringing that, kind of a-hole, I don't give a damn mentality, let's kick this team in the pants kind of a thing. Do you get that sense at all that maybe, just maybe, Jimmy Butler was a better fit for this team over Kevin Durant?
I think the biggest part of the pros and cons that you didn't even mention there was I want to be with the Warriors. That is an important aspect of this Jimmy Butler marriage right now. He's really happy. He's really motivated. He's, trying to, in some ways, I know everyone's talking about Luka, right? Like the motivated Luka trying to spurn the Mavericks and show they were wrong. I think Jimmy's, got a little bit of heat blood in his eyes right now too. And NBA blood in the sense of I think a lot of people, even, within the market questioned who he still was as a basketball player and if he could still really help a winning environment. So I think he's coming in with an extreme motivation to prove who he still is, but also because the Warriors gave him that extra $58 million on the back end of this contract, he's kind of swooning over the Warriors organization a little bit right now. And the reason I bring it up when you mentioned Kevin Durant, I think we know it wouldn't have been quite like that if Kevin Durant had been traded over. It was being made clear he didn't necessarily want to come. He would have been basically arrived kicking and screaming. And you don't need to wonder what that would have been like. You all remember 2019. But what's interesting is as miserable at times as the vibes were in 2019 for several reasons, they still went to the finals and would have won the title with a brooding Kevin Durant because he's so good at basketball. So I could also hear the argument, even, an unhappy Kevin Durant still could potentially be a better fit just because, he is unbelievable on the court. But it's interesting. I will just say, like, the locker room vibes and the fan base vibes are certainly much higher than they probably would have been if Durant had arrived.
We're talking about the fit that Jimmy Butler has here, and Jimmy was saying, Anthony, that he wants to make things very easy for Jonathan Kuminga when Kuminga does return to the court. We had Festus Ezeli on yesterday. He was talking about how he expects Butler, JK, and Draymond to be one of the best defensive trios in the league here down the stretch. But I'm curious, how do you expect Jimmy Butler to make Jonathan Kuminga's return to the court easier for JK?
You see, like, some of these slip passes that Draymond's been getting from Jimmy Butler. Even in these, like, 4-on-3 situations where Draymond's in the dunker spot, he's getting layups. Or last night, you guys probably remember that little give-and-go sequence they had. And Draymond, like, punched a dunk on Mark Williams. You rarely see that. But if Kuminga could just find those little cutting slots, like, Jimmy Butler's a really good passer. Even talking to people within the team, coaching staff, like that, I think has been what has surprised them most. Is just like that secondary playmaking, that simple playmaking. He's not a spectacular passer. And when you hear of, like, the Jimmy Butler of the past, that's not the first or, like, 10th thing you hear on, like, how good he is. But he's really finding guys. And I think that's where Kuminga, if he kind of learns to move off of Jimmy Butler, might find some easy buckets. And then on the other end, I just think the idea of him having Draymond back there helping, but also Jimmy Butler, who we've come to realize is one of the better help defenders, in the last decade of the NBA. I believe he's a 5-time all-defensive guy, mostly because of his help side instincts. You would think Jonathan Kuminga can play more aggressive as an individual defender, not necessarily worry as much about the blow-by as long as he knows, like, where he's sending his guys. And I think if Jonathan Kuminga wants to earn this big contract, I think him showing down the stretch of the season he can be a really good individual defender because of his physical tools. That's a box, a very valuable box to check, in the market. So I think he's got a chance here because of how this team is now rebuilt and the fact that they're probably going to win. He should be on a bigger stage down the stretch of this season. I think it could be a good thing for him.
Talking with Anthony Slater on the River Islands guest line, Warriors Insider for The Athletic, and our 95.7 The Game Warriors Insider, Anthony Slater, who joins us each and every week. And Anthony, I'm looking at this Western Conference right now. Maybe I'm just getting a little arrogant here. They've beaten up on some bad teams, but the vibes are good.
Say? Are you about to go 3 seed? What type of wild?
I'm just saying, there is not one team in the West. If I say to you, Anthony Slater, there is not one team in the West that strikes fear into my soul. If I'm a Warriors fan, you say what to that?
I think you're probably underrating the Oklahoma City Thunder. strike fear is strong enough.
They got to show me, though, right, Anthony? They got to show me. I don't know.
Yeah, that's fine. But as far as what their profile would show you what they are, 47-11 right now.
The Cavs are that too, but no one believes in the Cavs, right?
47.
I'm just saying, like, the Cleveland Cavaliers just are destroying everyone, but no one believes in the Cavs at the end of the day, right? Come on.
That's fine, but are you asking me, like, if they're playing a series tomorrow against the Thunder, like, are you picking them?
I might take the Warriors. Is that crazy, given how they're playing right now?
I think yes. I think it is. I think that their defense is ridiculous. They're a turnover machine. I think Shea has taken his game into another stratosphere. Jalen Williams has ascended into an all-star. I think their big man combination of Holmgren and Hartenstein is much more significant on the interior than it was last year when they lost to Dallas. I think the fact that they've taken Josh Giddey out of the rotation, he was a major minus last year in the playoffs, and replace him with Alex Caruso is a huge deal. I think the Lou Dort, Cason Wallace, Jalen Williams, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander perimeter defensive combo is like elite on that end. I do think there are question marks about them as like having a true second scorer. And I understand that the Warriors probably think maybe they could scheme something up in a 2-week thing. And sure, it's not impossible that the Warriors would beat them in a series. But and this is not just directed towards you. I think the entire NBA world right now is underrating how good the Thunder really are.
Okay. Well, what's bothering me right now, and I think it's actually a good thing for the Warriors that they're kind of like, skipping by some of these big headlines, because obviously the big thing this morning I'm seeing on ESPN, seeing on NBA TV everywhere, Luka revenge game, right? And Luka having a triple-double against the Mavericks yesterday at Crypto.com Arena. The Lakers win. They've been winning. They're 8-2 in their last 10. They've won 3 in a row, second largest winning streak in the Western Conference. Warriors with the first, obviously. They've won 4 in a row. But it almost feels like I feel better about the Warriors than I do the Lakers, and I feel the way about the Warriors that it feels like the national media feels about the Lakers and their championship chances. I get it. It's LA, it's LeBron, it's Luka. But is that crazy to you if I say that actually post big trades that the Warriors might have bigger action come playoff time than the Lakers?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think they're in similar boats of like they're integrating a new piece. They kind of like jumbled up their depth to do it. I think the difference between Luka and Jimmy Butler to me has come in like, a little bit readier to hit the ground running, where Luka took some time. He was off a really big absence for a calf injury, but Luka in the playoffs, like that's a scary thing. The guy can control the game, and I do think. I mean, you're starting to see it. He's already looking a little skinnier to me. He's already looking a little bit better.
It's the purple. It's slimming, Anthony. The purple slimming. The yellow, he's not looking as good. Yeah.
Cabo might have been a little slimming too.
Yeah.
I think. But I mean, we were kind of mentioning it earlier with the type of attitude you're getting from Jimmy Butler right now, and I do think that would go towards your argument of like the motivated Jimmy Butler and what he's done in the playoffs. You can make the same argument though. I think with Luka. What the Mavs did to him, the way, like how embarrassing this whole saga has been, I think has him like locked in to get as ready as possible in the next month. And I watched him take down the Thunder in the second round last year. Everybody watched him take down the Timberwolves in the West Finals. I know they lost to Boston, but man, I mean, him and LeBron, and with, okay depth. I mean, obviously the interior is not great, but I think just like the Warriors, they're not going to play a center in crunch time, which, by the way, would make their series very interesting, right? I don't think there's going to be many center minutes on either side. They're, I would say, about even in a very similar place right now, but the Lakers are going to be a higher seed, very likely, and probably in any type of series would have home court, and I think that matters.
Slater, you mentioned the attitude of Jimmy Butler here, and the attitude of Jimmy Butler was a part of the reason why he is no longer with the Miami Heat. Steve Ashburner was on with Steiny and Guru yesterday, and he more or less said, enjoy the honeymoon because it's eventually going to go south with Jimmy and the Warriors. Meanwhile, Shams Charania is saying this is, the best organization Jimmy Butler's ever been in. You yourself has said that, Jimmy Butler is, got extreme motivation to prove who he still is. Do you see this more as like a marriage where this will be the different one where it works out, where, Jimmy will make it work, it will be harmonious, or is history going to repeat itself and we're right now just sitting on a ticking time bomb and it's just a matter of time when the honeymoon period ends and the Warriors are going through the same headaches that the Miami Heat, the Sixers, and the Timberwolves and the Bulls once went through in the past with Jimmy Butler?
Yeah, and I think some of those situations get too conflated with each other. Like Jimmy Butler wanted to go back to the Sixers. They just, they prioritized like Tobias Harris and Ben Simmons over him. And,
Yikes.
The Bulls for I'm not sure that ended so poorly. No, Minnesota, yes. Miami, clearly, yes. After about 4 years of, luxury or whatever you want to call it. I mean, the Warriors, and this has been pointed out to me plenty, ever since, but like the Warriors bought this honeymoon period with that added year where they paid him $58 million for his age 37 season. Might it end poorly? Sure, but this era is gonna end poorly for the Warriors, right? Eventually it's gonna die out. It's already felt several times over the last 5 years that it was bleeding out and, the fading dynasty and all that. So if Jimmy Butler gives them a motivated few months in a playoff run, the trade was probably worth it. If he gives them a season and a half, and I do think in a lot of ways they bought a season and a half because he can't even ask for another extension until 2 trade deadlines from now. And typically, historically, Jimmy Butler's issues have been, contractually. He can't even ask for another contract, like I said, for a season and a half. So I think you're going to get a really good version of him for that time. And if you say, hey, by the time he's 37, making $58 million, it's gonna end poorly. I think by that point, considering the ages of the 3 players on the best players on the roster and their contract numbers, I kind of think that season is going to be the wall that they hit, and then a rebuild comes after. They've kind of cleared the books in a sense for it to be a bad end. And as long as it's a fun season and a half, it's very worth it for the Warriors because they're in a unique situation. So I think situations matter.
Talking with Anthony Slater here on the River Islands guest line. Spadoni and Lubman, Sam Lubman in for Joe Shasky, who's in Hawaii. Don't worry, Anthony. I know you miss him. He'll be back tomorrow here in California. I wanted to ask you this. We know the adjustment is going to be for Jonathan Kuminga here. It's going to be with the big guys, right? His adjustment level playing with Jimmy Butler. His adjustment playing, again, with Steph, with Jimmy, with Draymond, with Podziemski, right? Who's the player we're not talking about when Jonathan Kuminga does come back to this rotation that could be affected the most here? Maybe minutes, maybe playing time, maybe, mentally. Who knows?
I'd probably say Moses Moody, because if Kuminga's going to close on nights when he's got it going and once he gets his rhythm back, which I think generally the idea is Jonathan Kuminga is one of your 4 best players. He should close on every night. I think Moody's the likeliest to get plucked from that lineup. And, even longer term, he's probably the likeliest to get plucked from the starting lineup if this Kuminga thing really works. Because we all see that their greatest ceiling is, a maximized version of Jonathan Kuminga. Moses Moody, he scored double digits in 16 of the last 18.
It's incredible.
He's in a really nice rhythm. This is the most consistency he's gotten in his career. And, he's not going to be stripped from the rotation. And again, he's going to start even when Kuminga comes back. But if you're starting to figure out what minutes that Kuminga's taken, I think he's taken a lot of Guy Santos minutes. So there's another name. Lower down the totem pole, but he's probably taken all of those. I think he might chip away at Kevon Looney's minutes. I think he's going to chip away at Quentin Post's minutes potentially. And then, of course, plenty of the Moody minutes. So those would be the names.
Anthony, Draymond Green's going to be taking a lot of work at the center spot the rest of the way. He's going to be the starting center the rest of the way, which obviously that's going to be a big workload on him. So I'm kind of curious, when it comes to giving Draymond some time off the court, how much that will be split between Quentin Post and Kevon Looney. But also adding on to that, what's been going on with Trayce Jackson-Davis lately? We have not really seen him on the court a whole lot. Obviously, he's been a little under the weather the last couple games, but looking back over the last, several games that he has played in, he's very rarely getting, double-digit minutes at all. This is the guy who is getting, 20, 30 minutes at the center position a lot this season until recently. Why aren't we seeing TJD in the rotation as much lately? Is that just a matchup thing for right now, or is there something going on with TJD? What's the situation there?
Well, you mentioned he's sick, so he missed the last 2 games. But he's just out of the rotation. Quentin Post took his job. It just is what it is. They rearranged the rotation. I think Trayce didn't probably play well enough. Certainly didn't finish well enough when he was given his starting opportunities. And as they had to continue to search for answers, and as Jimmy Butler got in the door, it was a lot more Draymond at center. Steve Kerr relies on Looney at times because of who Looney is to him historically. And then, does anyone want to see Trayce Jackson-Davis over Quentin Post right now? The way Post is playing and the dimension Post provides as a stretch 5, probably not. So it's a numbers game, and I just don't think Trayce has probably grasped his opportunities well enough. So he's an NBA player currently out of the rotation, which there are plenty of those across the league.
Yeah, it happens. So the last one I'm gonna leave you on here is we listened to a little bit of Draymond Green and Baron Davis's conversation with Kevin Durant, and Durant was talking about how he didn't want to leave the Suns in the middle of the season or get traded in the middle of the season. He just didn't want to go through that, which we knew that already. But he also said, we'll just figure this out over the summer. Are we reading too much into this in that Kevin Durant is keeping the door open for the Warriors, or is this just Kevin Durant keeping the door open for leaving the Suns and going literally anywhere else that isn't Phoenix?
I think the second part of your question, I think it's anywhere else. That's not going well there. By the way, another loss last night in Memphis. I don't know. You guys have the standings up. What are they, 4 games under 500? They're sinking.
They are 27-31.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
2-8 in their last 10.
Yeah, and look, Phoenix clearly went about this in a more secretive way than is typical. Shopping him around and kind of got caught doing it in a sense, which clearly didn't help their relationship with Kevin Durant. So. You listen to most people around the league, there's an expectation that, Kevin Durant is very possibly on the move this summer. As far as the Warriors' possibility there, I think you need to see how the Warriors finish the season. If they make this run that Spadoni is predicting at this point, they're rolling through the Thunder to the finals.
You heard it here first, Anthony. Yeah. I'm a big Warriors guy, so people like to just.
I actually heard it from Draymond on the TNT broadcast first, so you second, I will say, right? Yeah, okay, there you go. But if they have a run, if this Jimmy Butler thing's working, I don't think they're going to go down the Kevin Durant well, right? Because, I mean, he still costs a ton, salary-wise to get up to. I mean, you have to give up Butler or, a Draymond, Kuminga sign and trade type thing, and it's complicated. So I would doubt that those sides revisit the partnership this summer. But to your actual question, yeah, I think Durant's probably, likely on the move if this Phoenix situation keeps devolving like it has.
Anthony, appreciate the time as always, man. Good luck to you the rest of the way and on this road trip. Hopefully safe travels.
All right, fellas.
Thank you, Anthony.
There he goes. That's Anthony Slater, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. As you know, Sam Lemon, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Again, it's going to be nice in Lathrop today. It is nice in downtown San Francisco. It is sunny. It's going to be warm. For at least a couple days, and then the forecast says rain all weekend. So that's great.
Nice little rainy Sunday. I need to clean my apartment out anyway, so that'll be a good excuse to do that. I like it when it's raining, though.
I love the rain, too. What did you take away from our conversation with Anthony Slater there, Sam Lubin?
Well, it's a good time to be feeling good about Jimmy Butler and the Warriors. It's just, I kind of agree with Slater there.
It's a good time to feel good.
It's a good time to feel good about Jimmy Butler and the Warriors because, the issues of the past, they don't necessarily have to be the same issues of the future. And I like how Slater put it, the Warriors bought a honeymoon period. And this is where I go back to everything is set up in a way that any sort of fears of Jimmy Butler going full, what he did this season to get out of Miami, I just don't have those fears because the situation is too well set up for him to where blowing that would be such a massive mistake for him career-wise. If Jimmy Butler wants to get a ring, this will be the last good chance that he has. And the fact that he can't even ask for another contract extension until late next season or at the end of next season, the Warriors basically have the end of this year and then all of next year. Like, that's the window. What happens in that third year of this run is TBD. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it, not TJD, TBD. So between now and then, let's enjoy the sweet music that this group is going to be making together. I get more and more excited every time I see these guys go to work on the court together. And when Kuminga comes back, so it could be even better. I love how Slater broke down just how Butler will be making things easier for Kuminga, both on both sides of the floor in terms of setting him up for those dunks that we all love to see him do and being able to kind of maybe take a little bit off of Kuminga's plate on the defensive side. You hear what he said, like, this could be a great chance for Kuminga to boost his value going into what's going to be a very important summer for him. My low-key fear this summer is that some NBA team will come along and just throw an absurdly stupid contract at Kuminga the Warriors will not match, and that's how we see Kuminga leave. So I guess if there's any downside of a Jimmy Butler trade is that there's a non-zero chance it could make Kuminga too expensive to keep, but that's a very small concern here. So, this is all a long-winded way of saying is I love everything that this Jimmy Butler situation is bringing to the Warriors, and it's only going to get better.
Well, we'll see, right? Vibes are great. Vibes are high. We're 128-92. What else do you need to say? It's kind of felt like that has been emblematic of the Jimmy Butler era in Golden State. By the way, talking about the River Islands guest line, just on Anthony Slater on. Well, another player that's a former Golden State Warrior and a legend here. Talking about legends, Golden State Warrior legends.
Ooh, is it a big legend?
It's a very big.
Yeah.
Comes from a land down under.
Oh.
330, Willard Dibbs. Andrew Bogut.
Oi.
Yeah, 330. Willard just texted me. Willard unless Willard's wrong.
The initial email that one Lucas Alexander, director of sports, sent out this morning said 5:30. Maybe it's a chime change. I don't know. It's like
mid-interview, Mark Willard texting me, please help us promote Andrew Bogut. 3:30 today.
3:30.
And thank you. There you go. Well, he'll be on their show at some point. 3:30 TBD. But Andrew Bogut, that's a great. And Steve Kerr talked about it yesterday. One of the more underrated players in Warriors history. Andrew Bogut, what he meant, the passing, the shot blocking, the creativity. I love me some Andrew Bogut, the Golden State Warrior. Remember, him getting hurt with the Cavs, not that it changed the series, but that was a big loss for them when Bogut went over to the Cleveland Cavaliers, got hurt, couldn't use him. in that finals run for Cleveland.
Well, I mean, when he got hurt in that 2016 series, I mean, people talk about that Draymond suspension in Game 5. The real culprit, I think, and the reason why the Warriors blew that 3-1 lead had nothing to do with Draymond getting suspended and how he was playing. Had less to do with Steph, playing on a bulky knee after he slipped on the big sweat puddle that Montejunas made in the first round. No, the big reason why I think the Warriors fell apart in that series was they didn't have their big man down low in Andrew Bogut. And him being absent those final 2.5 games was a major issue that the Warriors just could not really figure out. And Spadoni, while we're talking about programming and people who will be joining this radio station, mark your calendars. Friday, 8 o'clock, Bob Melvin will be making his Morning Roast debut on the Morning Roast. So lots of great guests on all these shows. Just a great time that you listen to 95.7 The Game and no one else.
Huge get from Sam Lubman there, Bo Mel, manager.
A lot of text. Shout out Giants PR guy Matt Chisholm for the help there as well. Always love to give Matt our love.
Huge. So can't wait to talk to Bo Mel, and I'm sure Joe Shasky will be decked out in his orange and black come Friday. He's been all excited.
Are you going to get any words in on that Bo Mel interview? Is this going to be Shasky
It'll
going
be
the
a
entire
lot of
time?
this. Like if you're watching us on Twitch and YouTube, it'll be a lot of just real quick. Another question, another one. That's fine because I like that. Taking you behind the curtain, that's when you know something's going well and there's active listening in an interview, as when you do a follow-up. The worst thing you could do is me, then Sam, then me, then Sam. You need some follow-ups. You need to be active listening because you might just miss a nugget and you want to follow up on it from an Anthony Slater, from a Bob Melvin, who we're going to be talking to, from an Andrew Bogut at 3:30 with Willard and Dibbs.
That's why I take notes during guest interviews.
Speaking of that, let's go to our phone lines right now and talk to some of our callers. BC. Oh, BC is in North Carolina. It must be old. What's up, BC? You're on with Spadoni and Lubman.
Okay, I appreciate how you guys doing this morning.
Doing great.
Doing good, BC.
All right, good. I just want to make a few points. I listen to y'all every day, 94.5.7 on different stations. Different guys talking, guys signing them one. I don't want to make a long story short and no reflection on y'all. But I get so sick and tired of hearing people hating on Kuminga, especially the fans. They some of the dumbest fans I've ever known in my whole entire life. This is a young boy playing good basketball, getting injured. Every time I turn around looking on the station, people talking about him, but then you get guys out there play 1 or 2 good games, or 3, maybe 4 games. I'm talking about Kensky, whatever his name is, Moody. These guys is not worth a hill of beam. I promise you that when it comes to the championship. The only ones out there can really play is Steph, Draymond, and Butler. But I promise you, if the Kuminga got playing time, and I listen to you all guys or someone else saying, he's going to get some of Santos minutes and Looney or whoever. If he gets some of those minutes and come off the bench, Steve Kerr's not going to get it for over 10 or 15 minutes. I know it. A lot of other people know it. And it's wrong the way people is treating this guy. It's all about Kuminga. And this boy's athletic. Golden State never had an athletic player like Kuminga until Butler came in. And it's not fair. And I'm being honest with you, no reflection to y'all. I hope Kuminga do leave and go with the team in the same conference. I really do, where he can get playing time. And I promise you, with what he have now with these other young players, when Steph leaves, I promise you, Golden State is not going to win a championship the next year or two. I appreciate it. That's all I have to say. And I don't care who likes it. If anybody have a problem with it, I'd be glad if you get my telephone number and we can discuss it. Thanks a whole lot.
All right, let's get BC on hold here, get his information. That way, if anyone wants to get a hold of him, we can track him down. No, I'm just kidding. Wow, I love, first off, the twang in that accent was great. But hey, man, he's fired up with this take.
Chilly in North Carolina.
Wants to see more Kuminga. Hey, I want to see more Kuminga too. Not enough that he leaves, but hey, that's how he feels, and I respect how he feels because he's clearly a guy who's standing on his point. So shout out to you, BC. Have a great day in North Carolina.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Sam Lubman, as you know, it is a Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. We've talked a lot of Warriors. We're joined by Anthony Slater. If you missed any of that interview, Anthony Slater, our 95.7 The Game Warriors insider. Find it on YouTube or on the free Odyssey app. Go back there. Again, it's free. It's easy to use. All right. Jonathan Kuminga,
well, there was 4 Kumingos.
Well, he can't say the name, first of all. That's all right. And maybe it's his accent. Just Kuminga. But it was the same thing, and I'm not liking these players like for like, but it's always just wait for this guy to go on another team and he could do this. Just wait for Trey Lance. Oh, he's out of here. You're going to see what he can do next. Just wait what James Wiseman's going to do over in Detroit. All right, great. I don't care. Once they leave this market, I don't care what they do. Kind of like Jimmy Butler leaving Miami. Hey, he's someone else's problem now, I'm sure. It's like, all right, we're done. Now, there's going to be, if Jimmy Butler wins the whole damn thing this year with the Golden State Warriors, oh yeah, there's going to be some hard feelings.
Appointment listening on WQAM.
Oh, there's going to be some hard feelings in MIA.
We'll have Hollywood back on the Morning Roast for that one to talk about that.
That's a fact. Might have to get Joe Rose himself on here.
Yeah, he'll have some great words to say about Jimmy Butler.
Absolutely. The great Greg Cody, obviously, as well.
Oh, he's a big Jimmy Butler
Miami
fan.
Herald's finest.
Absolute legend down in Miami sports, Greg Cody.
The Jonathan Kuminga thing's going to be the next domino everyone's waiting for. That's what we're all waiting to see. We're waiting to see
a big domino.
Well, people are like acting like, if he struggles when he comes back, this team's not going to know what to do. Like, I'm expecting him to struggle a little bit, find his way.
Reintegration period, yeah.
But that's going to be okay. I have full faith in Jimmy. Again, this is crazy to say. I have full faith in Jimmy Butler, in Steph Curry, in Draymond Green, and Steve Kerr and their collective IQ to figure it out. And I think they will. This isn't something that's going to be rocket science and saying, did he forget how to play basketball, people? No. See ball, get ball, and score the bucket. That Jonathan Kuminga is not this guy that needs to be, coddled and everything. No. He was balling before he got hurt. He's going to pick up where he left off. It might take a game or two, kind of like Luka Doncic with the Lakers. Not the same player. Coming back from an injury takes...
Similar situation, though.
Coming back from an injury takes some time. Jimmy, and Anthony Slater alluded to this, Sam, like Jimmy wasn't coming off an injury. He just hadn't played in a while.
Yeah.
So it was just him getting back on the court and familiarizing himself with these players. He's looked fine. Conditioning has looked fine. For Luka, it took a while. And it might take a while for Jonathan Kuminga trusting that ankle again and, that first big dunk or first big fall that he takes. Hey, I'm good. Here we go. But everyone's freaking out, I feel like, for no reason when it comes to this. Oh, we'll see when Kuminga, it's going to work. It's going to be fine.
I mean, if this is what we're worrying about, we're in a pretty good spot because the reality is Jonathan Kuminga is going to be returning to the best situation he could possibly be in terms of getting back into NBA game shape. It's not like they absolutely need him to come out and be full strength Jonathan Kuminga right off the bat because there's, you mentioned all these other guys on the team, Spadoni, they're pretty good at basketball too. So I think they can kind of make things easier for Jonathan Kuminga to reintegrate back in. Maybe he'll be, 20 minutes the first night, maybe 25. They're going to work him in. They're going to ease him in. You want to know why? Because they can. They're in a situation where they aren't going to desperately need that Jonathan Kuminga production right off the bat. So it's a very advantageous and luxurious spot that the Warriors are in where they can just play this at their own pace right now. And as long as they're winning games, as long as the vibes are good, and as long as, Jimmy Butler is out there making things easier for Jonathan Kuminga, if this is really our big worry, you know what? It could be so much worse.
Let's go to Beans in the City. Beans.
Love Beans.
Hopefully from Even Stevens. If you get that reference, you do. If you don't, you don't. His real name is Bernard, actually. If going back to the TV character, if you didn't know that.
Beans, is your real name Bernard as well?
What's up, Beansy?
No. Beans is my... It's my pseudonym, It's it's like Thomas Jefferson. But I said Beans to Willard about Even Stevens. I said the exact same thing, and he was like saying it was a terrible reference. And I was like, dude, it's a great reference.
Well, now I'm no longer. I'm not promoting any more guests for Mark Willard. Now that you said that,
Mark Willard is more of a Cartoon Network guy.
Yeah, I'm out on his takes on other people's takes.
Yeah. Who's talking about Kuminga like BC thinks people are talking about Kuminga? Like, I don't think the organization's talking about him like that, Like, everyone's pretty excited to get Kuminga back in the lineup. But anyway, I wanted to say that on the point of Jimmy and his attitude, I think as long as the elder statesmen of Steph and Draymond are there, like, as long as that they're playing playoff level basketball, I don't see it happening. In Miami, Bam Adebayo and Tyler Hero were like the Steph and Dre equivalent. So I think he's in a different type of organization. And The Heat got fleeced. Like, I'm looking at Andrew Wiggins' stat lines. He's no disrespect to Wiggs. He did great things at Golden State, but taking like 20 shots a game down there. Anyway, the last thing I want to say is the play-in game. Like, has it gotten to a point where it's stupid now? Like, if you look at the teams that are in the play-in game in the East, they're terrible. And then in the West, like, I don't know. I don't see the point in the play-in game anymore. I think it should just be the top 8. Like, if the Warriors get the 8 seed or the 7 seed, shouldn't they just be in the playoffs? Like, with how tough the West is. And in the East, shouldn't the Bulls not have a chance to make the playoffs? Like, I would just love, I don't know if they're ever going to undo that format, but I think it's gotten done. Thanks for taking my call.
I appreciate it, Beans. Hey, I'm fully on board with you there. They're not going to because they can add more games, more revenue, more TV numbers. So they're never in the business of taking away games. They're only going to try to add on to them. But yes, I hear you when you scratch and claw all the way to an 8th or a 7th spot, and then it's just like, oh, really? Well, we would have been fine with a playoff series against the Grizzlies or the Thunder, but now we have to play extra games. We might just get knocked out completely. Now, the flip side of that, Sam, is maybe you should have taken care of business early on in the season, or, but
the whole point of the play-in game is you don't want to be in the play-in game. No. It's the same thing with Major League Baseball's wild card game. You don't want to be in that one. Of course, they upped it to 3 games now to make it less random. And that's the thing. There's a randomness in those play-in games that you can't control. There's a randomness to where, with the Warriors and the Grizzlies a couple of years ago in that first year they were in the play-in, they lost to the Lakers, obviously, in that 7-8 game. And then in the play-in for the 8th seed, it basically came down to a missed Draymond Green floater. It's just... It was kind of a one-off game that just didn't go the Warriors' way. So there's a randomness there that you want to avoid. But, to the point of that it's not going anywhere. When the Miami Heat got that 8th seed in the play-in and then had a run to the NBA Finals as a result, it basically forever cemented the play-in as legitimate because now
the
it's
Lakers
like
on the flip side were in the Western Conference Finals as a play-in team.
So as long as teams in the play-in keep finding their ways, deeper and deeper into the postseason, I mean, God forbid a play-in team wins it one day. But the fact that play-in teams are actually doing damage in the playoffs, it's like, yeah, it's not going anywhere because it's proven that it works out.
Well, it's because it's the age-old thing, rest versus rust, right? It's, a lot of these teams, the Thunder included, they're going to have this huge gap between them and the Grizzlies or the Nuggets probably. And then it's, game 1, round 1 series against maybe the Warriors or the Timberwolves. Oh, they look sluggish. Oh, they look
for a young team. Yeah.
Like that's a real concern, especially for a young team, because we see it in baseball all the time. Like we saw the Diamondbacks be a wild card team a couple years ago, went all the way to the World Series. Like that happens more often than not in baseball because of the rest versus rust aspect of all that.
Much more prominent in baseball.
Much more prominent. I know you are a big believer in the teams that had the bye, right, in baseball, that it might not be, but then you saw the Yankees and the Dodgers last year did that. But they also were just much more talented than anyone else in their given
It's not in every
leagues.
single time.
It's not in every single time.
Yeah.
But to your point, it seems to happen a lot.
Yeah.
And you see it in football, too. When it was the Giants and Eli would give wild card team X that goes all the way, the Joe Flacco Ravens, right? Like, you see these teams, right, that just get hot at the very end and make something happen. In basketball, the cream usually rises to the top, but that's what makes it, and I tie this back into Jimmy Butler, what he was able to do so special, because you don't see that in basketball as much.
Yeah.
And why he was able to do that made it so much more special, right?
Yeah, it's the cream rise to the top versus just playing your best basketball at the time. And we saw it the Mavericks last year. They were rolling into the playoffs, and even though they're the 5 seed, I don't think there are very many people who were surprised when the Mavericks were the team that came out of the West last year just based on how they look. So, yeah, the Warriors setting themselves up to where they could be playing their best basketball going into the playoffs. That's all the better. So, yeah, it's the play-in. It's not going anywhere. For all intents and purposes, it's basically working because, you look at the standings right now. If it was just the top 8, yeah, it makes it makes the last few weeks of the regular season a little bit more interesting because, what if the Sixers, decide to try a little bit more and sneak into that 10 seed there, and all of a sudden their season means something a whole lot different. The Suns, they probably won't get it together. This is probably a bad year, actually, to try and make a case for the play-in right now as I look over the standings. But
don't go to the East.
Yeah, the overall point is that it's about making games later in the season matter more. And for the most part, the games of the top 6 teams don't matter a whole lot because either their seeding's locked in or they're jostling for positioning. But when it comes to, games that will matter for whether or not a team makes it into the dance, yeah, those games have a little bit more juice. And so, the ratings benefit a little bit. It's just the play-in works. For better or worse, it works, and it ain't going anywhere.
888-957-9570. Matt in the city will get to you on the other side, plus more of your calls, more of your text. As we hit our final segment of the show, Sam Lubman hold down for Joe Shasky. He'll be back tomorrow. Joe Spadoni with you here. And that's what's coming up on the game, brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport.
Let's throw Guy Sanchez in there.
DubNation, this is Jonathan Kuminga. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Jonathan Kuminga.
What's up, JK? Hopefully seeing him sooner rather than later. Jonathan Kuminga going to be reevaluated here. And we'll see if he plays tomorrow against the Orlando Magic. Probably not, according to Anthony Slater, our 95.7 The Game Warriors insider who joined us last segment. Says more likely at some point in this road trip that you will see Jonathan Kuminga. How's it going to look when he comes back? Well, we got to wait and see. I think it's going to be fine. It might take a little bit for him to get more comfortable, just getting back into game shape. I mean, he missed a lot of time, folks. It was early January he's been out. He's been out for 2+ months, almost 2 months, I should say. So we shall see. Sam Lubman doing a hell of a job holding it down the last 3 days, including today. Joe Shasky back tomorrow, Sam. We'll get into a little bit I want some Niner talk here in the next 10 minutes or so because Diana Rossini of The Athletic had some interesting thoughts on one Brandon Ayuk and teams inquiring about the Niners wide receiver. But before we get to that, I want to put a bow on this Warriors conversation. And, you know, we were teasing it all show. I only played one of the cuts. I want to play some more for you here. Matt in the city, we'll get to you in a second. But Kevin Durant joined the Draymond Green show, and that episode launched today. And a lot was made about Kevin Durant, him coming back, him not wanting to come back, his mindset. Is he going to come back at one point? Does he want to get traded? Here is what he had to say in regards to ending his career on his terms.
I want my career to end on my terms. That's the only thing. That's the only thing I'm worried about because I see a lot of dudes that don't get that opportunity. You know what I'm saying? So I want to keep putting in that work to, you know, make that choice on my own.
He wants to end it on his terms.
Respect that.
Now, when you ask for a trade, again, this is a player-driven league. You're not always going to get what you want, but you give out some teams like you might have an inkling of, and you know that team that's trading you will try to do their best. Sometimes, if you have a good relationship with them, to reciprocate.
Reciprocation sensation?
Correct. Miami was trying to get Jimmy to Phoenix, it seemed, but Bradley Beal had a no-trade clause, and Bradley Beal had to be a part of that because of his salary.
Mm-hmm.
And Bradley Beal didn't want to go anywhere. If Bradley Beal's not going to go anywhere, then maybe Kevin Durant could go elsewhere.
And that's
right?
what it's looking like. Yeah.
And Kevin Durant, it was like, no, I don't want to go to the Warriors. Okay.
I respect it.
So Bradley stays. Kevin Durant stays in Phoenix. And Jimmy Butler's now a Golden State Warrior. So
works out.
It does. But if you're Kevin Durant, it clearly means a lot for you to be in control of your own future. Just like everyone wants to be in control.
No,
you don't want someone else controlling you. You don't want to get traded to a Warriors team you didn't want to go to. I can respect that.
Yeah.
It's tough, though, Sam, if we're going to look back on the end of Kevin Durant after leaving the Warriors on what could have been. And that's kind of what it's feeling like as this, final stages of his career winds down.
Well, I mean, when you say what could have been, I think it depends on where that what could have been starts. Like, you could say what could have been, if he had re-signed with the Warriors that offseason, but then we're getting, post-Achilles surgery, Kevin Durant, which, he hasn't been awful. He's still one of the better players in the league, but he's not the Kevin Durant that he was before the injury, which again, like the dude had his Achilles injury snap off his heel in the middle of a game. Like that's going to do a number to your career and to your explosiveness. If it's about what could have been, pre-Draymond Green chewing out session, yeah, I think there's a little bit more meat on that bone. If Draymond Green instead was just like, hey, Kevin, I respect your desire to have the ball, but I think we need to go in a different, approach this in a different way. Let's have a mature conversation after this game. We'll figure it out. I don't know, maybe things a little bit different, but that's just not Draymond Green's style. But no, it's impossible not to think about what could have been and how great things could have been with Durant on the Warriors, but he talks about ending things on his own terms. And my immediate thought is just, well, what does that look like for Kevin Durant? Like, what team does he want to go to where he can end things on his terms, but also I compete for a championship, which my guess is he wants to do that. I think it would mean a lot for him to have a championship that had his name on it and he didn't have to share with Steph, Clay, and Draymond. Not that he wants to get away from those guys, but there is an element that Kevin Durant, he wants the best for himself and his career. So he's going to want a ring that is more attributed to him than than his past Warrior teammates. So looking around the league, you mentioned Miami. I think Durant in Miami would be very, very interesting. If you know, maybe a Wiggins-Durant swap, that's the base of the framework there. You probably have to add more pieces in there as well. But seeing Durant in Miami with the Heat culture and Eric Spoelstra and Hero and Bam Adebayo, I'd be kind of curious to see how that looks. Would the Oklahoma City Thunder be willing to do a reunion?
That's the team
there?
I was thinking of there. Talking about career arcs and where it started and where it ends. And
what better way to... LeBron went home and it all worked out there. I mean, if Kevin Durant went home with this young Thunder team and teamed up with Chet and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and, went all the way, and Durant's hosting the Larry with those guys next to him, like that is an incredible story arc right there that ends with one of the all-time fairy tale happy endings.
Matt in the city wants to join in the conversation in regards to the Golden State Warriors. What's up, Matt? You're on with Spadoni and Lubman.
Hey, good morning, guys. What a great morning to be a Warrior fan. I just wanted to give a shout-out to Moses Moody and Pod. Man, as a Warrior fan, you can't help but, root for these guys. I grew up between Chicago and Milwaukee, so it was really kind of rooting for Pods. I know there's been a lot of online hate towards Pods, but, man, he's a great blue-collar player, man, the way he plays. And I've been following him since his transfer to Santa Clara. And with Moody, I still remember when former Warriors coach Eric Musselman foreshadowed how he can play bigger than his size. And for sure, he's living up to that. And also want to just point out that I like our wing depth right now with between Kuminga and Guy Santos and maybe even Kevin Knox. I don't know. I like that athleticism that we got right now. So, and lastly, I just want to comment that regarding the play-in tournament, I actually like the play-in tournament. I like not having 14 teams trying to, have a race to the bottom. So that's my thoughts, guys, and it's been a great show. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt in the city. I appreciate
very
it.
much,
Matt. Jump the gun on you there. Yeah, Kevin Knox, 15 minutes off the bench yesterday, 12 points, 4 assists, 5 boards. He's got size.
He knocks some shot down.
Yeah, I'm not holding out hope that Kevin Knox is going to be a huge difference maker going forward. Knox pun. No, I get you. I'll give you a 3 for that, just for the effort alone. It's a hump day. It's a beautiful day out.
A hump day 3.
You get an extra level there because it's nice right now. It's
more
nice
like a
out.
Bump day.
I'm feeling good. Oh, that's
never mind.
That's in Miami. But I will say this in regards to the vibes. They have not been higher since heading into that following season prior to the punch after winning a title.
Yeah,
that's when the vibes were as high as this that I feel right now.
Yeah, no, it has been 2.5 years of just frustration. I don't want to say misery, but frustration. Things have been down. It has not been. When the Warriors were doing everything at the highest level that we saw them in the last decade, from 2014 all the way to Kevin Durant's injury in Game 5 against the Raptors, the word that was always used to describe the Warriors, no matter what, was joy. That is what that's what made the Warriors so much fun. It wasn't just that they were, wiping the floor with their opponents every night and blowing teams out by 30 like it was nothing. It was how much fun they were having while it happened, the joy that they played with. Steph embodied that a lot. It was pure, beautiful basketball that made you feel warm and fuzzy inside to watch, because that's just how good the game was. It was selfless basketball. There was the flow with the offense. There was just incredible lockdown defense. It was like watching the most fun TV show on at the time, because it was the most fun TV show on at that time. For the last 2.5 years, joy is one of the last words that is being used around the Warriors. And in just a couple weeks, like, we've gone from Steph telling us to stop, complaining on Twitter,
I saw that.
to, which it was David Maryland who had that call, right? I believe we have it saved somewhere. It's in the early running for caller of the year right now, that I'm just going to do what Steph wants me to do.
It's a good one.
Because it's held true.
I'm just going to do what Steph wants me to do now.
Exactly. Like it's up there with Rob and Sam Bruno saying the downfall is near. Like you called that big time. And now here we are. It's like, I'm not saying it's 2017 all over again, but this is the close we've come to those, pre-Kevin Durant injury vibes since that time.
888-957-9570. Let's go to Shaw calling from all over the world. Wow, that's pretty
Mr.
insane.
Worldwide?
Yeah, it might be Pitbull. What's up, Shaw? You're on with Spadoni and Lubman.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Great.
Good. So I just want to make two comments. The first one on Kevin Durant. I don't remember what anchor or sportscaster said this, but they said that, Kevin and Anthony Edwards are pretty close, and don't be surprised if he end up with the Timberwolves on the offseason. Also, the second thing is, I think the Warriors are holding off on Kuminga because they want to see what Giannis is going to do this summer. You guys have a good day. Bye-bye.
Bye now, Shaw.
Thank you for the call,
wait,
Shaw.
the Giannis thing.
The Giannis one's never going to go away. You know what? I'm at a point right now. I want to see Giannis demand the trade, and then we'll maybe pick that up again. Like right now, Giannis isn't going anywhere. The Bucks have the 5 seed. They'll be in the mix in the East. Let's have the Bucks fall flat on their face in the first round of the playoffs in a way that, really irritates Giannis. Have him demand that trade. And then, and only then, will we, maybe revisit that conversation. Because right now, it's good right now. I don't think we need to go down there right now.
Sure, don't add, you want Giannis in the mix? Why not? Just add everyone.
If we're going to add Giannis on top of the 3 we got right now, sure, why not? Let's
go get Donovan
Let's just
Mitchell.
ruin the NBA again. I'm down with it. Let's break basketball.
Well, you kind of can't now because of the apron rules and the taxes and all that. They kind of made sure that you can't break the NBA unless someone was willing to pay less, which they don't do in the NBA.
Yeah.
You don't get the Tom Brady treatment like he did for years.
Just pay it, pay the tax bills, whatever. It's not my money. So, I'm cool with spending billionaires' money.
You JG Wentworth, you 877 cash now guy?
It's our money and we want to spend it now.
Thank you.
It's not our money.
We were talking about, we've heard a lot of callers today talk about I love Wiggins, but he's not Jimmy Butler. I love Wiggins. He wasn't this guy. Steve Kerr on with Willard and Dibbs talking about the comparisons between Jimmy Butler and Andrew Wiggins.
I don't really like to compare Wiggs and Jimmy. I think the whole thing is really circumstantial. Wiggs was fantastic. Obviously, was one of the keys to the 22 championship, played such a big role on our team, but our team has changed and shifted. And, you could tell before the trade that we just weren't quite getting anywhere. We were kind of treading water right around 500 all year. And so I think the timing was right more than anything for Jimmy to come in here. He's a very different player from Wiggs. And both guys are amazing competitors, teammates, all-around players. The size, the athleticism, the versatility. But it's a different feel with Jimmy. He's a different kind of player, and I think where we are right now compared to a few years ago, we needed this kind of player, and that's why we made the deal.
They did, and they made the deal, and it's paid off in a huge way. Now, can they keep this momentum going on this trip? I think they can. I think they're going to go at least 4-1. Dare I say they go 5-0. I'm riding an ultimate high right now with this Golden State Warriors team. Sam Lubman told Anthony Slater. Slater thinks I'm going crazy. I'm not afraid of the Oklahoma City Thunder. I'm just not. Just like the way I'm not afraid of the Cleveland Cavaliers. There's levels to this. Jimmy Butler has taken a team to not 1, but 2 NBA Finals. Stephen Curry has taken a team to how many? 6?
Not 5, not 6.
Yeah, no, I think it was 6, right?
Actually,
yeah.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
Yeah, it is 6.
It is 6. Yeah. Draymond Green has been there. Steve Kerr has been there and done that.
Yeah, whatever.
Well, no, they lost 2 to the 1 to the Raptors, 1 to the Cavs,
and the other 3, so it's 5.
Yes.
So it is actually 5. I was wrong there.
No,
honestly, I look at
they
this.
won 4 rings, Sam.
Yeah.
And they have 2 losses in the finals. 1 to the Cavs,
That is
1 to
6.
the
okay.
6.
Yeah, all right.
Shout out math.
Where did
There
I
you
learn
go.
how to count?
It's okay.
That's a University of Miami education coming in right
there.
Oh,
come on.
You look at this road trip, though, 5-0, the only game that gives me any sort of pause is having that game against the Knicks the day after that Charlotte Hornets revenge game, only because back-to-backs on the road can be tricky. The Knicks are, despite their reputation, a good basketball team. That said, though, Magic, that could be a tough one, but the Warriors should be able to win that
Magic
one.
just got blown out.
Sixers are absolute poo right now. The Hornets are the Hornets. And then there's Brooklyn, too, which they're, trying to play capture the flag. So the Knicks are the only team on this road trip that gives me pause, but it's the Knicks. So there's a level of Knicksness that we can probably expect to help the Warriors out there.
There you go. You want to pivot to some San Francisco 49ers?
Things are percolating down in Santa Clara.
Santa Clara, we got the combine. We know Shanahan doesn't like to go there. John Lynch is speaking today. I can't wait to hear.
John Lynch is speaking today.
Yes, I heard he is.
So he'll have some stuff to talk about.
I heard he is. Don't quote me on that. I heard he is, so hopefully he is. I see Jim Harbaugh on right now. Pat McAfee. Pete Carroll's down there.
Pat McAfee wearing a sleeved shirt today.
Yeah, he hasn't worn a tank top in quite some time.
Someone clearly told him to stop doing that.
There you go. The 49ers right now are in a very interesting position. They're going to pay Brock Purdy. We don't know how much. They just came off a tumultuous season. They brought back Robert Saleh. They elevated Clint Kubiak now as offensive coordinator. We really know it's Kyle Shanahan, but Clint Kubiak now the OC. They got a new special teams guy, so they revamped their entire coordinators. What are you going to do with Dre Greenlaw?
Brian Griese out too.
That's the one. The Purdy whisperer, the quarterback's coach, Brian Griese gone. Well, kind of just out of nowhere, because he was a candidate potentially for the New York Jets head coaching job. Well, candidate's strong. They asked to interview him. He declined for the head coaching position for the New York Jets. Obviously going to Aaron Glenn, former DC of Detroit, now head coach in New York. But Brian Griese now out.
Yeah.
What does that mean, though, Sam? Real quick.
Yeah.
Does that mean anything to you in regards to Purdy coming back here? Or is that just a nothing burger?
Yeah.
Because Griese was so tight with Brock.
Yeah. According to our friend Matt Barrows, who covers the 49ers for The Athletic, a friend of the show.
Matty B.
Always has good stuff to add here. Simply put, and I can pull up the tweet here in a minute to really confirm it, but more or less, apparently Griese just didn't want to coach anymore. He was tired. He was burnt out. He just didn't want to do the job anymore. So let me pull up the actual tweet of what Barrows said so I don't misquote him here. So per source, there was no ouster of Griese, who was well regarded by the team's QBs. Griese didn't want to coach anymore. Earlier this year, he declined an interview request for the Jets head coaching job. So just a simple fact of dude want to do something else. So I don't think there's anything nefarious going on there, unless it's all just a great front.
That makes me feel even worse that the Niners season was so god-awful this past year that Brian Griese had to step down. That does not make me feel good. It could have been for some other
reason. Maybe it was just burnt out for whatever reason.
Because the Niners season was such a dumpster fire. He was burnt out. I don't blame the guy. Get away from there.
There could be other factors.
The vibes. We're talking about all the good vibes right now.
The vibes are certainly not good.
With the Golden State Warriors. I do not feel the same way when I talk about the San Francisco 49ers. And this leads me to this. Diana Rossini yesterday from The Athletic talking about other teams inquiring about Brandon Ayuk.
They got to decide to cut bait and figure out a way to keep the pivotal players on this team, yet redo this roster a bit, knowing that they've got these guys that are aging and on big money deals, right? So we know that Debo Samuel is open for a trade. He's been allowed to talk to other teams to see if anyone would trade for him. So we know that he's one of the options. Brandon Ayuk is a player that a lot of teams had interest in before he signed that deal last year. Remember, he signed that 4-year, $120 million deal. There are some teams poking around now to see if the 49ers would be willing to deal Brandon Ayuk.
What? Who was that? Who was this on with? I need to know that real quick.
Let me stop you
Diana
right there.
Rossini.
Why? Honestly, I kind of have to agree. Like, why? Like, in an offseason so important for the 49ers, where avoiding drama is probably the number one goal that this organization needs to have after having drama bomb after drama bomb the last couple of off seasons. They are slipping back into their old bad habits of having drama-filled off seasons. It's bad enough you're having this little, tizzy back and forth with
Chase
Debo.
Daniel, by the way. Chase Daniel.
Oh, okay.
Former
Chase
backup
Daniel.
extraordinaire.
Yeah, shout out Mizzou. Great journalism school out in Mizzou. But yeah, having this back and forth with Debo that's going to end with him, probably departing. We'll see where he goes, but he's probably going to get cut before March 22nd, but be designated as a June 1 cut so the Niners can save some money there. But moving Brandon Ayuk, I mean, we saw how tough it was last year without Brandon Ayuk on the field for Brock Purdy. Now, the statistics will tell you that Juwan Jennings and Ricky Pearsall did a pretty good job of kind of covering the production yards-wise that the Niners lost with Brandon Ayuk out. But the final score and the eye test will tell you that it was not the same on offense. A big part of that was also the absence of Christian McCaffrey as well. But Brandon Ayuk was the best option the Niners had of stretching the field. And without him, the Niners didn't have that aspect of the offense. And along with the absence of Christian McCaffrey, it was just such a slog most of the time. And to move off of Brandon Ayuk, who has been such a spark plug on that offense, such a great first down option for that offense, it's just, if you really think you could replace that production with Pearsall and Jennings, sure, why not? But I don't see how Brandon Ayuk can be anything but an asset for Brock Purdy on this offense.
Well, I'll say this. If I'm a team acquiring Brandon Ayuk, I would be very nervous. I do not know what I'm getting with him. That knee is absolutely shredded. Yes, he's hitting all the milestones, hopefully, with his recovery. We haven't heard any setbacks. That is a positive. But I need to see it before I believe it with Brandon Ayuk again. I need to see it because he wasn't really showing much prior to the injury when he got hurt last year. He showed some flashes, sure. Doesn't show like he is a top 10 wide receiver in the NFL, and that's what I was paying him to be, a top 10 wide receiver in the National Football League. He was second team All-Pro, which means he was a top 5 receiver at one point this time last year. It's interesting. You say you don't want the bad vibes of having to go through this and trading Brandon Ayuk, and while part of me agrees, there's another part of me that says, is Brandon Ayuk, is he a part of the bad vibes of the team right now?
It's starting to look like
Is there a part of he is maybe a bad, is that too harsh for the guy that just gave up his knee, who got paid, who did what everyone does in the NFL, which is hard negotiating? The Niners, maybe we should blame them more. We should blame Ayuk. But there is part of me that feels maybe it's the player that you just need to move on from and see what you got with Juwan Jennings, Ricky Pearsall. Maybe, again, I've been saying it, maybe you go sign Devontae Adams. Not a bad consolation prize. Maybe you have George Kittle, who really is your de facto number one receiver. I'm not going to say wide receiver, but he's de facto number one.
Pass catcher.
He's a pass catcher. He's the guy. Now, he does a lot of good things in the block game and the run game. He disappears far too much from the offensive game plan, which I think he needs to be featured more in when it comes to paying Brock all this money. Again, the number one security blanket for a quarterback is their tight end. You can't feature him enough in the passing game as far as I'm concerned. But when it comes to Brandon Ayuk, there is part of me that says, you know what? Maybe we see him in this rehab process. We don't think he's going to get back to where he once was. Maybe we cut ties now. Maybe it's buy low, sell high, or sell low. I don't know what it is, but it's a stock right now that's very toxic and volatile right now that I don't know if I want to have on my books going forward when it comes to Brandon Ayuk. Are other teams going to trade? What are you trading for Brandon Ayuk, first and foremost? If I'm another team, if I'm the Raiders, what am I trading for Brandon Ayuk?
Probably a mid-round pick. Third, fourth, fifth rounder?
Fourth round, sure. Fourth or fifth.
Yeah.
I'm not doing a third, I'm not doing a second.
And which the fifth round pick's basically a first round pick when you think of how Kyle Shanahan uses those draft picks, which, flex on that as much as
it's not, but I understand what you're saying because the value of a first round pick infinitely more than a fifth.
Yeah, but
I hear how he uses it. But again, you'd much rather have a first round pick.
Absolutely.
So you're basically eating it at this point if you're saying, what's the dead cap of a trade? I'm going to pull that up right now. Continue, Sam, but I am very leery of acquiring a Brandon Ayuk. If you could trade him, I don't think it'd be a horrible move if you decide trading Brandon Ayuk. You got to have a plan, though.
Yeah.
You got to have a plan.
And if the plan is Juwan Jennings, Ricky Pearsall will be your 1 and 2 next year, and Christian McCaffrey will come back. This is where I think the X factor of this whole thing is, and it is Christian McCaffrey. When you look at the Niners offense next year, let's say McCaffrey and Ayuk come back, who is more important for the 49ers offense, getting back to where it was, in which one of those two come back healthy, McCaffrey or Ayuk? Who is more important to the success of the 49ers offense?
It's not even close.
It's McCaffrey. Yeah. And that's why that, Jennings and Pearsall were able to more or less, replicate or cover for Brandon Ayuk's absence, but the offense was not the same because they were missing Christian McCaffrey. And Jordan Mason and Isaac Guerrero, bless their hearts, bless the efforts that they gave, they were just not able to. But that's why, as I said before, you you don't know what McCaffrey is going to be like next year. If he is healthy, like the odds are he's not going to be the guy that we saw him in that 2023 season when the Niners went to the Super Bowl. So if you're not getting the expected production back from Christian McCaffrey, then I think it becomes even more important to have either Brandon Ayuk locked in and ready to go, who, again, the last update we had on Brandon Ayuk, Cam Inman joined us on the Morning Roast a few months ago.
Don't call him scam.
And he said that Ayuk is, ahead of schedule in his rehab. He was talking about how Ayuk's, dunking on the basketball hoop that they have in their locker room.
I don't know if he dunked. I think he said he's playing pickup.
Dunk, whatever. The fact is he's moving well. He's moving around well, more than was expected at this time, which gave me the impression that, Brandon Ayuk is progressing very, very well, and that makes me more optimistic that he'll be ready to go when training camp comes around. And if that's the case, his importance skyrockets because of the mystery around Christian McCaffrey. If you're not getting full 100% Christian McCaffrey, you need to be able to offset that with more Brandon Ayuk. And if you move Brandon Ayuk, then you better have either a T. Higgins or a Devontae Adams, move kind of in the wings to replace Ayuk, because the Niners, the goal is obviously get back into the playoffs. They cannot let this window close on them. The Rams, they might be taking a step back if they move off Matt Stafford. They're going to be moving off Cooper Kupp. The Seahawks, I'm not taking them seriously as long as Geno Smith is their quarterback. They're a 6 to 8 win team max. The Arizona Cardinals, they could maybe take a step forward this year. They're been getting better these last few years, but they need, they might be a year away as well. This is all to say that there could be a vacuum at the top of this division that the 49ers are very well equipped to fill. That's very hard, though, if your offense next year is Juwan Jennings, Ricky Pearsall, George Kittle, who the reason he would disappear from the offense times is because they needed him blocking on the line because Brock's protection on the offensive line was just that awful. Shout out Colt McKivitz. And, a broken down Christian McCaffrey. That is a great way to finish 7-10 again, or 6-11, 7-10 next year, and miss an opportunity to get back on top of the NFC West. So it's a risky proposition here the Niners are finding themselves in, dangling Brandon Ayuk, unless, of course, they do have some semblance of a plan for how they would pivot after such a move.
Let's go to Sushi Steve in San Francisco. I can actually go for some sushi at 9:45 a.m., which is insane to say, but I can go for some. What's up, Sushi Steve? You're on with Spadoni and Lubman.
Sushi in the morning is not that insane. I'm Japanese. It's not that crazy.
Okay, thank you. Well, people make fun of me, Steve, because we work these early hours, and sometimes I'm craving a tuna melt, and you know what? That's okay.
It's what it is. It's what it is. Hey, so listen, you guys are talking about Ayuk being, possibly dealt, and, I think we need to make a move. The Niners need to do something. I'm still confused on the fact that we went receiver first round last year in the draft. But I get it if we're going to deal Debo out. If Debo's going to be gone next year, I don't know if Ayuk's the guy. It just doesn't seem like he's the guy. And you guys, I'm kind of scatterbrained right now. You guys are talking about McCaffrey as well. McCaffrey is so critical to this team. And if Kyle's going to use him, I think it was like a 90% usage rate in that 23 season. We just ran him into the ground. That's why we were so good. We just ran that guy into the ground. I think we're in trouble. And you guys were talking earlier about our division, I was reading something yesterday about the Rams trying to get Aaron Rodgers and Devontae Adams. If that were to happen, our division, it'd be tough for the Niners, I think, to even come out of our division.
Hey, Sushi, real quick, you're that scared of Aaron Rodgers, who just was absolutely awful last year with the New York Jets, with Devontae?
He wasn't awful. His individual stats, if you look at him, they didn't win, but he's not washed.
No, but his leadership is awful. We can agree on that.
For sure. I just don't want anybody. I just don't want those two guys in our division. That's it. I just don't want to see Aaron Rodgers twice. Don't want to see Devontae Adams twice.
I think that's fair.
Sure. That's Sushi Steve. Appreciate it, Sushi Steve. And listen, being coached by Sean McVay in the Los Angeles Rams, much different than Rob Saleh or Jeff Ulbrich of New York Jets. So I hear him there, but I have no fear of Aaron Rodgers wherever he goes. There's not one situation where it's oh my God.
I don't know, him working with McVay.
And also Kyle Shanahan's owned Aaron Rodgers. He's owned him.
I think that would be an interesting matchup. Sean McVay with Aaron Rodgers, Devontae Adams, because the Rams have again, Puka Nacua as well. Kyron Williams, very good running back. They have a solid defense there. Listen, I like Aaron Rodgers and Devontae on the Rams a lot more than I like Aaron Rodgers and Devontae on the Jets. Is that an allowable statement to make?
Sure. That's because you're saying he's not on the worst franchise in the NFL.
Yes, I think that's true.
But I think this is all posture. Like, I honestly think, and again, the Rams gave Matt Stafford, they gave him some rope there to say, you know what, Matt, you want to go test out what you're going to, your market eligibility. You want to go see what you're going to garner out there, whether it's a first round, a second round pick, or who's going to pay you. Go ahead. We'll allow you to go test yourself. But if you come back to us, we can try to figure something out. I still think I should say that Matt Stafford remains a Los Angeles Ram, but would I be shocked that he gets traded? No, because he's getting older and maybe they're going to rip the Band-Aid off and try something else. I do not believe, and I saw a report that said, the Rams would be very comfortable with Jimmy Garoppolo being their quarterback next year. Biggest lie I've ever heard in my entire life. Please, that is not happening at all. As it pertains, as we put a bow on this conversation with Brandon Ayuk, I don't think they trade him. I do think they are listening, or teams are calling about him. And again, we'll hear from John Lynch, who speaks to the media today at some point at the Combine. I don't think, though, they ultimately do trade him because I don't think they can. I don't know who's going to... And there's the dead cap. And if they do a pre-June 1st trade, Sam Lubman, there's a dead cap hit of $18.4 million.
On Brandon Ayuk.
If they do a post-June 1st trade, there's a $4.6 million dead cap, but 13.8 carries over into 2026. So,
make it work with him. Figure it out with Brandon Ayuk, so that way we can all get on to another nice, happy season, and also so we can get on to Fast Five.
Look at that, pro. It's time for the Xfinity Fast Five, where we give our final thoughts on the show, brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now, Sam Lubman.
My final thought is Robbie Ray made his spring training debut yesterday against the Sacramento Athletics, formerly of Oakland. I'm calling them the Sacramento Athletics. And unveiling a changeup this year. It's going to be very important for the Giants to get successful starts from Robbie Ray. So debuting a changeup that he learned from Tarek Skubal, and struck out our boy Brent Rooker on 3 pitches in that first inning. So again, it's a game that's played in February, so you got to take that with a grain of salt. But Robbie Ray, a strong first spring training start. That is a good thing.
How did Bryce Eldridge look?
I don't know. We couldn't see it on TV, so we'll never know.
Well, you just told me how Robbie Ray looked. How
well, it's because I read about it.
Oh, you didn't read about Bryce
Eldridge? A great
Eldridge?
article that Shayna Rubin wrote for the San Francisco Chronicle.
I'll tell you right now, Bryce Eldridge, 3 at-bats, 0 hits, 0 home runs.
I did see actually a video. Marty Lurie tweeted out a video of one of Bryce's at-bats. 40 seconds long, 3 pitches, see ya. So he's clearly a bust. Just get him out of here now.
He's cooked. I think J.P. Sears was pitching. He's had some success in the past.
I like J.P. Sears.
He's a good lefty.
He hooked me up in fantasy last year.
There you go. Steven, what you got? Is it more baseball? More baseball here?
It is not more baseball. Okay. It's not even any of the 4 major sports, but I just want to say 12 years ago today, one of the greatest sports moments ever happened, and I think Carter has the sound.
Strike to claim it. A strike to claim it. And he got it! Scott did it! Yes! That is right! I did it! That's number 5! Are you kidding me? That's right! Who do you think you are? I am! Get it right!
I don't know anything about bowling. I don't know how much you guys know about bowling, but I do know that is an incredible moment.
You know the
incredible moment. Pete Weber. Pete Weber.
You got to give him the name.
Legend.
All-timer.
All-timer.
Pete Weber right there.
Reason to remember the name.
It's a bowling Hall of Famer, Pete Weber, and that's one of the all-times. And he also has one when he hung the shoes up, the bowling shoes. What did he say? He said, whether you loved me or hated me, you watched. That's an all-time line. Come on, man.
It's like us on the morning roast.
That's a bar right there. Yeah, whether you loved Sam Lubman or hated him, you watched the last 3 days, baby. You watched that lovely hair.
That's basically what people tune in for, is the hair.
That's right.
On the radio.
That's right.
Well, you may not have to worry about Aaron Rodgers and Devontae Adams in the AFC West, boys, but you may have to worry about someone else who might be making a return.
What a setup.
As Rob Gronkowski yesterday said he is interested in joining the Denver Broncos. Another Hall of Famer could be entering the division to take down the Raiders.
Take down the Raiders.
Yeah,
Yes, that's who we coming back. Why you come back, Gronk? I need an extra 2 wins against the Raiders.
That's
I
right.
need that for my soul.
Not with Pete Carroll there anymore. You guys better be careful. Pistol Pete's coming for you.
Great
All
pull,
right?
Carter.
I like that. Gronk, is he going to be one of those players that like hint at coming back all the time, but never actually come back?
See, I don't even want him to come back if we're not going to see Gronk. You know what I mean? Like,
I want to see Gronk come back to play with Bo Nix. God love him, Bo Nix. Hey, he outshined my expectations of him. I don't want to see Bo Nix to Rob Gronkowski.
Totally agree.
It was only Gronk and Brady. That's the only quarterback he's known, all right? Cup of coffee with Jimmy, cup of coffee with Jacoby Brissett. But it's Rob and it's Tom. That's it. No Bo.
Can't wait for Gronk to be like, oh, man, this is the best quarterback I've ever played with.
He should go to the Niners, honestly.
Go to the Niners. You want, yeah?
We've been clamoring for a backup tight end for a long time. I'm just saying.
Sure. Just go to Gronk and Kittle, all right? The bro energy alone be all time.
He'd be a great Raider, him and Brock.
That's 2 wins right there.
Gronk and Brock.
That's you said it. I think that's it, folks. Evan Giddings coming up next.
More Evan, all right.
With Daryl the Guru Johnson. And that was Fast 5, brought to you by Xfinity, at home or on the go. You'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. Oh, my final thought? Yeah, Thunder on notice. That's all I got to say in the West. The Thunder are on notice. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Can you signal me in, please? Like, tell me when to speak. All right, what's going on, everyone? Evan Giddings in for the next... Oh, my God, I cannot wait. We got an entire runway for the next week and a half. Steiny's enjoying some sunshine in Charleston, out on the East Coast, grabbed the golf bags and headed for the hills. And so you got us, Evan Giddings, Daryl the Guru Johnson, today through next week. And, Goo, I'm just... To kind of take something from you, I'm sniffing a little bit. I'm sniffing something impressive right now in the Bay Area.
Look, and I can taste it. It's in the air. Shout out Phil Collins, E-Dog in the house. Steiny made it safe and sound to his destination with these airplanes. I was worried about him. I didn't know how to tell him I was worried about him. But I texted the thread. He said he made it. But I got my man. Let's get it. We got a lot to get to. And I'll just say this. I park in a garage here at the station, Evan. You didn't ask me, but I'm going to share it with you. I go to my car yesterday and a fat dent in it. And whoever hit my car, it was white. It was a white car. But is there anything worse? Just leave something on the windshield. Evan Giddings hit your car. Please call me. What happened to the 70s?
Most of the dents that I have in my car are self-inflicted. Right. Yeah, so I haven't really.
Shout out Richard.
Fortunately, haven't really done that a whole lot.
I got you. Yeah, I'm a little hurt.
No, last time my car got bipped was actually the second day that I got it. So you just get the baptism out of the way. Come back, smash the window, and then just leave my car alone.
Day 2?
Oh, yeah.
That hurts.
Almost right off the lot.
Man, that hurts.
I love my neighborhood.
Yeah, they call that a baptism or baptism.
A baptism? That's a 4. That's an early 4.
My man.
I was at Chase Center last night, and the Warriors, I don't know if it was as much about Charlotte as it was about the Warriors. That is
I could play for Charlotte. They can't shoot. They cannot shoot from the outside.
You could give 4 minutes. You could give 4 minutes on Charlotte. No LaMelo, no Brandon Miller. I couldn't tell you half the roster. I felt bad for the head coach. This guy's just been inherited. I don't even know his name.
They got the Jordan Brand sweatsuits, though, so they're all right.
I'm glad they got something. But even before last night, it was funny. So I was hosting the morning show, and we were talking to Festus Ezeli, who, along with Brandon Rush and Mo Spates last night, were honored.
That was dope.
As a 10-year anniversary for their championship team. The first of now 4.
Taylor's ex in most Spates. We had him on. My bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, we don't have to get messy this early.
Right.
But the thing is, I felt like last night when I was talking to Festus, we're just talking about a win. And that's the confidence level right now that to me appears to be palpable. It appears to be evident. Pretty much for every single Warriors fan you talk to, if it's at the cafeteria, if it's at down by your parking garage where your car got dented, if it's over at Chipotle across the street, everyone's feeling the Warriors right now. And I know you can't win every single game, Goo, but it feels like they are going to win every game.
And that's why I brought back memories of Kevin Durant, when it was a good boring. Steiny and I were doing the pre and post up in there, and every night you kind of knew, Evan, even if they got down early, they were so damn good, they were going to win the game. And it's just incredible that, I keep saying the trendy word where everybody's using it, my kids. The vibes are back. They're immaculate. What about the days of Steph Curry looking despondent, after in the post-game presser saying they're not built to come back, and everybody just searching for answers. I'm okay now, and it's not just me. It feels like, Evan, the NBA world has put the spotlight after the All-Star game in this trade back on the Warriors. They're 6-1, but Steiny and I were talking about it yesterday. Yeah, I know they haven't played OKC yet. They haven't played Denver. But the beautiful part of sports to me, Evan, is do you believe when that day does come, do you got a chance? And I really believe this version of the Dubs have a chance led by Jimi Hendrix.
I like that. Jimmy. Well, hopefully he doesn't have a white lighter coming his way.
Man.
The thing about it is, do you feel like right now, 888-957-9570 is the number, do you feel like the Warriors, they just got some sort of mojo that makes it, it felt like the last 2 years, they didn't know how to win, or they didn't know how to figure out in the moment how to win. And it's just amazing how you drop one guy into the equation, who I believe, and I know you labeled him a winner, I agree with you, how you throw him into the equation, and all of a sudden, every single player appears to be back at their best. Jimmy, I think, he's almost like a simple player. He makes the correct pass. He's smart. He doesn't overplay things.
Right.
He just plays the game the right way. And because of that, it feels like everybody else is taking his lead. And I know Steph is still the alpha and the leader of this team.
No doubt. The chef.
But it's almost like they're playing egoless basketball right now, even though they got 3 massive egos.
Yeah. And I love that, Evan. And I don't know if you know this. I haven't given you credit. Shout out Equifax. But I'll do it right now. I stole the word from you. I feel like Butler's a connector. Like, he's not high maintenance. He doesn't need 30 shots a night. Did you see the video that I can't get out of my mind? I believe it was, who did they play? A couple games ago, Dallas. Yeah. And he switched like 5 times. And it was a shot clock violation. He was on defense. But he was just letting you know, I've been there, done that. And you're right, Evan. He has changed everything. And they got a pep in their step. And I know Steiny is hard for him. I kind of psychoanalyzed our guy. I'm like, Steiny, you're excited and you don't even know it.
He is.
But the world is, Evan, and rightfully so. So we'll see where this thing is going. But last night, you know, it was a slow start for the Warriors. But it's just, oh, my gosh, they've had a heart transplant. And the Butler did it.
Well, it was funny. I was listening yesterday as I was driving around, and it felt like you guys were taking a lot of, I thought it was unnecessary crap.
Boy.
We're just trying to get to the bottom of this.
I didn't book him.
Well, no, but you asked a question, and he gave you an answer.
It went viral.
Something about 4 wives, not the 5th. But to me, it's fair to ask those questions, but also understand they don't really matter in the moment. Like that's something that we'll get to eventually. Yeah, is this thing at some point going to turn? Perhaps, but right now the vibes. To your point, dude, I was last night at Chase Center. They were all talking, all the media was talking to Jimmy Butler. So I got a chance to sit with like Gary Payton and Moses. Because
I love it. I got you.
God love him, but Jimmy Butler's the draw. Like, and we're
He's
gonna play
the man right now.
We're gonna play a lot of his sound for you because I don't think a lot of people have really heard from him yet. He doesn't do a lot of media. He doesn't like to go to the podium. He likes to do it in his locker. But GP2 came out and it was like he was high on vibes. He was talking about how Jimmy is Erykah Badu vibes.
Wow.
He's Coffee vibes. He's Jill Scott vibes.
My man.
He's Lauryn Hill vibes.
Woo.
And Gary Payton, he clearly didn't smoke anything, but I was just thinking, if you did, you would be feeling this good. And it's that kind of vibe right now for the Warriors that has me believing that this is something that's very quickly, thank you, Carter, has become something special.
Well, yeah. Where's Khalifa? Oh, man, that's Snoop. But, yeah, I'll tell you this, Evan, to that point. What about what I told Stein? He kind of looked at me like he wanted to throw something. I guess his Zen is on 1,000 too. Lights a candle, play certain music at the locker room, and the reason I got that info is the players were talking about it. But Evan, they welcome that, and it's just amazing in life. And I keep saying this to my kids and to myself: you never know what tomorrow brings. And Mike Dunleavy might be up for exec of the year. My point being, Evan, is the only reason Butler is a dub is because a relationship went toxic. The basketball part of this, my man should have a 20-year contract. But the bottom line is it doesn't work that way. And the next man's trash, the man's trash is the next team's treasure. And all of a sudden, I mean this, Evan, I am not afraid of any team in the NBA.
In the NBA?
Yeah, I'm putting Boston, let's go.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
See, this is, all right, and actually, I want to get into this over the course of the show because we got to hit our first break here in a moment. The 510, it's too soon to say. Remember, they started 12-3, and then the floor collapsed. I think that's fair. But again, what I want to get to the bottom of is the why. Why does it feel like the Warriors are walking into every game with an opportunity to either blow out a team like they did against Charlotte, like they did against Dallas over the weekend, like they've done against all but one team, and that was the Mavericks. Houston was a close game, but they led largely in that game. Mm-hmm. Why? Why does it feel like the Warriors are a different basketball team? Because I don't believe it's just Jimmy. I think it's everyone around him. And maybe he's the tide that lifts all boats. But everyone else, I made a list that I'll reveal on the other side of why, to me, they feel like they're a team that's going to go into any building and walk away with a dub.
No, I love that. And I know we're up against it, Evan, but I just start with the chef. You didn't ask, but I'll just share it with you real quick. It's like a great wide receiver being double and triple team. You can kind of take them away and make it more difficult, right? But then when you got them in one-on-one coverage, watch out. That's how I feel like Steph is moving right now. Not that it won't be double-teamed ever, but now he experienced the worst, the torture chambers of like, dude, can I breathe? And I feel like everybody can breathe a little bit more because of Jimmy and the style that he brings, which is actually different than what we're accustomed to. Now they've added another antidote to their Batman, my favorite superhero. He had the utility belt.
We also got to discuss if he's really a superhero.
Bat?
He's a hero.
Oh, boy, Evan.
Yeah, I know. We can get him down to his side.
Oh, Evan, don't do this.
No. No, I'm sitting in his chair, so I got to be contrarian
All right,
for a
there
few
you
hours.
go. Steiny!
What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. The crossover, or pardon me, what am I saying? The crossover. Oh my gosh. Yeah, well, also sit in the same guy's chair. It is a Warriors Wednesday, is what I meant to say. It's a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live work and vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. That segment brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. Oh, boy. Well, I promise you, Guso, here it is. You cannot be a superhero if your superpower is being rich and good looking. I know in America that gets you,
Bale.
Well, that gets you pretty far. Shout out Christian Bale. Shout out Christian Slater. Whatever other Christians out there got that type of superpower. That's the reason why I don't put Batman in that category.
Oh, my gosh. He got his ass kicked in the movie Superman versus Batman. I didn't like that.
As he should. He's not super.
Dude, that was a TK. That was Tyson Spinks, man. Put some respect on Batman.
Now, what he might be, actually, I kind of like the Jimmy Butler to Batman comparison because it feels like Batman, though he himself is not super, he makes all the rest of the superheroes their best. And from that standpoint, Jimmy Butler, I do think, is cooking with something. And it's because he also is now in a good headspace. You know, I can't speak on Batman's mentals, but Jimmy Butler yesterday, at least after the game, I mean, he's in basketball nirvana right now.
No doubt, and I love that, Evan. And let's just think about what he experienced. And, you know, Tupac, I keep using this, and this will be the last. Only God can judge, right? It takes two to tango. And I was telling Steiny, we don't know if Pat Riley, how much he was at fault with whatever went down with Jimmy Butler. But the bottom line is he was yearning for a new start, some new money. He got that. And I expect this to continue, Evan, because not only are you getting the benefits of the stuff on the basketball court, but I really believe he's happy to be out of a bad situation. And we see it in life and relationships all the time. You know, man, and then you get that good relationship and the vibes are great. So right now it's awesome. And for the people, like, kind of just break down what I say. I'm a fan first. And I'm telling you, I am now not afraid of any team in the NBA. And Draymond Green obviously feels that way. Take it up with him because he said they're going to win a championship. I'm not there, but my point is, Evan, that lets me know in that locker room, they now feel like they got the antidote and now the moxie, the vibes again to go toe-to-toe with any and everybody. So we'll see where it falls. But I'm excited, and they're 6-1.
Getting his in for Steinmetz with Guru. The thing is, I don't know if it's, with Jimmy, it's a thing where, like, his game, to me, it's meant to be appreciated. It's not necessarily one that you stare at and say, God, he jumps off the screen. Yeah. He's got a Klay Thompson-like jump shot.
Klay was hot last night.
He can jump like Kuminga. He's just solid.
No,
he's just
a rock.
Solid.
Ashford and Simpson.
But he's also cocky as hell, which is something that I think gets a little lost. Because here's what he said last. Again, this is the first time we've heard Jimmy Butler speak at home. He talked to media after the game. Does Jimmy think that it's going better, quicker than he thought?
No. I know the caliber of player that I am, and it's never about anything except for winning with me. It's never about anything except for winning with the guys around this locker room and this organization because they've won at a high level before. And I'm just hoping and praying that I can help them win at a high level again.
He's a player that just makes sense. You know, if we're talking about the why that you feel the way you do, the optimism, and I don't know if we drink from the same optimism well that far. I wouldn't go far as to say they can beat, Boston or Cleveland. Or you said I'm not scared of anybody.
And go ahead.
I might be, but I think that they can. I think that they are a team that can compete with anyone. Okay. And I could not say that 2 weeks ago.
And you know what, Evan? And I don't think the Warriors could say that. And, on top of that, they were not saying that. Let's just, if we can, go TiVo or DVR and rewind what we were actually hearing from the Warriors and their body language and the slumping shoulders from the coach to the fans. And now all of a sudden, they got action, as Stoney likes to say. And I'm here for it. And I'll tell you this. If you watched that game last night, Butler is still playing his way back into basketball shape, Evan, but he's such, again, the connector is the word I keep using. I'm watching OKC, that game the other night against Minnesota and the great comeback by the Wolves. But the bottom line was they are technically OKC still young. I'm taking nothing from them, but there's going to come, damn it, a point where pedigree does matter, Evan, and that's going to be the playoffs, which all of a sudden now Big Mouth over here is assuming they're going to get to. And last time we were together on the mic, I didn't know that. And it's nothing against Wiggins. The Warriors, I didn't know if they were going to get out the box, fall out of it. But all of a sudden now, the basketball mecca, everybody with a mic, a camera, and you've been there. You were there all-star. Buffalo Springfield, Evan, something's happening here, and I think it's a positive of what's about to pop off.
Yeah, and I hate to be that guy because I think Wiggins proved himself this year that all that stuff that happened away from the court was really impacting him. And he seems like a great guy, and you feel for him.
Yeah.
But the Heat are 1-6 since he got traded. You know, the Miami Heat have not been playing very good basketball. Meanwhile, the Warriors are a team that's 6-1. They have.
Thank you for
they've
that
only got
nugget.
one win. Yeah, and also Kevin Durant and the Phoenix Suns have not played very well. The Warriors are a team. Like one of our good buddies, Lo Neal, explained this to me one time talking about football. When you go through a season, some teams go up, other teams go down. You never stay in the middle because by the time you get to the finish line of the marathon, you either have enough energy and enthusiasm to propel, to get better, and you just fight through it because you know you're good, or your team basically just gives up. And it feels like in the Western Conference, the teams that we've seen, Phoenix, Sacramento's got stuff going on behind the scene because of injury. San Antonio, the Warriors are moving in a northern direction. Everyone else below them appears to be moving south.
No, that's a great call, Evan. I love that. That's a great call. And I feel like you were describing, and I'm not saying the Niners quit. I just, if you really want to allow, the court, the jury to take this in as evidence, the last 4 years, they played deep football just from, and it was injury city, don't get me wrong. But man, I felt like you were, was describing the Niners in regard to like, you know what, this year, we just don't have it. And it's okay. And hopefully they bounce back. But man, Evan, and the fact that Butler is kind of like, I call it the farmer's market. He's fresh because he's kind of been on the shelf. I mean, you can't ask for much more, but I do understand haters are in the bushes, and I won't call them haters, doubters, because Steiny was doing this, and he's the captain of it. But, they ain't played anybody. Steiny, but you can only play who's on your schedule. So we'll get those answers to, hey, can this team take down a team in the Western Conference? And right now, I don't know. I'll just throw it to you real quick, Evan. I know we're not in L.A. Do you fear the Lakers? I don't know what to make of them. I know it's trending better, obviously, with the last two victories, especially the one over Denver, which is the Warriors' kryptonite. But do you look at the Lakers situation to where, oh my gosh, if the Lakers if somehow hooked up with the Warriors, do you feel right now today that would be a landslide via the Lakers? Because I don't.
I don't know about a landslide, but it'd be a real good series. I mean, Luka Doncic just was in the NBA Finals a year ago. LeBron James has had the Warriors number, what feels like, in the regular season. And even in the postseason to some extent.
You're right. Last time they were there.
Since the championship, I should say. So, but to me, that's where everyone's going, right? Everyone's looking at, all right, the Warriors versus the West. How do they match up? What are they doing? Exactly. I think it's fair. And look, to the 415, for every person that's feeling like the Warriors got action and they're feeling all this confidence and exuberance, 415, let's pump the brakes and not be delusional. A zebra doesn't change its stripes. Let's just enjoy this infusion of energy. Alpha dog player mentality that Jimmy Butler brings, but he's 35. His malcontent track record is cemented. We're not going to change that. Enjoy this. I, to some extent, agree. And that's why, to me, the future right now is irrelevant, because I don't know if Butler is going to continue to be the same kumbaya player he's been beyond this season, but I think that they're going to get the best version of Jimmy Butler for the remaining 24 games, and ideally a lengthy postseason run.
Okay, I love that. And the meantime, right? Let's do that. So I'm with you. But I would say the zebra did change its spots. In this instance, they got Jimmy Butler. They didn't have him for a majority of the season. So the zebra did change its spots. And I understand, even though I'm fascinated with the future.
The zebra changed watering holes. I don't know if he changed his stripes. You know what I mean?
Well, I was looking at the zebra as it was Wiggins. Now it's now it's Butler.
I thought he was talking about Jimmy. A zebra doesn't change his stripes.
Okay, and you might be right.
But the zebra could be, again, at different parts of the savannah.
Yeah. I don't know, Evan, real quick here, even if Jimmy wanted to go bad meaning bad.
Oh, yeah.
I think he's all out of tricks. Like, he knows he got paid. Like, he can't play that card, I believe, if he wanted to. That's all. A couple weeks ago, who was it? Draymond on his podcast said, hey, Butler messing the game up, brother. KG was like, you got to be careful. Like, he won in regard to getting the 2 years. And I'm with you, Evan. If that, I don't want to sell you on the future. Okay, we'll stop. But right now, Jimmy, we're going to get good Jimmy.
Well,
how can we not?
For 7 games. for 7 games, we're getting good Jimmy. But I think during this road trip, we're going to get good Jimmy. They're going to have good Jimmy tomorrow in Orlando at 4 o'clock Pacific Standard. They're going to have good Jimmy over the weekend when they go to the Mecca and play the Knicks.
Yeah.
I think that's going to be a
Philly
test.
Saturday prime time.
Oh, my God.
The schedule's just been a blessing all of a sudden.
Yeah, the Philly special is no longer so special. Here's Draymond Green talking about Jimmy Butler. This was after the game last night on NBC Sports Bay Area.
For me personally, I love to learn from guys who know the game. And Jimmy knows this game in this league as well as anybody in the NBA. And so I have the opportunity to learn from him. That's, for me, I'm lucky. And, I'm all ears. I want to hear what he sees because he may see something differently than me. And if I can learn from that and I can enhance my IQ, that makes us better. If he can learn a few things from me and enhance his IQ, that makes us even better. And it's going to continue to make us a team to be reckoned with.
I kind of agree. As far as, learning, I don't know if it's more about basketball. I think Draymond's a pretty damn smart basketball player.
Oh, my gosh.
But I think he does, he structures this hierarchy so that Draymond Green and his zen that he appears to be in, it's got something to rub up against. It's got something to run into if and when he eventually, I think, becomes a bit more testy down the stretch of the season.
I love that. Steiny kind of brought it up yesterday. Evan, tell me what you think. And again, this is not coming out of Haterville, but I kind of feel like it is, but it's not. Draymond is so smart and savvy. He's got the zen. He's earned it. We know he's brilliant when it comes to basketball. He kind of knows that Jimmy is his equal. And then the basketball part
Jimmy's
of
better
it,
than Draymond.
Yeah. But in regard to bullying, you kind of know, Evan, if I push you as opposed to Rosado, I'm like,
easy pasta.
Yeah, it was.
Watch yourself. Okay.
I don't know, but I'm gonna go the Americans love the path of least resistance, and I know zebras don't have spots. I meant to say stripes, damn it. But you get my gist. I think that works well to Draymond, not on eggshells. It's the Rodney Dangerfield. The respect is out through the roof when it comes to Jimmy.
Well, and I think it's because, Jimmy.
Jimmy.
Well, that one. It was also number 10, too. I mean, they're both winners.
Now
we can all say that.
How long you been holding on to that?
They both win games.
But the 10, I didn't put it together.
Oh, yeah. Jimmy Butler III and Jimmy Garoppolo, both number 10s.
Miami 1-6 since Wiggins in the 10. Wow.
I feel bad for him. I do too. I do love Wiggs, but
I hope they make it somehow.
The fact remains Jimmy Butler's a better player. Mm-hmm. He's a better fit. And I think it's because Butler, one of the reasons that I've been watching him since Minnesota, but I think that he's not considered your prototypical superstar because his game is so simple. It's very straightforward.
And it's kind of old school.
And I don't mean it in a disrespectful term.
Not at all.
He's a simple superstar. But those kinds of guys work with anybody.
And there you go.
To a lesser extent, I think one of the reasons why I really like Moses Moody in the way that he's playing, because his game has been simple. Now, he doesn't have the talent of a Jimmy Butler, and he's only 22 years old. I think he's got a good chance to get better. But his game has been simplified. I think Draymond Green, what he does on both ends of the floor has been simplified. Even Steph Curry has been empowered as more of just a straight-up scorer because Butler is able to do all of those other little things. And so the simple superstar aspect to me is I underestimated the impact of it in the immediate.
Man, I love that. I love that. And even before Butler, pre-Butler, Evan, I felt like the Warriors they played different basketball. Different style of basketball. You got to be smart. You got to be on your P's and Q's, and Jimmy has fit in, and he's a chameleon. And right now, everything is beautiful in the hood, and I don't know where this thing is going, but I'm fired up about it because, Evan, I don't think the 6-1 is a fluke. And, I thought of my 78 Seville, my first car, Cadillac. I would always be on the side of 880. I'd run out of gas.
No dents?
Yeah, no dents, but I'd run out of gas. Hey, Reg, you got to come pick me up. The caddy ran out of gas because it didn't work, the fuel gauge. So I say that to say, that's what we were used to with the Warriors with Wiggins. They would get up 18. We would see them blow and squander leads. Not saying it will never happen with Butler, but now I just feel like they have another Batman. They got another superhero out there with Steph and Dre, and it starts with those three. And, Evan, I feel like the league is on notice, and I don't have any proof outside of the 6-1 start, but when it starts getting real in the field, I think the Warriors may not even have to worry about being a part of that cockamamie play-in.
Well, they're looking good right now. They climbed within a half game last night And the Clippers, the team that I think is beginning to find themselves as well is Minnesota. And what they did 2 of the last 3 games against Oklahoma City, I thought was one of the more impressive comebacks we've seen in a long time. They're a squad that's starting to figure it out. But you're right. You're a half game out of the play-in, and it's because they're just beating the teams they're supposed to beat. And their schedule is easy. Now, the only other team in the West with an easier schedule is Minnesota, so that doesn't help the Warriors. But whereas before the deadline, whether it was Toronto or Utah, or
they lost to Utah. Remember that one?
Lost to the Spurs, lost to the Nets. There's so many of these bad defeats, whether it was because it was a late collapse or they just didn't have it that night. I mean, hell, they lost the Miami Heat without Jimmy Butler on the tail end of a back-to-back.
That seems like forever ago.
This team's got some bad L's on their resume this year, but in a way, they kind of have a clean slate. And I don't want to poo-poo the 12-3 start because though we found out it's a mirage or was a mirage, if you didn't start 12-3, think about where you'd be right now.
That's deep. I like that.
They had to get off to that start in a way. It was important, even though it was a bit fugazi.
I want to throw something at you just real quick here about Minnie. There's no Gobert, there's no DiVincenzo, and there's no the big rat on the table brought to you by Atco, Randall.
Mm-hmm.
And they're playing their best basketball. How big of a deal do you think that is that's happening without those guys? Because when they come back, the Warriors are facing that with Kuminga. I think that's a plus. If he comes off the bench, it's a positive. But how are you looking at Minnesota and Finchy trying to deal with 3 guys that some could say on a good day could be a liability? Like,
yeah,
if Minnesota was fully healthy playing like this, I'd be like, oh boy. But I kind of feel like how are they getting like those are dilemmas, I guess.
No, I agree.
Until proven otherwise.
They're going to have a little more trouble than the Warriors. And I think it's because even though Jimmy Butler talked about Kuminga's return last night, and we'll get into some of the Slater sound as well, looks like he's pretty close to a return. I think it's going to be during this upcoming road trip.
Awesome.
He's someone that now gets to fill in. You know, he's no longer a necessity for this team. And I don't think that's a bad thing either. He's gravy now. You know, if Kuminga can come in and play well, and I got an exercise for you having to do with the Warriors play we can get to later on.
I got one for you later on in the show, too. Evan Special.
You know I love trivia.
Hashtag random.
Usually I'm the one that sets up the trivia. I don't actually get to be a part of it.
Well, it's not trivia. It's just I want to know things off the beaten path of what you're thinking about that are going on in the sports world. So I got 4 items.
All over? Not just NBA?
No. That's all over, yeah.
Because I think also, too, the Bay Area sports scene is the Niners and Giants can take some notes.
Does it feel like spring training to you? As we have baseball on it.
I mean, if it's on, I'll watch. Don't get me wrong. I do love baseball.
I love it.
But until I hop on the headset for my first minor league game of the season, it is not baseball season yet.
What do you give me for this? Stay all right.
That's not bad.
Ball outside. Got him.
So, actually.
Who hit the buzzer?
Well, you're going to start losing your job as an umpire because they got automatic ones now.
How you feel about that real quick?
Yeah, I don't like it.
What are we doing?
Like
what are we doing?
You know, actually, well.
We're going to be the Jetsons. We're going to have flying cars soon. I think that's coming, Evan.
I thought we already do. There's like one flying car that they made.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, I'm gonna be down where my feet can touch the earth. Dude, I don't even like Wazes. Carter takes one every single morning. I cannot be in a car that does not have
I'm with you. I got to be on the wheel.
I don't
These
like
Teslas, my wife has one. She could be in the back seat and it could drive her. No. If I'm going out, I'm going to be on the wheel, Evan. I'm sorry.
Who's the Warriors driver?
Steph.
You sure?
It's the chef. Yeah.
I kind of think they got co-drivers.
But because Steph has tenure, the lead, it goes to him. He's got 4 rings. Jimmy has 0.
He does, but he's been a bus driver every single stop of his career.
Driving Miss Daisy.
But to me, like, that's not a bad problem. I know you guys talked about it yesterday. You know, who do you want the ball in their hands late down the stretch?
He tried to get me. I was like, whoever's starting Bonds. It's all good.
That was such a Steinyism. Well, I'm not talking about the last shot. I'm talking about the last play. But he's right in the sense that you now have 2 guys that can make a play. Now, Steph does it in a different way than Butler.
Right.
Because he's the one that's probably going to end up getting double teamed.
And I like that, Evan. I like that.
But there's now someone who can make a play at any point in the game for somebody else.
And what about the non-Curry minutes? They were through 51 games, if I got it, minus 90, Evan, and they're plus 30 through 6 games, not including last night. Like, that says it all, man. We used to hide under the bed and put the pillow over your face, put Curry back in, and now the team looks like they did when they won their first title. Steph could come out in the second unit with Barbosa, and Andrew Bogut will join Willard and Dibbs today at 3:30.
Yeah, the Aussie's going to be hopping on.
So he wasn't in town Sunday.
No. I got some thoughts on this weekend. And,
Bogut, where were you?
Well, he lives down under.
Right?
Yeah. Dude, that's like an 18-hour flight or connecting. I don't know, whatever. You are going literally a day forward every time you come to and back. That jet lag, from what I've heard, is brutal.
And I'm going to just say this. I don't know what's going on I better be careful here. And Steiny made it. My daughter's about to be in. What's going on with these planes? I'm going to just leave that there. So 18 hours, like, I'm just telling the truth.
Every time something
What's
happens
going
with a plane,
on?
you can't send it to the chat.
Man.
You can't send the plane talk to the chat. Please tell me that's not going to be involved in our trivia later.
But we're more than just sports. We're friends, and I'm concerned. But, wow, Evan, I won't do it anymore.
Well, I'm not Captain Sully. I can't tell you I'm going to land this thing.
I'm just letting you know, be careful out here. What is going on? And then the almost accidents. Like, when did this happen? Somebody turned the button off. That's how I feel. I'm driving. I'm John Madden. Rest in peace. He didn't fly.
No, he didn't. He took that camper everywhere but Hawaii. Well, but selfishly, I wanted to see him do the Pro Bowl back when the Pro Bowl was actually a game. People cared about it.
Bam, boom. Man, I listened to, you caught me watching the NFC Championship game random.
I catch you watching a lot of things.
Cowboy Niners, just hearing them, and you're about to be a star behind the mic doing the games.
Was that a Cowboys reference?
It's special. Didn't even know I did it. Damn, Evan. But it's special hearing John and Pat touchdown rise.
Freudian slip.
That's my summer off.
510. My best analogy for what happened with the Warriors post Jimmy is that we were a Ferrari that every time we drove at 20 miles, smoke started coming out of the engine. Now the engine smoke has been fixed, and we can now talk about moving forward toward the championship now. Yeah, I mean, this is the Ferrari from Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Like, that thing is rolling around town. And it doesn't matter who's right now in the seat. Again, I look at the two co-drivers as being a good thing. I don't think it's a question of, well, is it Steph's team? Is it Jimmy's team? We did that when Kevin Durant was here. And Durant also talked about why he didn't make the choice to come to the Warriors on Draymond's latest podcast. But the thing to me is, as much baggage as Jimmy clearly has, to me, his game is more selfless than Durant's. And that's why, at least for this specific time, he's someone that has come in and immediately just made everybody's life a hell of a lot easier.
And I appreciate you admitting that, Evan, because if I were to take a test on it, I think we kind of did it on air real quick here, and you and Devon on Saturdays, if we had to pick who we thought would fit better, I'm going to be honest, I had Butler at the bottom, but 99% of that was because of the baggage.
Yeah.
And now look, I think it's seamless, the fit.
It is. And also, again, the other parts of the team too. To me, it is about Jimmy. It is about Steph. It's about Draymond, but also the role players. Like, they had 7 guys in double digits last night. I realize the Charlotte Hornets are they're horrible. Running into a hornet's nest. That's a bad basketball team. But over these 7 games, let's look at these 7 games that Jimmy's been here, and talk about why. Why has Jimmy Butler all of a sudden given Warriors fans the confidence that they can do anything? All right, what's coming up on the games brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. A lot better job that time. Thanks, Steiny. Along with Daryl the Guru Johnson. We're back after this. That segment was brought to you by San Francisco International Airport. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz, Sarah the Guru Johnson with you. We got, I don't know, it's just like, to me, the conversation today is about, yes, the vibes, the expectations, the excitement, and also, Goo, is it about Kevin Knox?
Dude, the former Nick. Now I feel like you're channeling your inner Steiny. I'm trying to, like, that threw me off. You hit me. I'll say this.
He's really a good guy.
I like him. And at once, he was supposed to do something for the Knicks when he came out. So maybe, life is about timing, Evan, and maybe he's found a home. But he had a good game yesterday. Hit a couple threes and the dunk.
Not so quietly, players on this team that have played for Santa Cruz have really helped them. I mean, last year, at the beginning of the year, Pods was there. Quentin Post started this season. Even Trace Jackson Davis last year. I don't know about Kevin Knox and Yuri Collins, but yeah, they
Santos.
That's right. Yeah, Guy Santos. That's a great call. Dude, that guy's got his hand in like every single lane. I don't know what it is.
Man.
Also, I don't think he has an off switch.
Dude,
he only runs at one
scrappy.
speed.
The youngsters are scrappy. They just are. We saw your boy Post almost get into it yesterday with Williams. I do like Williams.
He did. He got ejected.
What you mean he got ejected?
Yeah, Quentin Post got ejected with like 23 seconds left in the game.
I must have switched back to the Lakers and Dallas. What?
I got to tell you.
I'm being honest. I cannot believe I missed that.
Well, you could have missed the entire second half. It was just a
Brick
joke.
City.
Yeah, it was Buzz City. No.
Boy, they just can't hit a shot.
I think it was.
And they set a record by biggest losses 3 games in a row.
Well, I'll say this. If the relationship between Quentin Post and Jimmy Butler is that strong, or Quentin Post and Draymond Green, like, it's a little brother, pick up the fine. I think it's $1,000 every time you get ejected. Yeah. And then you could be fined more, but it's got to be $1,000 at least. Pick up the check, Draymond.
Because I felt like when Williams kind of pushed him or shoved him, like we were in the street in the hood playing hoop, he kind of just shoved him. And I thought I heard or I could hear guys on the bench, Draymond, like, push him back. And then they went down and they scrapped. I loved it. I didn't know my man got ejected.
He's a screamer. He's one of their Swiss Army knives, it appears.
He looks just like Johnny Drama from Entourage. He shaved his little beard, though. Dude.
I'm not going to lie.
He looks, you'll give me a 3 for.
It.
You haven't seen what?
I haven't seen Entourage. And I know this might affect our friendship.
Rosado, what? Come in here. You haven't seen?
No, I haven't.
I haven't seen it either.
Vincent Chase?
I don't like
and the camaraderie between 4 guys, a brotherhood, and one's a star, and they're all taken care of like Bron did, his own Rich Paul and company. Evan, do me this favor. In the next 30 days, Carter, you young punks, watch Entourage.
I've seen it. Come on.
Yeah,
okay. My man, look at me. Yeah.
I haven't seen it. Carter's seen it. I've never seen it.
I don't like watching television shows where I get jealous of the people that are in it. And I've heard their lives are so damn cool.
I'm going to call you Baby Steiny because that's something he would say.
I don't like it at all.
Wow.
Let's go to Phil Mo Mike. Kick us off, Mike. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan in for Steiny with Goo. Phil Mo, what's happening?
Oh, no, nothing. I just wanted to take the time to notice. I think it is co-drivers. They need each other. The funny thing with Butler is that, and this is why I kind of think that Kuminga is actually going to fit in, because he doesn't have to score to be effective with Butler. And then also so you have Draymond that's like that. You have Jimmy Butler that's like that, which plays effective. Pod is like that. Slowly but surely, Moody is sort of become like that. So it's a team full of like scrappy players in a weird way, but you have different levels of effectiveness. For example, Jimmy Butler can score. Now, Draymond score as well, but he's not as talented as
I'm sorry, Phil. You're kind of breaking up. Please call it back, though. But I hear what he's onto, though. All these individuals, because for me, like if I'm thinking about, again, our overarching question, why do you feel like they're going to win, even though we know you can't? Why do you feel like they're going to win every game or be in every game or have a chance to win every single game? To me, it's because of the simplicity of Jimmy Butler. It just seems to make sense, his role in this team. Steph Curry is playing, I think, the most inspired basketball since 2022, to be honest. Draymond Green, and he's also a combustible personality, appears to be in the best headspace well, really since before he punched Jordan Poole, to be honest.
I love it.
Gary Payton II is apparently high on vibes that are Erykah Badu, Jill Scott, and Lauryn Hill. Moses Moody might be the most mature 22-year-old I've ever met in my entire life. And someone like Pods, he's playing with this like organized spontaneity. And even Jonathan Kuminga is no longer a necessity. He seems to be a plus. So all of those reasons going down the list of individuals is why, I don't know if I'm as far as you, Goo, that they're just going to run roughshod in the Western Conference and maybe even beat Boston or Cleveland, but my confidence has been restored.
No, I love that. And you know what, Evan? I felt like you should have said Draymond because he went championship. I went Western Conference Finals.
Yeah,
but how about I do this? And I thought of it. They're going to be a tough out. I hope that sits well with everybody out there, but that's what this thing is shaping up to be. And I don't know if you caught it was in The Athletic, Sam Amick and Slater's, Marcus Thompson's piece, where Draymond told the organization, I told Stoney, I just loved, I got to keep my job here, Evan, but he said they need another blank
a-hole.
I love that, and that's what Butler is. And I don't know if you've seen the numbers, it's early returns, but Pods plus minus the 6 games before Butler, and not blaming it all on him, and the 6 games since. And it's what I'm seeing with everybody. And Evan, I tried to bring this up to Steiny yesterday. He kind of looked at me like, you talking about bar fighting? He didn't say it. But I think Jimmy Butler's that guy you go out with that you know is a badass, and you just feel confident. You're not looking for anything, but if something were to pop off, you feel confident, Evan. And I think that's what we're seeing from the Golden State Warriors and the impact. I called it Clint Eastwood yesterday, sudden impact to Jimmy Butler.
I mean, people are even coming back around on this guy, Chavano.
Everybody just calm and poised, taking their time, making the right reads, making the right cuts. Of course, Steph, Jimmy, and Draymond, and everybody just settles down. And adding Jimmy helps a lot. He helps up. He takes all the pressure off of Steph. And Draymond does a good job of finding everybody and being the anchor on our defense. And we're just following their leads every step of the way. Just trying to win games that we should win, and taking it day by day, and just see if we can keep stacking these wins.
Jimmy Butler's been so good for the Warriors that he's completely erased everyone's hate for Buddy Hield.
And the hate goes away too, Evan, if you go 4 for 9 from deep, which he did yesterday.
Yeah.
I don't care who it was. The ball went in for Buddy. I like hearing them talk, man. Good
Buddy
for
Hield?
Buddy, yeah. Cool, dude. Remember we were out there and he came in. He's wearing it long. Do what you do.
I feel like it's the equivalent of an NBA hockey beard. At the beginning of the playoffs, all hockey players will just grow their beards out, and
I never knew that.
They just turn into freaking bushes.
Wow.
But Buddy Hield right now, you can't go back to the cornrows, Buddy, until you guys start losing some games.
All right, I got you.
That's what
Keep
I
wearing
think.
it. I hear you.
But even that one game against
long hair don't care
Dallas that they lost, that was when Buddy was in the starting lineup. You know?
You're right.
I mean, games like last night to me are also valuable from the standpoint you didn't have to play anybody more than 24 minutes.
And and I keep saying Bogut with Willard and Dibbs at 3:30 today, but that was a staple of that team, Evan. Steph and the rest of the gang had, the ice on their knees in the fourth quarter, and you got to see the young guys, and it's just like a party right now. It just feels that way.
So where does it go from here? Like, I guess my question is how they keep the party going. How do they keep the party going past 2 a.m.? How do they keep the party going like All-Star Weekend, where people are supposedly walking into the social club right outside our office at 5 a.m.?
That blew my wig.
It's
my actual hair, but yes. But Evan, what?
Well,
Wow.
I actually don't think that's the reason.
That happens in Miami, I hear. In South Beach, where you go in at 5 a.m.
Yeah?
People were waiting to go party.
They were.
Man.
510, less Buddy's good Buddy. I think less of everyone has been good for the Warriors. They haven't had to play a game yet where guys are playing 35 to 40 minutes. Maybe against Houston when you're trying to close them out.
But those days are going to come.
But it wasn't the rotation players. Buddy Hield and Quentin Post, I think, are their 2 best shooters after Steph Curry, and they come off the bench. They're in to have some heat checks. And apparently, if you're Quentin Post, yell at the other team.
No, man, I love it.
He might be more aggressive than Draymond right now.
And when he makes his shot in the scowl, I love it, man. He's fitting right in, Evan.
He is. And I mean, to me, not that you're in a spot where you can overlook teams, but there's more of an expectation that this group is one that I think, and Willard said it a couple weeks ago, and I was like, are you serious? When he said that the floor for this team is the 7 seed, I'm starting to feel like the floor for this team is going to be the 6.
I'm with you.
And the only team that to me is going to prevent them from doing that would be Minnesota, because I think they're going to catch the Clippers. And if they stay healthy, which it appears, well, ultimately, this is a group that has a legitimate chance. The last 2 years, it was like, I don't know, waiting for them to prove that they weren't good enough to win it all. And just relying on the pedigree and relying on the chemistry and the vibes and all of those are present right now. But if I was to ask you what the biggest difference is, Goo, between how they started this season 12-3 and their last 7 games, what would you say?
Variety. That they now have another flavor to their game. And I'm going to say that's on the court, Evan, with Jimmy Butler getting his buckets the way that he does. Shout out, Jimmy. But the way that he does, mainly inside, not shooting threes. And then also the vibes off the court, the mentality. Maybe I should have led with that. But that's what I see the biggest difference. And that's why Jersey Ken tweeted out yesterday that I said, and I caught some flack because people thought I was saying Butler is Durant. It's not that. But that silhouette of his body out there with Dre and Steph, they now have a new big three, and that's why they're like Josh, Evan. They are giddy. They are happy right now, and nobody can deny it. It's just a fact.
Are these the kind of vibes?
Big vibes. Big coffee vibes, candle vibes, just good vibes. Like Erykah Badu, Lauryn Hill, Jill Scott type of vibes. It's good. Golden vibes.
I mean, I don't know if he was
Give me
smoking
one
something.
more, yeah.
I'll smoke whatever he's having.
Could he have said beyond? Nah, not Yancey. Like, who else could he have threw at Mount Rushmore? He said 3 of them. Those were heavyweights.
Well, it makes it sound like Jimmy Butler's, again, too.
He's got some zing.
Well, he's kind of an older soul. Yeah. He's an old soul. And that's what I hear when I hear GP2 talking about that. And we know Moses Moody is an old soul. I think they got a few older souls, well, literally older players, but older souls on this team. And that's why they're, I don't know, when they play together, it just looks like smart basketball again.
Man, again. And that's great,
It's been a while. I would say since, again, 2022.
We were throwing the ball away. We couldn't get to the free throw line. Evan, everything has changed since Butler's here. They lead the league in free throw attempts. Like, you think that's a fluke, or there's something behind that, and it's number 10.
888-957-9570 is the number. What's the biggest difference for you? 7 games.
I like that.
What are you feeling about this team right now? Also, a reminder, you're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM in San Francisco, always live in the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. Yeah, I mean, I think Wiggins was an older soul too, to the 925's point. Wiggins plays at his own slow pace, but Butler just makes the required correct play every time. I agree. It's not, he's not someone that's going to have, Rajon Rondo or Chris Paul level of assist numbers. He's not going to be throwing up 12 or 13 a game, but I think he's only turned the ball over like 6 times in his first 7 games. And it feels pretty good to know, because, Curry and Draymond are still going to throw it to the other team. But you have now a guy that, if it's in crunch time, even if it's during the middle of an opposing team's run, you feel comfortable just giving it to him, and you're probably going to get something quality out of it.
Man. And I'll take that all day, every day. And tell me what you think about this, because Stoney had mentioned it last week. He was kind of worried about this team's three-point shooting. I'm not, or their lack of. But I love the fact that Jimmy's not a splash brother. And let's be honest, Wiggins on a good day, Evan, he would jack up 7 to 8 threes. Like, they're not just a one-trick pony now. And that's why I brought up the word variety. It's just they got different facets to scoring the ball on the defensive end. And I just want to take a second, because I know you're with me every day in Steiny, and we didn't fight about what Moses Moody was, but I do want to take a second, Evan, to commend Moody for, even when Jimmy wasn't here, just having the guts of a cat burglar to jack up, to shoot the ball and not be scared. But he's kind of carved out a niche on his team, Evan. He does the scrappy stuff along with Pods, now Santos, Post. So it's a pleasure to watch, man.
Well, he's also scoring. I mean, since he started, they're 10-0, and I know the competition hasn't been all that high for the Warriors. But again, that was the biggest reason why people were saying that the beginning of the season was a fluke. To me, the biggest reason that the beginning of the season appeared, now looking back, flukish, it's because there's no definition. There's no definition for any player not named, I would argue, even Steph. Now, Steph was the only one that you knew what his role was going to be, and it was to be the guy who carried this team every night. And everyone else, 2 through 13, their roles were going to change. And I just think it's impossible to coach like that. Steve Kerr, people haven't brought him up a whole lot, but is he all of a sudden a better coach now? Is he all of a sudden doing things differently? Or is his team just better? And do the players that he has on the floor match his system? Because to me, they're in synchronicity right now. Shout out to the app we use here at 95.7 The Game.
I love that.
They're synced. They are in sync. And Steve Kerr, to me, he hasn't really made a big deal about it, but he's clearly found something. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
No doubt. And if Moody pulled up on us right now in the studio and you asked him that same question about Kerr, Evan, I think his answer would be, he's doing the same thing. But as far as Moody being able to keep up this consistency that we see and the 38% from 3, I mean, you could count on him. Evan, it's the minutes. He's got an opportunity, and he's taking the most of it. And I made the most of it. And I got one rat on the table. Evan, I don't want to say I don't like, brought to you by Atco, but I'm looking forward to is the Kuminga factor. And I'm not saying that to be negative. Somebody's minutes are going to be reduced. He's going to be slotted in the starting lineup. I don't know, but I just want that to be answered so we can then know who we are and have that identity you speak of and move forward. Because right now, I think that's the only question left.
What question?
About how JK fits and what his role is going to be and who loses. If they lose minutes, where does that come from?
Well, everyone seems to assume that Jimmy Butler is just going to help him transform into a different, better player. Jimmy was asked about that after the game.
I think it's going to be easy. Hella athletic, can shoot it, can score in a multitude of ways, and can guard. He can definitely guard. So I think he's going to come back and do what he's been doing. My job is just to make it even easier on him. So come on back and help us get some dubs.
He's from the Bay, Evan. He said hella. He said hella.
I don't even know. Well, I think Jimmy's from Texas, but he's been everywhere, dude.
You follow him on IG, all this E4. He's got everything Bay related. I love it. He's got the E40, the Too Short songs. I don't know if you've seen it, but yeah.
No, he's someone that educates himself about wherever he's going.
There you go.
I think that's why he loves Quentin Post, because Quentin Post is like this international traveler. And he's from Amsterdam, but I'm saying he's now in the States, and he's just a little bit different, kind of quirky. You see their new celebration, the 3 fingers?
No, Evan.
Yeah, so they
my man, break it.
They put the 3 up against each other. It's the new 3. I don't know.
I'm a sucker for that stuff.
It's good until it ain't going in.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, it's good until it ain't going in. Then you can put it down. From the 415, Butler is a mix of Sean Livingston and David West for this team.
I'm not even mad at that. Not the game, Evan, obviously, but I like that.
Well, not to downplay those 2 players, but
because they were big. They were big time.
No, and David West is an all-star. Sean Livingston obviously had his career derailed by injury, but
post-game.
If you want to combine them, their impact, I think, as far as the dog that David West was, and then the stabilizing force off the bench that Sean Livingston was. Oh, that reminds me. The one thing that they are doing, which I think is interesting with Jimmy, is they're not really having him run the second unit.
Yeah.
I mean, people have discussed that, the non-Steph minutes, they're better. Well, it's kind of they just take Steph out. And maybe that's why if people are all in on Steph still being the leader, being the one, that to me is the evidence that you need, where Kerr is playing Curry, actually, with those bench players.
No doubt about it. And he's as frisky as ever, Steph Curry. And that's why I said I liken him to a kid in a candy store, Evan, because, I mean, I cannot appreciate what's going on now since the inception of Jimmy and ignore, and Stoney brought it up and threw it in my face and it like some wet paint yesterday. He said, you were down, and I was. I didn't have answers, and so was the team, just the team. I didn't know where it was going, the loss to the Rockets, the Utah game, and I was just like, where's this thing headed? And then bam, the basketball gods bestow on you a guy named Jimmy from Texas, Jimmy Buckets.
Well, if they didn't make a move for Jimmy Butler, and let's say they stood pat at the deadline, I think at this point, 7 games later, we'd be talking about when they're going to shut down Steph. They're going to be talking about.
Some people were calling like trade him. We fielded those calls like a ground ball to second.
Well, we also had a couple of those conversations. You know, what do you want to talk about today, Steiny? You know, I kind of think that Steph is someone they should take a hard, long look at.
Man.
How are you going to rebuild this thing? The easiest way to do it. And yeah, we don't have to have those conversations.
And when Steph, the chef said it, Evan, we're not built to come back. That was loud. A couple people didn't hear it, but I heard like, man, that's saying a lot more than what you're saying. We're not built to go. You get us down, it's a wrap. But not anymore.
The Bulls game was, it was against the Bulls, but they still came back in their very first game with Jimmy Butler.
Down 24?
Yeah, and they also didn't blow a lead to Houston, which I think they would have blown if Butler wasn't here. You know, I don't know if there would have been any way to have Curry and, Moses and Pods and Draymond, all those. I don't know if those guys would have had, again, just the energy that they appear to have now. Like Steph is.
Good word.
He doesn't look like a player that's got bilateral part.
I forgot. I was bringing that up 5 days a week, Evan. I haven't mentioned it. Man, and that's what the word is like. He's on the basketball Viagra. He is just out there clowning like the joy is back. Joy, rest in peace to our guy.
Who?
Frankie Beverly.
Oh,
Joy.
See, this is where I know we're almost the same age, Goo, but we are from different generations.
Speaking of which, Evan.
What? You okay?
You work out. Your body looks like you work out.
Not today. It's flu game today.
No. I can't tell. So
I appreciate
thugging it out.
No, you are the bus driver this show.
But what do we talk about? As you get older, it's the activity of going to the gym. Your man is officially his age. I went to the gym yesterday because I knew if I went home, I wasn't going. I worked out in jeans.
No.
Yep. I was on that throwing them weights. And I looked at myself in the mirror like, you are truly an OG.
Ooh, I was just about to give you a lot of love because you're one of the few people that they take videos of the gym or walking into the gym.
I don't do that. No, I do the walk-in.
But you don't take videos or selfies of yourself at the gym.
No, but that is
definitely
disgusting.
Not yesterday.
Yeah. Well, Evan, people were
Your
looking.
Bows? What is South Poles?
No, just old Wranglers.
Oh my God.
Evan, I was getting it in, though.
I believe it, Goo. No, quietly. I've said this before. I'll say it again. It might be process of elimination. We are the most in shape show.
There you go.
On 95.7 The Game.
Abundant life.
Yeah, damn Skippy. I know 510. I'm not saying Butler is a bus driver or the greatest warrior of all time, one of the greatest players of all time. What I'm saying is they're co-bus drivers. That's why I think that they're legitimately dangerous, because they have two people that can control a game. And they do it differently, but I think that's what you need.
Just like with Durant, right? Different games, but they had two. You can do the numbers all you want, but it was both of them could do it.
Well, Durant's a far more prolific scorer. There's no doubt about that. And in his prime, he did a lot more things. But I would say Durant now, he's as lethal of a scorer as ever. But at age 35, Jimmy Butler does a few more things. Does that mean he's a better player? Will he go down as top 15 like Durant? No.
I got you.
But he's a perfect complement. It appears to Steph along with Draymond. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. I want to play a game with you, Goo, on the other side.
I'm ready.
We talked about the role players, and to me, we got to get into the impact. And I want to leave Jimmy, I want to leave Steph, I want to leave Draymond Green out of this. I want to talk about the role players, who they need, what's realistic, and I want to talk about that on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up in the game brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. It's a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit, good Lord, Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. All right, everyone. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. Gerald the Guru Johnson with you as always. Dude, I swear, man, that KC Johnson interview is rubbing off on me.
We got to come back with that next break. That was Steiny's man.
I was listening from the house, and I was just thinking, my God. I mean,
he's such a perfectionist on what he does, and I love it.
He is. I am, too. And there's been a few slip of the tongues today. I got
Well, not by me. People are saying, it's my black card. You can't take it. Joy and pain are like sunshine and rain. Yeah. They said I didn't know the lyrics.
Yeah, people not questioning my black card. I don't know what that.
They said I butchered the lyrics earlier. Shout out Shasky.
Oh, I thought you said Frankie Beverly.
Yeah, but the
Mace?
lyrics, yeah.
Okay, well, I just looked it up during the break. It's like something I jam to.
Yeah, hey, I seen you get down.
Oh,
you got some rhythm.
In the caddy.
Yeah.
No, 510. I don't think he butchered it. But, hey, if you want to call in and sing it yourselves, please tell us how you butchered it.
That's my quarterback.
All right, you want to play a game, Goo?
Let's do it.
888-957-9570 is the number. To me, the goal of the game is to try and figure out just how far you think this team can go. Because at the top of the show, you mentioned expectations are high. You know, Boston, Cleveland, OKC. No one scares you, right? I'm not quite there yet, but we'll play a game, and I think this is going to flush out how we really feel about this.
Let's do it.
Okay. You get 3 words to define each title I'm about to mention. Excited, satisfied, and disappointed. All right. If the Warriors make just the play-in, which word will you use?
Disappointed.
Me too. I think it'd be a disaster, actually. I know that wasn't a word.
All right.
But, all right. First round exit of the playoffs.
Disappointed. Wow, E. Wow, man.
I'm kind of with you. Just because I think that they can get to the 6th seed. If they have to play OKC or Denver in the first round, to me, I think I would understand if they lost one of those 2 series.
And real quick, Evan, before you get to the next one, I got to tell on myself because success was defined by just getting a 7-game series. I told Steiny that.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I'll be happy. Now, I've upped the ante to where that would be disappointment city.
Well, so have the Warriors. They upped their ante by about $112 million.
Look at you.
All right. Conference semifinals.
Satisfied.
Satisfied?
Yeah, I'd be satisfied. Because the great, I keep bringing them up because we miss them, Steiny had brought to my attention is as excited as I am for the future, the fact that they're doing this on the fly and Butler hasn't had to preserve himself for 82 games, Steiny was kind of feeling like, you know what, they might have more action now because of that. So I would say to that, I would go satisfied like a Snicker.
See, if they win a first-round series, that means they're in all probability upsetting somebody. That second series, I think I might be disappointed. Because if you're a 7 or an 8, and let's say you upset Denver or OKC,
then
you got action.
Okay.
You got a legitimate chance. And even if you're a 6, so let's say you match up, well, I guess Denver's are they the 3 right now?
Yeah, right now.
Okay, so whether it's them or I think Memphis is probably the other team that's got a good shot to get that. I think if you beat those 3 teams, one of those 3 teams, you got a legit opportunity.
I'm with you.
Conference finals.
That would be super sad. You know what? I'd be proud. If they can get there, Evan, I'm proud. I know that wasn't one of the words, but I would definitely be satisfied.
Proud Mary, Creedence Clearwater. And I think I would be satisfied too. But to me, it's like that's kind of where I have my sights set right now.
I get it, man.
And they've just been playing such good basketball. And I know they still got to play some better teams. But damn, Goo, I think they're going to be able to get the 6 because of how soft their schedule is. And then from there, the way that the path could unfold for them, I think I would be satisfied with a conference finals appearance. Because also, I'm not putting my chips into next year. I know that people would probably feel real good about, let's say they got to the top 4.
Yeah.
But I guess I just, maybe it's the Steiny in me. I can't count on this team being the same, acting the same, playing the same, and remaining healthy in the same manner so far for 82 games next year.
Okay.
So to me, it's...
And that's fair.
I think I've told you guys this, though. I think this is their last best chance to win a title.
Wow. Okay. And maybe they feel the same way, but I'll throw this to you. I talked to Bonte on the way home. The reason I bring him up is where we got a crew, and you're in it now, the League Pass boys. And we were having some fun with that yesterday. And, Evan, the reason I bring that up is, do you mind if I ask you about you feeling like the Warriors can get to the Western Conference Finals? Yeah, we're so focused, and rightfully so, about the team we cover and we love. But is any of that because of what you're watching other teams do, which can change what they're doing now? But I got to tell you, I'm watching, and I'm thinking to myself, and some people could say, you're a Warrior fan. What are you talking about? You're ninth right now or eighth. But, Evan, is any of that predicated on what you're seeing from other teams in the West? Because I am. Minnesota's got to reincorporate those guys. SGA, I know they got their foot wet last year with their series or whatnot. But, Evan, I watched him hit the side of the backboard. It was just one play for the game. Like, pressure is come on now, you know what it does, especially on the playoff stage. And I feel like we're talking about just OKC in this instance. I'm not ripping them at all. I can't. But I think they're getting awarded a luxury they haven't earned. And that's that pedigree.
Well, people do think they're just going to, and I'm kind of one of them. I think they're the best team.
Right.
I think they're the best team in the West. If I had to bet on a team to win it all, I'd probably give me Boston, just because they have the best combination of talent and pedigree.
And real quick, and the Warriors pre-Jimmy played OKC tough and beat them one time.
Yeah, no, they did. They beat him without Jimmy Butler. But
I want to say they beat him twice.
They have, but they've also played them without Chet Holmgren
right.
and without Alex Caruso, who's the guy that finishes for them. To me, it's funny you mention it. Their pedigree is also why you kind of have to get them this year, I think.
Wow.
Because the teams that are right now, if we just look at the West, they're on their way up. Like, I think Denver's still going to be around and competitive
and
next year.
They've been the Warriors' kryptonite. Steiny hammered that home yesterday. I couldn't say anything. Like, do you think Denver's looking like, if we could pick a team, it would be the Warriors?
I don't know if they want to pick the Warriors. You'd probably rather face like Dallas, or the team they do not want to face is Minnesota.
But if Dallas gets healthy, then if they get healthy, Evan, they're a problem. They're formidable.
Dallas?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
if.
I think that's a big if. But my point is that, all right, OKC is a really young group, one of the youngest teams in basketball. Even Memphis is still pretty young.
I don't know what to make of them.
Houston's young. Minnesota's young.
But Minnesota was in the Western Conference Finals.
Exactly. And even the San Antonio Spurs are young. And next year they're going to have all of their big boys back. So that's another reason why I think there's added urgency on the season, because the West is not going anywhere. And I have, as much as I would like to believe that the Warriors could just run this thing back and be a team that plays 80% winning basketball, or close to, which they've done, that's a pretty big ask. Especially for a team that, like, they have lightning in a bottle. Don't let it out.
I have not loved that. And again, Malcolm X, by any means necessary. I do love that. You got it. Don't let it out. And Evan, all I see right now, I'm a big nerd. I'm a sci-fi guy, Star Trek. We're in the Star Trek Enterprise right now. We're looking out yonder through the window in space, and all I see is not a meteoroid. All I see is Kuminga. How will we implement him back in?
Kuminga?
Yeah.
How do you think?
It's twofold. Evan, this was serious. Whatever, I know, was it a high ankle sprain? Our man's been out a while. So from a physical standpoint, Evan, maybe he's not able to go 30 minutes if they wanted to give him 30 right off the bat. But I guess you bring him off the bench, right?
Yeah, that's where he was coming off before.
I thought the goal with 24 left is to have him, if you wanted to, him be in your starting lineup, and then Moody or whoever comes be the first man off the bench.
Well, but before we open that can of worms, I want to finish the exercise. So play-in, we both would be disappointed. First round, we both would be disappointed. Conference semis, you would be disappointed. No, you'd be satisfied. I think I might be disappointed based on what their path looks like. We both would be satisfied with the conference finals.
Oh, man.
And just making it to the finals. I mean, losing in the finals would be, there's no doubt, it'd be disappointing. But in a way, I don't know how you couldn't be excited about that.
That's all. No, I'm with you. It's that guru math and Evan math. Like, are you kidding me? This team didn't make the playoffs last year. You make in-season, and you're kind of trending that way for half a season, make an in-season trade. You got an alpha, another one, to add to the big three, and you're back to the finals. That's when I would say 82 or not, Evan. I'm excited about the next year or two.
I'm not even looking at the next year or two. I'm looking at what's left this season. Again, I just think there are so many variables for a team that is dependent on guys that are going to be 35 years or older. 3 of them. You know, what gives me confidence is that it feels like the younger guys are beginning to kind of figure out where they fit. You know, Podziemski doesn't have to be, even though he starts, like he doesn't have to be a star for them. Moody doesn't have to be a star for them. And he'd been shooting it pretty well before the All-Star break, but now that's, you know, towards the end when they moved him in the starting lineup, and then now after, he's contributing to wins. And he's just kind of a ho-hum guy. The Warriors as a whole, like, I know that they got big egos in Draymond and Jimmy, but in a way, they're starting to get their joy back. And to me, I don't associate that with ego.
I love it. And I'm sitting here, I keep talking about the trade, and we can, Evan, but the fact that I feel like they didn't have to give up a king's ransom, and you can throw Pods, Moody, and I know you don't want to talk about the future, but I'm going to do it just real quick here. Post, Moody, Santos, Kuminga, and Pods, like, that's exciting to me. I know there's no superstar in that bunch, and maybe Kuminga will be that one day, but damn, Evan, you got a balance of the OGs with Looney included in that, and then you got the young players, and I know, you know, people want to know, or how are they going to react in the playoffs? Well, we'll find out, and it'll be a big deal, but I don't think just because it's game one of the playoffs and you know, they're going to tuck their tail. We'll see.
We'll see. 510, Evan, stop discounting the Warriors' wins versus Oklahoma City. The Warriors' last win against them, Draymond and Kuminga were not playing. That's true. To me, the wins that I guess I don't know, maybe because both sides were at relative strength, but the wins that I think the Warriors have had that are most impressive.
I know where you're going.
I'd say Minnesota.
Oh, I thought you were going to Team in Green.
They're 3-1. Yeah. Well, but that game was during a part of the season that we knew wasn't going to be able to last.
Wow.
Now, it was important. Again, you're not in this position to challenge for the 6 if you don't win 12 of 15 games. But to me, the most full strength dominance they've had over a playoff group so far has been Minnesota. And that's a team that, to your point, was in the Western Conference Finals last year. And they're starting to figure it out too. So
you're right.
You know, I like between the Warriors and the Wolves, those are the 2 teams I don't think anybody wants to see if you're a top seed. And maybe more so the Warriors than the Wolves, just because it's Anthony Edwards and help.
Yeah, and I'll say this because I've died a few times, Evan. You didn't ask, #random.
Died?
On this hill, me.
Oh.
Thinking the Giants last year were going to get their crap together and qualify and sneak in and get a wild card. It didn't happen. The Niners, I kept waiting for them to kind of snap out of it. Greenlaw's coming back. McCaffrey's coming back. It didn't happen. But damn, Evan, I can't remember how I felt this good about a team in a long time. Now, they could prove me wrong, but Evan, right now, all systems are go.
It's funny you mentioned the Niners because I was cooking up this take last night as I was watching the game.
The chef?
Yeah, I didn't have much to watch during the game. Got my brother tickets, and I just felt terrible. He wanted to go see LaMelo Ball.
He got to see. Oh, okay. Well,
saw LaMelo Ball dap up Steph at the end of the game. Saw Brandon Miller. I don't even know if he was on the bench last night. It was just,
Jesus.
That was a bad game. The Warriors quietly, we were like sleepwalking through the first half.
No doubt.
I mean, they didn't play that well either. They still ran away with like 40-point win. But what was I going to say here, Gil?
You're cooking up about the Niners.
Oh, yeah. The Niners had me thinking that, like, when was the last time that there was a beacon of hope for a midseason trade? Because the first thing that I thought about was, well, and not even midseason trade. McCaffrey is probably the guy there. But the last beacon of hope for a Bay Area sports team that came along midway through the year, maybe even unexpectedly because Jimmy Butler was not plan A, I think it was Brock Purdy. And that team had me feeling like they could beat anybody up until he got hurt in the NFC Championship.
That's a good pull. And that was by deep injuries, led them to him getting the opportunity. I'm going to be honest, Evan, I still thought Brock Purdy and the Niners were going to have to return the glass slipper per se. Like, he was not going to be able to beat Seattle at home, which he did, and Dallas after that, and then getting getting to Philly. So I'm with you. I just can't I can't remember another in-season trade here in the Bay that has changed. I know it's short sample size, the math, but also the feeling, not just with the fan base, but the players themselves. And for the 100th time, I believe All-Star Sunday, Draymond Green in the corridor on Chase Center, wasn't playing in the game, but he was on the mic for TNT, which he does well. He said he feels like they can win it. And Evan, all I'm telling you, and you didn't ask, and everybody listening, I feel like he believes it. And I feel like that's half the battle.
He also doubled down.
I 1,000% wholeheartedly stand all 10 toes down on everything I said. We winning that. And I look forward to all the people that run and duck and hide and then not even acknowledge that.
What was, he didn't have to say 1,000.
10 toes down, 1,000%.
Evan, wow,
he can dress it up, I'll give him that.
Man, I love it. Like, there's no lose in that, right? Fat mouthing.
No,
that's what I call that. Like, what if we did it here?
No, because they were dead. I actually don't. I think it's kind of a win-win, because if they don't win the championship, no one's going to say, "Oh, well, I can't believe the Warriors didn't win it." But if they win it, then Draymond's a prophet. Yeah, he knew what he was doing. I think there was no risk in saying we're going to win a championship.
Yeah, it came at a perfect time, and we're having fun with it. But the better part, Evan, is they're 6-1 since they brought him to town.
I mean, to me, it's more about, the way that they've played through 7 games adds more expectation to this team than what Draymond Green said. You might argue they're one and the same, but 6-1, and they're a top 5 team in net rating. They're back to being a number 1 team defensively over 7 games. I understand the opponents are who they are. That kind of performance is one to me that increases the expectations more than Draymond saying, we got to be championship.
I love it. And Evan, how long has it been since this Warrior team, because it definitely wasn't last year, could knock out a team and do what we talk about, and you reminisce about the Kevin Durant days and pre-KD when Steph and the rest of the gang were cheering on the young guys. And that's why they had like a high school atmosphere to the end of that game yesterday. Don't know how I missed post getting ran, but just watching those guys just have fun, the OGs cheering them on. It's been a while since the Warriors and their fans have been able to experience that. Because you mentioned it early when we started the show. You brought back old wounds, the Utah game, where you're up 18, but you just can't sustain it. And they didn't have the firepower. They didn't have the weaponry. Now, all of a sudden, the bazooka is back, Evan. They knocked out the Kings. And I know the Kings lost their heart and soul with Fox and Levine. IQ, I don't know what's going on with Sack, but they're in transition. And the same with they followed that up. Who did they beat right after that Sunday before I saw you? Dallas on national TV and the Iggy's retirement. Like, everything just seems golden in Golden State.
What's the deal with Jimmy Garoppolo? Jimmy Butler, that's going to happen more than once between now and the end of the season. What's the deal with Jimmy Butler and these candles?
What's the deal with the candles?
Huh?
What's the deal with the candles?
With Jimmy? You know what? I don't know. It's a good thing, because I think he likes the locker room smelling good, especially his area. So, I have no problem with the candles. That's his thing, and I might support it.
It's Serrano.
That's where I was just going. He's Serrano. My man, he said he wanted his area smell like an incense. I get whatever.
You think Jimmy's like a lavender guy?
I believe he could. I watched him on. This is Evan, don't be in a rush to get old. Okay? I saw a program with the NBA players on Netflix. What was it called?
Starting 5?
With Starting 5. My man, yeah. And Butler's in there. And, they show him off the court being a dad, and he's got some zen to him. Phil Jackson. But but Evan, he's a different type of dude. And I know Epstein, he was like Guru and Ashburner. The honeymoon wears off. And I'm like, okay, but if we can get a title in a year or 2 titles, let it wear off. But damn.
Well, that's why I think some of the guys, especially like, say, Steve Kerr, are delightfully surprised, because I don't know if there was a way to expect what you were going to get with Butler. Basketball is one thing, but the kind of person that he is, I know that Ashburner felt one way, Casey Johnson yesterday felt another, and he believed that it was going to be a perfect fit. Ashburner, didn't like it whatsoever. But I didn't see... I can understand the basketball working well in the immediate, but just how much he's already put his footprint or fingerprints on the candles in the locker room and
be yourself, Jimmy.
It's smelling like vibes.
And they needed it. Like you said, it was funeral vibes early, so
boy.
they welcomed it. And Evan, I got to be careful here. If Draymond is right, not the goo. If Draymond is right, so Wiggins, number 1 pick, not a bust in Minnesota, but kind of never lived up to the billing, left here a champ. Kevin Durant, as great as he is, squandered the 3-1 lead in the West. You know the rest. Came here, 2-time champ. Wouldn't it be something if they could get the likes of Jimmy Butler, who took a team, got close, but if they could get over the hump, Evan, I mean, what are we talking about when we talk about Warrior culture? It's real.
Yeah.
It's a vibe.
We talked about this yesterday in the morning show. Like, do you think that people have more faith now in this team than they did in the 2022 squad?
No, that's wow.
Because I remember people saying, like, they were a better team, obviously, with the 42 and 14.
I didn't think they were still going to win it.
But everyone was wondering, oh, my gosh, you got Wiggins and Poole. They're unproven. Clay's coming back. But what's he going to be? Bielitsa,
Lionel
Porter.
Richie.
Yeah, those guys, they've been in the postseason before, but
I'm going to answer no. The basketball part of this and Steiner's like, you're crazy. But, Evan, the basketball part of this, to me, now with Jimmy Butler, it would make sense if they went on a run and got it done. That 2022 team, even with the great start, Evan, and it was a great start, I was like, ain't no way. And they were down 1-0 to Boston, 2-1, game 4, Steph. So I don't know where this thing is going, but when you put it that way, 2022 might be a year that we'll never forget as far as surprise.
Yeah, it seems to me that fans that I've seen, just like out of Chasing the last night, like they feel better about this team than they did down the stretch of that group. And I think some of it had to do with like Curry being out and being injured. They knew he was coming back, but it was, you got to go through, I think, more of a gauntlet this year.
Well,
but people have a higher expectation for this team. And I kind of get it because this team has an extra alpha that team did not have. Though at the end of the day, that team is on paper, much better.
Yeah, no doubt. And again, I'm going to bring up Andrew because I'm rooting for him in Miami, but he played, I believe, some of his best basketball, if not, Evan, the best basketball of his career, including the playoffs. I mean, he was a stud, got a contract from it. You know what I mean? I mean, he was that guy, and he turned it on in the playoffs, and the rest was history. But, Evan, if you're telling me, just for this exercise here, because this is how I look at sports and Curry, I just never bought we don't want to risk the future. We want to leave it in a better place. And I'm not saying that was the wrong mindset, but I feel like Jimmy being a Warrior, those were just words. They kind of didn't mean that. And, of course, you want your team to be well off, but they're assassins. And Curry wants to be up there with Kobe and Tim. And if somehow he could pull this off, just from his standpoint, to have 5E with the greats of Kobe and Tim.
Yeah.
And pass LeBron.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
He's been to 10 finals. Let's not forget about that. But on the other side, I do want to talk about some of that future. I don't think that the Warriors necessarily mortgage their future. And they got some of those future players that are playing real well right now. 888-957-9570 is the number. Download the free Odyssey app to check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Evan in for Steiny with Daryl the Guru Johnson. That segment sponsored by Safeway. All right, Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz, the Guru Johnson with you. 888-957-9570 is the number. Trying to, again, just kind of figure out where the expectations are. The confidence level appears to be sky high. Man. Everyone in and out of the locker room in Golden State is feeling good. They're going to be under now a road trip that begins tomorrow. I'm not sure if it's a 5-game roadie, but begins in Orlando tomorrow at 4 o'clock. They're going to play some better teams. And, let me ask you this. So
okay, I'm right here.
Let me get this schedule real fast. Yeah, so they play 5 games. Orlando, Philly, Charlotte, New York, Brooklyn. What do you think the record's going to be in that stretch?
Evan, I'm going to go 4-1. That's 5. I'm going to go 4-1, a loss at New York. I'm being kind to the Knicks, but Orlando's a mess, I believe. And Philly, that's a tragedy, an NBA tragedy there, Macbeth. And Orlando, you and I and Carter and Rosado could beat them. So, yeah, I'm going to go 4-1. But, Evan, I wouldn't be surprised if it's 5-0.
But that's the thing about the Knicks is they haven't beaten good teams this year.
I don't know. Yeah.
They've won, 5 of 8, and they had a 5-game win streak during the month of January. But, don't get me wrong, they did beat Denver. But I'm looking at their losses, and they're all pretty much playoff teams. Boston twice, Cleveland, the Lakers, Minnesota, Detroit, who's playing better basketball, Oklahoma City, and Orlando. In a way, I kind of think the game, Orlando's not a tough team necessarily with the way the Warriors play. I think they match up well against them. But I actually don't think the Knicks are as frightening as their roster appears to make them.
You know what? I'm not mad at you, so we'll see. I'm just respecting the Garden, the Mecca of basketball and that stuff and the travel. But, I'm always honest with you, Evan, even when it hurts. And I wanted to say 5-0, but I'm going to just respect the game, the road trip, so I'm going to say 4-1. But just one take on the Knicks and this Luka thing. I was watching the Knicks the other day, and I said, how the hell, and he's not playing bad basketball, how the hell could Bridges constitute 5 number 1? I think I put it on the Vine.
You did.
That's horrible, Evan.
It's a lot.
That's all.
I think that might be the last big one.
Stop. That is the red sign. Stop.
Well, also because of the new CBA, it means that you need more cheap labor, and so first-round picks are becoming a hot commodity. Yeah, and the Knicks gave up, oh my God, they gave up 4 in a pick slot.
It sounded good.
Well, I think they looked at it you remember when Minnesota traded for Gobert, they sort of saw him as maybe the last piece to their puzzle, but they don't defend anybody. The Knicks.
Yeah, you're right.
All right, from the 415, my goodness, you guys are way over your skis. This team lacks size, shooting, a backup point guard, athleticism, JK coming back to solve the last one, but there's still some areas of concern. All they have done is beat a bunch of cupcakes so far. I'm cautiously optimistic, but nowhere where you two are. Well, I hate to break it to you, 415. They're playing a lot of cupcakes the rest of the way.
Wow.
They got the second easiest schedule. And, maybe hear me on this. I think it's a possibility, a very real one, in fact, that we get to the postseason and we still don't really know how good this team is. Just because you're probably going to lose some games to some of the better squads. Hell, you might have on this road trip, you might lose one to a team you don't expect. But by the end of the season, I expect this team to be at the 6th seed. And from there, to me, anything's on the table.
Yeah, I love that. And that's how I'm living my Warrior life, Evan. It sounds like you are too. And Evan, I have no way to prove this to you all, but the bottom line is we know who, right? Or we think we do. I think I do. And the bottom line is I hope people don't think I'm drunk. And I tried to explain this to Stoney at the whiteboard. I hope people don't think I'm drunk off the Warriors' success because of the 6-1. I kind of expected the 6-1. I just thought about Butler's style, what he did in Miami, what this team was lacking, and what they now they feel like the band Journey because they're believing right now. But Evan, I felt like I prophesized this. This is just the Warriors backing up what I thought could happen. And this is just a portion of the heights that I feel like they can reach. And for that texter, I know he's not listening to Dre, Evan, and Guru, is you and I talking about it, but please don't leave out Draymond. Don't leave out the team feeling like, you know what? and everybody's different, we got action. And that action will be put to test, and it's being put to test every night, every other night. But, Evan, you're right. All the things that people are skeptical on, those will get answered, and we'll come back to the lab, and we'll see what we got.
How much of that optimism is tied to this guy who might be coming back during the road trip?
Mid to late road trip would be my tentative guess. They're being careful. Thursday, he did like a 2-on-2, and then they really, that was probably his really highest intensity day on the ankle. They gave him Friday completely off, Saturday 5-on-5 scrimmage, which was a big step, full contact. I think, they've already ruled him out of tomorrow. Again, like I said, I don't expect to see him to start the road trip. He's getting there. From what I've heard, though, some swelling as he's kind of gotten back into contact. It was a really bad ankle injury. And then, he's still kind of trying to get his full burst off the ankle. And especially considering how he plays, I think that is important to him and to them.
If I was to give you four role players for the Warriors, Jonathan Kuminga being one of them, Brandon Podziemski, Moses Moody, and Buddy Hield. You can put posts in there if you want, but who do you think's impact is needed the most if they're going to do what we're over our skis about?
Okay, I'm assuming full health for Kuminga.
Yeah.
So I got to keep it real. I'm going JK. I wanted to say Pods, and he had the lead because of he's healthy, but I'm going Jonathan Kuminga. If you're telling me, Evan, there's some swelling or he just can't be I know you don't like him, the Dark Knight, per se, of this team, Batman.
I love the Dark Knight. It's not as much as you do.
Dude, you're right. But the bottom line is Kuminga is the difference maker, and I know you and Stoney hate this, but he is the Kawhi Leonard to what the Spurs were doing when Ginobili, although younger, that trio, Ginobili, Duncan and Parker were getting older. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And to me, I think Kuminga is that kind of player.
So you're not mad at that answer.
Well, but if I'm being realistic about it, I think it's between him and Moody. And whoever's playing better is going to get that opportunity.
Now, why not Pods?
Well, Pods has got, I think, a great chance to impact the team. In fact, like the realistic contribution, I think he's less of a wild card than even Moody is because Kuminga is going to come back and I think eat into some of his minutes.
Okay.
Kuminga is a wild card. He was playing well before he got injured.
He's a big one, man.
Yeah, but he's a wild card. If there's realistic expectations for this team and players that I know what to expect from, of the four that I just named, Kuminga, Podziemski, Moody, and Hield, I feel most comfortable saying Pods.
Wow. And I can understand that, but Evan, how much of that is recency bias because we haven't seen Kuminga? There's no world that exists that I think the Warriors could beat if they hooked up with Denver or even Dallas if they're full health. If Jonathan Kuminga is not, the Jonathan Kuminga before he went out, we have no chance.
Yeah, but I think it's going to take some time for him to get back there. Number one, because it was a serious ankle injury, and number two, because I think he's going to have to earn his minutes back. Moses Moody's played too well.
Incredible, man. I got to give it to him.
Send him back to the 15 minutes that he was playing before, I think.
And I used to hate you love hip hop, the rapper from Pomona, Sugar Free. Mm-hmm. You ain't got to get ready if you stay ready.
Yeah.
But Moody kind of always did that, Evan. He just, even when people were kind of laughing he was just a jack of all trades, a master of none, but now he's kind of mastered. I know he missed a shot against Dallas, but his three-point ball, when it leaves his hands, I think it's going in. If Stoney was saying yesterday, if there's a ball on the ground, he's scrapping, and so is Pods. It's like you can't underestimate their worth, man. That's all.
Well, they're not worth very much. Moody makes like $11 million, and Podziemski is still on his rookie deal. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
No, I was just going to say, I think of AR-15. I know we're not in Laker Station. Evan, he's making $13.5. And the bang for the buck through, how could Kuminga or his camp say, I want 40 if that's what the number is when you can look at Reeves and his number? Evan, your boy's a baller.
Yeah, to me, it's more about Kuminga's peer group. That's what's going to get him paid. I think. I don't know how much it is.
His peer group, you're right.
One thing I was considering, though, because Kuminga is 21, 22.
22?
Yeah. If he really wants to make a lot of money in his career, Andre Iguodala was speaking at his retirement ceremony about how, and that's just the idea of coming off the bench, but like getting to the next contract. I actually think that because Kuminga hasn't either been allowed to or hasn't proven that he is I think a $35 or $40 million player, like he reportedly sees himself, he would be better taking a shorter Moses Moody-like deal and getting to age 24, 25.
Still might not even be in my prime.
Well, yeah, exactly. And also, Curry, Draymond, and Butler are going to be on their way out. I think that if Kuminga is someone that can come in, get in where he fits in this summer, I don't know whether you call it a pay cut or not, but I think he can actually make more money for himself long term if he takes a shorter deal in years.
Wow. That's the first I've heard of that. I'm not even mad at that. And I'll ask you right now, what did you make of Lacob's comments the other week? I think it was last week in regard to Kuminga, or just blowing past the luxury tax if he had to keep it moving. And the reason he brought that up was Jonathan Kuminga. But Evan, that's game tight right there with that. But I just wonder if his agent would be like, nah, Evan, we're going to try to, bring the house down now. But I just wonder, and I don't even wonder, Evan, there's nobody that can say that this injury, quote unquote ankle sprain, came at the most inopportune time, not just for him, but everything that's attached to Jonathan Kuminga. Because you got me thinking now, are 20, 22 games, or whenever he does come back, is that even enough time for him to trust his body if there's still some lingering effects from?
No, he's going to have to get back in. Even if he is 100%, he's got to get back into game shape. Jimmy Butler's still sucking wind.
Oh, there's no doubt about it.
Up and down the court.
Yeah. Missing the little bunnies every now and again.
Yep. Well, that's more of a Warriors thing. I think they're rubbing off on him.
Stop.
718. Evan was hating on Pods this weekend. No, not the player.
Wow.
Just
tell me what happened, what I missed.
Just the chin strap. Yeah, I signed my apology form.
You're a beard police. You don't like beards. If they don't look right, you ain't like Blakeups. You didn't like his.
Well, he's got like an Amish one. Again, I don't have I don't have the Burt Reynolds by any means, but if you're gonna go for it, you better know he's 22 years old.
So that's why you told Jersey Ken you snitched on me. Remember you said I don't like it and Guru don't like it.
Well, you've always just done the lip sweater. I think that's fine.
Yeah, but Jersey Ken, I told you I said, Evan, I don't know. You told him. You ratted me out.
Yeah, but you still didn't like it, whether I told him or not. It doesn't change the fact that you didn't like it either.
Oh, man. Boy.
Let's go out to the city and talk to Nate. Wants to get into the conversation. 888-957-9570. Evan in for signing with Daryl the Guru Johnson. Nate, what's up, my man?
Goo.
What's up?
First off, I got to give you your props, man. I was very, very lukewarm on this trade, mostly because I did not want to see the young guys go. But I think we got our cake and we can eat it too.
Wow.
And I don't know if y'all noticed last night, we had 5 of the C-dubs on the floor for the whole fourth quarter.
Man.
And, some people are saying that 2 timelines is dead. I don't know. It looks like it's ticking right now. Lastly, I think Kevin Knox is going to get some run in the next road trip. If Kuminga is not going to be able to play, we need an outside shooter, and he looked hot last night. I'll take your guys' comments off the air. All good, man.
No, I love it. And Evan, people loving the Amish, but I'll say this to you about the 2 timelines. Is it really 2 timelines?
Not a knock.
The youngsters you got more youngsters than you do OGs. And I did Pods, JK, Moody, Post, Santos, Knox. Well, Knox has been around. He just, ain't found a home.
Yeah, he's what, 26, 7, 8? Yeah.
He went up on that alley-oop, though.
Santos is
I'm saying,
22.
I didn't even, I mentioned that.
To me, if he's going to take anybody's minutes, it's probably Guy. But I don't know. He's right. He's a little bit different, and I think he adds something that Santos doesn't offensively. But Santos's motor is just, it never is out of juice, and I think that's why the Warriors love playing him, even if he's not hitting shots. Just his frenetic, again, like in a kind of spontaneous chaos that I talked about Pods playing with. Guy Santos probably represents that more than anyone else on the team.
No doubt. And I hate to do this to you on the fly, Evan, but you can handle it. So they always say the old adage is in the NBA playoffs, and I'm assuming playoffs, the rotation shrinks, right? So let's just say Kerr went to 9. What would your 9 be? Obviously, what would your 4 be? Let's just assume Kuminga's back in the starting lineup with Pods.
The
4.
Top 9?
Yeah, your top 9.
Okay, so obviously I think their starting lineup: Curry, Butler, Wiggins, Curry, Butler, Draymond,
gotcha,
and Moses Moody and Podziemski.
Oh,
Kuminga's coming off the bench. Doesn't mean he doesn't close, but he comes off the bench. And then Quentin Post, Kevon Looney, and I think Gary Payton II.
But why did you say you think? Like, I assumed GP2, but you were like, I think.
Well, to me, it was between him and Santos. But if you're getting production from Kuminga, then his minutes, they're not as important. And I think
because his D will be GP2's D will be needed.
He's probably their best defensive player at this point. And if you throw him on a good player for 5 to 10 minutes, I think he can help you. And Gary, that's also his best role. He's someone who fouls a lot, and he doesn't stay on the court if he plays extended minutes. But he can play 30 if you need him to. He could also just give you 7 and provide a punch in the first half.
Yeah, been hitting a couple threes here lately. There's a listener I miss, and I miss him and he checked in a little bit. Coach in Vallejo, biggest Kuminga fan out there. We hadn't heard from him. But you know what we haven't done, Evan? I haven't heard people call them rip pods. And again, I don't know what it is. It kind of started before Butler was traded, but you got to give dude just his flowers in regard to Evan. Half of life is you got to believe you belong. And even we had to scale that back for him. I thought he belonged before some others.
Yeah.
But I love that. We just got to reel that in. But Evan, I'm just looking at him like to be starting on the Warriors alongside these, I won't call them icons, but these basketball savants, and for you not to mess it up, like I gotta compliment the dude. And the reason I bring him up is we're not taking calls of pods hate that I felt we took last year because of Moody and Kuminga, and maybe that's because Moody's getting his run.
Not yet.
All right, okay, but my man's a scrapper.
Right. Yeah, I apologize. No, 510 is correct.
What happened?
Yeah, GP2's got to be out. It's Buddy Hield he's got to be in your top 9.
Man.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
I think Buddy would take Posters. Like GP2's gonna play. That's interesting. I gotta believe Buddy, but that's your take. But I gotta believe Evan Post would get in there before GP2.
Yeah, I think because he shoots it better, and Looney's someone that has to be in your postseason rotation in case you're playing against.
And who's to say he's only
teams.
doing 9? Like they could be like, Guru, that's a wrong exercise. He could go 10. But like I don't see any one of those guys getting left out. I said 9, but
yeah, I mean to me it's 9 or 10. GP2 is kind of the wild card if he needs him for a little bit. Let's go to Santa Rosa. Talk to Steve. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steve, what's up, my man? Good afternoon.
What's going on, guys? How you doing?
Hey.
Good, man.
Hey, so I want to know what your perspective is on the perception that Green and Clay and even Looney didn't talk about Iguodala at the Iguodala retirement, jersey retirement. I mean, I'm a huge Iguodala fan. I was actually probably one of the few people that thought he deserved the MVP back in 2015. And I just wanted to hear your guys' perception on the whole thing.
Now, Evan, you were there. This is why I love what we do. But share your thoughts just hearing that. Because weren't there time constraints?
Iguodala took enough time for both of them. I mean,
because you can't even go to a funeral now. They put the shot clock on you at the funeral.
Not the last one I went to. Oh, boy. I had to go pay my meter.
Evan, I've had people say, the hell with that clock. Well, I'm going to talk, but anyway.
Well, I'm just glad they didn't because I don't know if all funerals do this, but
I saw a clock. I didn't like it.
No, there's a portion where you get to line up and you get 2 minutes, shot clock, say whatever you want. But you don't get to control how many people speak. And you can't really do the whole Oscar-winning thing where you drop the piano and the music plays at the end to get people off stage who are talking about loved ones.
Yeah. Where y'all got to go?
Means,
damn, God bless the dead.
Not all of them. The thing is...
Hey.
What? I don't know. To me...
Wow, I'm curious to hear you. If I shut up, I can't.
Well, Bob Myers talked, Steve Kerr talked, and Steph Curry talked. I thought that was the triumvirate. That's who needed to speak. Clay was there, by the way. I saw people saying why Klay Thompson wasn't present. He was there. Draymond was there. You know what? I know it was his weekend and it was his retirement ceremony.
He looked great. Traded.
Well, we got a couple minutes here. I got to come down Iggy's Road.
All right. And you called him Iggy. You hate it. Yeah. Most mates did when he joined us.
Andre Iguodala. Everyone showed up for your retirement ceremony. All you had to do was stay 48 hours to join the 2015 team that was honored on Tuesday. Now, I understand Bogut. He's in Australia.
Yeah. John Willard and Dibbs today at 3:30.
He is.
All right.
I understand how a lot of people are playing currently, right? Obviously, Draymond, Clay, Steph, Barbosa's a coach. Festus Ezeli was there representing, but he was working. Mo Spates and Brandon Rush were the two that actually went out of their way to be a part of both events this weekend. Andre, people were there to show love for you. You can't show up 2 days later?
I swear I want to text or call Steiny. I wish his reaction to that. But Evan, wow. And your jersey's up there. That would give me more. Let's stick around, honey. Let's go to the game, and I can see it up there. And also, yeah, I missed him out there, E.
Iguodala?
No. Yesterday, going out with the rest of the gang.
Boy, I missed a lot of them. I mean, it was cool, some of the stories they told before. Like, actually, Brandon Rush, because I tweeted this out. I think it was Monty Poole asking the question about Steph and Clay, because Rush is a shooter.
Yeah.
So he practices with him. He said Clay is better 3-point shooter than Steph.
Wow.
Yeah, and I kind of believe him. Like in those practice settings, you're just lining up, rolling the ball out. Who's going to make the most shots? I can see Clay.
So B. Rush would say, with that, Evan, you help me out. I don't have his number. I guess if I said B. Rush in the grocery store, and I'm in the line, I'd say Curry's the greatest shooter of all time. He might say, no, Clay is.
He's got a prettier jump shot.
Oh, there's no doubt that.
And before the injuries, he was as lethal as anyone.
Incredible.
Now, Clay's up and down shot, I think, is better. But
37 in one quarter.
DOD, degree of difficulty.
All right.
718. Surprised Dre and Clay weren't even in the tribute video. Well, that's because they were there, to be fair. They were present. So I'm sure they talked to him in person, which to me is far more important than sending in a video.
And Curry probably spoke for Dre and Clay.
Yeah, no doubt. I see you, Dave. I see you, Tim.
People are
We're going to get you on the other side, but there's also some news that just came in about the San Francisco 49ers.
Oh.
John Lynch shot across the bow, and I'll tell you what it is on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. That's what's coming up in the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. It's Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Evan and Goo back after this 95.7 Game. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson with you. And look, we've been talking a lot of Warriors today. I do want to clean up one call before we transition.
All right.
Dave is out in Hayward, wanting to get in on the talk right before the break. And we are going to transition because there's something big that just came down. But let's go out to Hayward, talk to Dave about Kevin Knox. Dave, what's up, man? Dave. Gone. All right. Well, that's perfect.
Yeah, he did the Wu-Tang.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'll send us into... So everyone knows that Debo Samuel is a player that has requested a trade. Now, he's done it in the past, but there's been a lot of rumors that he wasn't playing this time. And the Niners have given him permission, it appears, to go and request and find what his value is going to be on the open market for some other team. John Lynch was at the podium not too long ago, just an hour ago, and he was asked about that very decision, about that very trade request. Here's the general manager of the San Francisco 49ers.
We're on good terms with Debo. I think, he's asked for a fresh start, and, I think we're going to honor that. Don't like seeing great players, and he is a great player. He's, I think often one of my favorite draft picks of my time. This guy's just he makes plays, and he makes game-changing plays, and, everything's good, but I think at some point time happens, and he asked for that. We don't always, there's contracts and things, but, it probably makes sense, so we're at least allowing him to look, and we're having conversations. We'll see where that goes.
We'll see. Speaking of contract negotiations, John, how's your quarterback doing?
We have started negotiations. We're talking. I won't go into negotiations like always is our stance. I want Brock to be our quarterback as long as we're here and beyond, and we'll leave it at that. I think the final thing, there's no guarantees that we get something done, but my experience has been when both sides are motivated, there's ample opportunity to do so, and we've been able to do that. So,
John, even though Brandon...
So, two big things there. They are going to honor the trade request of Debo Samuel. Doesn't appear he's going to be on the 49ers next season, and they've also started contract negotiations with their quarterback of the future.
You know what? And I feel like the future and the past, and the future is Brock Purdy. I think this is going to be easy when it's all said and done. I understand it. We always talk about the most important position in sports is the quarterback, and damn it, I don't care what you think, and I'm talking to myself, Evan. I don't care what you think of Brock Purdy. Nobody can talk about his skins on the wall, and that's a NFC championship in year one on the fly, a Super Bowl, and taking that thing to overtime. But you help me out right here. I feel like Debo's demise is Debo's fault. If it's physical, mental, you've vanished. And I don't know if you're that guy anymore. And it's almost like you weren't even on the Niners last year when you talk about production. And Evan, I'm saying all that to say this. I feel like he's kind of taking his toys and going home. Because
Debo or John?
Debo. Because you brought nothing to the table. And I blame Kyle, but every other time we saw it, even in big games, I'm reaching for my neck and my back. I do respect what you've done and what Kyle helped you become. But who are you to say to me, Evan, that you want to get up out of here? And I think you want to get up out of here because of the residue that you left on the field. I think about the Ram game on that Thursday night. And I know it's just one short sample size. It might not sound fair. But I'm looking at you, Evan Giddings. I think Debo's done.
Yeah, but I can't blame him for that. Some people's bodies just break down.
Well,
he's 29 and he plays probably more of a physical brand of football than almost any receiver in the game. So, yeah, you said, is it Debo's fault? Yes, it is. But it's because his career might be coming to a close sooner than we thought.
Wow.
And I don't think there's going to be a lot of teams that are lining up to give up major capital for Debo Samuel. And that quote from John Lynch tells me that they don't care. They do not care that Debo Samuel is only going to cost a 4th-round pick, a 5th-round, whatever it is. They want to get off of his money, and most importantly, they want to get younger. And they're willing to move one of the foundational pillars of San Francisco 49ers football for throughout the last 6 seasons in order to do that.
Yeah, and again, I bring up Rodney Dangerfield. You checked me, Evan, in regard to, I hope I'm not sounding like I'm not putting respect on Debo's name. You know, watching him in the frozen tundra in playoff games and be basically their offense. Did it to Dallas, did it to the Rams in the NFC Championship game that they lost. But, Evan, I guess I'm saying, and you let me know if I'm robbing Debo of this, evolving. He really hasn't gone to the lab in regard to his hands. Like he hasn't, and maybe you think if he goes somewhere else, he'll do that. But my question would be, why couldn't you work on that facet of your game while you were here? Because I feel like that part of Debo, they shut all the trick stuff down, which he was great in, and put his body on the line, but you never turned into a guy that could be counted on with his hands.
But that's not the type of receiver that he is.
But what if it's the type of receiver that's going to keep him in the league, especially if you want to, I'm free now, I'm available.
Well, it didn't matter, though. I mean, what I think is the Niners realize they can't keep paying him this kind of money. And if someone else wants to pay him for a smaller amount, well, then it's less of a risk. Whether he can catch, whether he's still got it and he can run. You know, Debo Samuel might be a bargain for some team. But with his contract with the Niners, he's never going to be that bargain this season. From the 415, Niners had other players quit on the team last year. I'm sure it's a mix of both team atmosphere and personal performance. Yeah, some of it could have been the team. You know, he didn't have a lot of help because Ayuk was hurt, and their wide receivers by the end of the season were him, Ricky Pearsall, who got shot before the season.
Yeah. God bless him, yeah.
Jawan Jennings, who emerged this year but is not a prototypical, number one, at least coming into the year. Yeah, I think Debo is looking for a place where he can slot back into being a number three with a team that his skill set fits a bit better with, because right now it ain't San Francisco.
Wow.
And Kyle Shanahan knows it. And
I love what you said. Lynch said he doesn't care. That's what it sounded like to me, Evan. Move on. And it's just kind of funny in one breath. I got my boss telling me I'm one of his favorite, hires. And then the next breath, I'm out the door. So we'll see where this thing goes. But, man, somebody's saying, Goo, you're forgetting he's a good route runner. I don't think he's a great route runner. That's just me. Yeah. Okay. But Evan, so I'm being proactive for this exercise. If they move on, and I know we got the draft and free agency, you used a first-round pick in Pearsall that shocked the world last year. But with Ayuk being a question mark, I don't expect him back the first 5 weeks. That's just me. Are you really going to put it in Pearsall's hands along with Jennings and Kittle? Because that's what it sounds like the Niners are going to do, and feel like, we're not going to skip a beat.
Well, you just spent 5 minutes talking about how he can't catch, he can't run, he can't stay healthy. I'll ask you then, do you feel comfortable putting it in Debo Samuel's hands?
Man.
I feel more comfortable with what I saw, not just last season, but the year before and even the year before that. He hasn't played 17 games since he's come into the league. That's not necessarily a bad thing, but he's got 12 total touchdowns the last 3 seasons. He's averaged about 50 yards per game the last 3 seasons.
Man.
He's averaged, about 4 catches per game the last 3 seasons. That's not someone that you put the ball in the hands of. I feel more comfortable putting the ball in the hands of Ricky Pearsall than I do Debo Samuel at this point.
Yeah, Evan, and, I kept coming in here because I think these guys are like fine china, and, I can't remember Randy Moss or Michael Irvin returning punts, and again, that's just another compliment to Debo, the way that he's built, but it got to a point to me, Evan, to where the Niners, like, if you get hurt on these kickoffs, you get hurt of the punt returns, because there was no way he was bringing an impact. And now just hearing you read those numbers, I'm going to just throw it to you real quick. Is it fair to say he didn't live up to that contract he got? Or am I doing too much?
No, he didn't.
Right.
Debo Samuel didn't live up to the contract they gave him. When he got paid, he was a top 5, top 10 paid wide receiver. I realized by the end he was, closer to 12th or 15th. But no, he didn't live up to that contract.
And I'm excited for his endeavors if he is indeed out of here, because I come down Kyle's Road quite a bit when I feel like it's time to. But one of the things I think he doesn't get enough champagne toasted for, the glasses lifted for Kyle, is how many other coaches would McVay, Sirianni, I know he wasn't around early, but how many of them would have had the vision to use Debo the way that Kyle did early on to make him a household name and get him to 2 Super Bowls? So it will be interesting if he is not a Niner, Evan, if he can listen to fat mouths like me saying, okay, I think he's done, or can he go and reinvent himself?
Well, he won't be a Niner next year.
Okay, so that's done. Just know for
John Lynch said they're going to honor his trade request.
We're on good terms with Debo. I think he's asked for a fresh start, and I think we're going to honor that. Don't like seeing great players, and he is a great player. He's I think often one of my favorite draft picks in my time. This guy's just he makes plays, and he makes game-changing plays, and everything's good, but I think at some point time happens, and he asked for that. We don't always, there's contracts and things, but it probably makes sense, so we're at least allowing him to look, and we're having conversations. We'll see where that goes.
888-957-9570 is the number. Evan and Verstani with Daryl the Guru Johnson. I think it's a good question. Does this feel odd that the Niners are just going to honor his trade request? Like, you want it?
Yeah.
Go for it. We're not going to push back whatsoever.
And Evan, you're right. I feel like they think he's done, and they may know more intel or have more intel on him being done than anybody else, but the facts are the facts, and watching Niner games, his impact was minute, and it was happening game by game, like what's going on? And I don't know if he had been figured out, but it's kind of funny. The last time Debo Samuel, when he wore number 19 and he kind of had the power, he had the leverage, and, he was getting funky with the team on IG and requesting the trade, allegedly. That's when you felt like Debo was a stud. And then now here we are to where they're like, you're telling your spouse you're leaving. They're like, okay, see you on the other side. And man, I'm not shocked, but I'm shocked that Debo, I got to be careful here. He tell me if I'm being too harsh, fell off this fast.
Debo?
Yeah.
Well, I don't think it's this fast. I mean, he's been declining for the last 3 seasons, really. If you look at the numbers, this production has gone down, down, down. The big issue that this year, he supposedly was in great shape.
I'll never forget.
That's kind of the damning part of this, is that if this is the effort that we're getting from you, Debo Samuel, and you are in the best shape of your life, quote unquote, you might be done.
Wow.
All right, let's go out to Union City.
Oh, the Union.
Talk to Manny. Wants to get into the Debo Samuel conversation. Manny, what's up, man? How are you?
Good afternoon, guys. Once again, Goo, I'm calling from the U.
Yes, sir.
Home of us, sir. But I just wanted to touch on this Debo thing. Like I was telling the screener, every time I hear Debo's name, it makes me chuckle. Because Debo is nothing more than Eric Metcalf reincarnated, man. He ain't nothing but a Cordell Stewart, a poor man's Cordell Stewart, no less. What I mean by that is this. He was never a true wide receiver. He was never a true running back. He was a mixture of both. And teams in this league are not stupid, okay? Has anyone seen the wild card formation anytime recently? No, because the league all caught on to that. The league has caught on to Debo. The Niners need to scheme better against their opponents. Our downfall last year wasn't so much the injuries and all that stuff, but a little bit has to do with the productivity and one Mr. Samuel when he was on the field. Guys, I would rather take my chances with Juwan Jennings and Ricky Pearsall until IU comes, or if he comes back, and whatever other wide receivers we can find in the draft or in free agency. Because Debo, man, your time has come and gone. Period. Not to be harsh about it. Any other team that would pick him up, he would be nothing more than a scat back or a kick returner, punt returner. He as a wide receiver never came into true fruition. Look at his numbers. He was never a Amon-Ra St. Brown. He was never a Justin Jefferson. He was good enough for the stick that he had, and everybody is onto it. So why hold on to something that don't work? It really don't. Unless he starts running up the heels of Palo Alto and wears number 80, he can move on, man. He really can. And thank you for the memories, but hey, you know what? Marquise Goodwin came and went, right? Brandon Lloyd came and went. We'll be just fine, guys. That's all I got, Goo. That's all I got, Goo's friend.
That's E-Dog. Yeah.
Thanks, Manny. Appreciate it. Evan and Versteini with Goo. The thing is, off of that, he's not wrong. You know, I don't dismiss the idea that Debo can't go somewhere and help a different team, but clearly his days of, like the Niners can't depend on him. The Niners cannot depend on him to either stay healthy, have the productivity, or hell, maybe even be the leader he used to be because he's talking on Twitter, he's doing podcasts, and he's shoving long snappers.
And I was like, Evan, you better mention that, but you did. I'm going to read this from Uncle Looney because I mentioned spring training, but he knocked this one out the parks, Evan. Your body can only take so many hits. That's the biggest difference in Debo. He doesn't break any tackles anymore. And, you know, you're going through your flu game right now. You know how good you feel when you're feeling your best as opposed to now. And Evan, the rat on the table brought to you by Atco is Debo doesn't break tackles anymore. So I am wondering maybe if it was a fresh, healthier 21-year-old built like Debo, would he still have impact? Or to Manny's point, is this just, and I think it's 80% the defense have figured it out, but that wasn't a astute point by Uncle Looney. Evan, he doesn't break tackles anymore. And maybe that's a byproduct of taking all those hits.
No, and he doesn't get any separation, at least at an elite level. He used to, somewhat, but he did not get the separation this year necessary that if you're not going to be a guy who breaks tackles, you know, you're supposed to be number one in Yak. Like, that's your calling card.
You're the Yak, you're right.
The Yak brothers. And I feel like I've been sipping some Yak this morning, but the point is, you cannot be a player that doesn't help you when you need him, when you need other guys to step up. Yeah. Like, that's the other part, too. I think Debo, if they're at full strength, right, they have Ayuk, they have Kittle, they have McCaffrey, they have Debo, maybe there's a chance that you're able to get something out of him, but you have to game plan for him. And he's not a good enough player that you're trying to figure out how we can maximize Debo. He's like third or fourth on the totem pole. No, I'd rather try and get Ayuk open. I'd rather try and get Kittle open. Obviously, McCaffrey going. Hell, Juwan Jennings even this year proved himself to be a better possession receiver than Debo.
Do you have Evan, well said, do you have a problem with me being football mad at Debo? I don't like the way he handled his business. First, when he was having a bad season, to his standards, he came out and said on Twitter, I'm not getting the ball, I'm open. No, you didn't fell off, Jack. And that's when I can do what I'm doing now. That should have been signs, Evan. That's denial. If you got to use that route to tell people why your input has been minimal, that ain't cool. And I guess I'm asking you, are you surprised or we knew this day was coming?
No,
it's just kind of official now.
I'm not surprised at all. I am surprised that it sounds like they're willing to just move him for beans.
For beans.
Like
Van de Kamp.
Yeah, just Jack and the Beanstalk. Yeah. I mean, that's what right now Debo's worth on the open market, and they don't seem to care. 888-957-9570 is the number. Connor's in San Leandro wants to talk about Debo Samuel. Connor, what's going on, man? How are you?
Hey, what's up, guys? I feel like maybe even just a month ago or so, the Warriors were talking about, we got a completely new, way that we're thinking about the next chapter and it's over. And now, part of me wonders, look, this might just be posturing to see if we can get Debo to accept a different kind of deal. And I hope that that's the case because the guy, along with St. Williams, he really is the unofficial captain. I mean, and when you've got such a young and, incredibly phenomenal, but still relatively inexperienced quarterback who's going to be overpaid, frankly, and helming this offense, I really think that we're missing something. Like, we're going to miss something. If you think back to that Detroit Lions playoff game, we were down, we were out, we came out in the second half, and Debo was the one he was breaking tackles. He was doing that stuff to really put a shot in the arm of the team. And I don't know where you get that energy. I mean, we've gone through defensive coordinators who didn't have that energy. Who's going to bring that energy? I think there's a real value there. And I also imagine that if everything is clicking, where McCaffrey's back, this person's back, that person is back, you get a different Debo. Because a lot of this is not just about stats on a regular season by regular season basis. It's about energy. And when he has the right energy, I don't think there's anyone that can stop Debo still. So that's my take.
Well, hey, but let me ask you this. You're fighting a good fight, and I was going to throw it to Evan, too. You're fighting a good fight, pro Debo, but what do you make of the sound that the GM for the 49ers just said? It sounds like the bottle of ketchup of Debo is empty, and they're about to throw it out. It doesn't sound like what you're saying is about to come to fruition. It sounds like a relationship that's pretty much over.
Guru, I really think that's an interesting, if you think back on the way that the 49ers, and Kyle Shanahan has been famous for these wild, prolonged, weird, semi-romantic relationships with these players. I don't mean romantic in the romantic sense, but it feels like a weird breakup. Remember when Shanahan was like, we have the opportunity to sign Jimmy Garoppolo on a second backup QB salary. What an incredible opportunity. I just think that Kyle Shanahan has second and third chapters with people, and he needs this sort of closure on the first chapter in order to get there. So, yeah, you're going to work with him to find a trade. But if it turns out that the trade just isn't there because we really do value this person and there just wasn't anyone else out there who could make Debo work, then maybe he comes back and he serves a different purpose with us now that we have kind of a new offense going forward. And that's my hope. But
I got you, Connor. Yeah, I mean, to me, it just simply comes down to they don't think Debo Samuel can play football at a high level anymore.
And now he comes with transgressions that we put in the file, the long snapper thing, even though you got away with it. It was a bad look. Going to social media to try to defend, you not balling out. I'm not getting the ball. That's what you were insinuating. So, Evan, and I know you got one, it's kind of a headache and not getting the bang for your buck. Yeah.
I mean,
come on, D.
Well, also the leadership aspect of this, I think Debo Samuel is a player that leads by example, and you can't lead by example if you're not performing. I know he
and I think he took that out on people.
Yeah, you could see some of his frustrations pouring out.
And to drop that ball, I know I'm breaking it down to the simplest kind, but that Ram game was symbolic.
That was the last straw.
That was it. I'm being real, man. You got to hang on to that. D, if you beating your chest, it's like I'm serious. I'm a movie buff. Training Day, Denzel, when it was over for him, and he was yelling in the neighborhood, and everybody was like, "I'm King Kong." That's what Debo was basically doing at the end, man.
Yeah, not anymore.
Yes, not anymore.
You might be in Pelican Bay, but
so you see, there is. I'll restructure or whatever. Him coming back. This is none of that. Lynch sounded like it's a wrap.
Yeah, he's never talked that strongly about. We've heard other players. For example, Jimmy Garoppolo, I think, is the best example where he literally went to a podium in a press conference and said, "See ya."
Yeah, he did.
And they talked about trying to find him a good place.
That happened.
But then they figured out he was more valuable to them than he was.
You practice across the street, not with us. Remember that happened.
I don't think that's the case for Debo, because also the other part too, and I know we got to hit a break here in a minute, but I think the Niners are going through a change with their franchise. They are trying to get younger. That's what John Lynch is explicitly basically stated when he mentioned how Brock Purdy's contract is something they're trying to get through. They're trying to get younger. Am I building around Ayuk, Fred, Bosa, Purdy, or am I building around Trent Williams, Christian McCaffrey, Debo Samuel? George Kittle's in that sort of middle space. But it's the former. I'm building more around these younger players. And Debo Samuel, I know he's only 29, but that mileage on his body is a lot.
Yeah, you might be Magic Johnson, 32.
Yeah.
With the hits.
Shoot, he might be 42 for all we know.
Earl Campbell.
All right, download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. I mean, I see you, Tony. We'll get to your call on the other side discussing John Lynch and how he's going to honor Debo Samuel's trade request. They're also starting contract negotiations with Purdy. But the question I have is, are you surprised that they're just letting him seek this trade out? What makes it different than the last time he asked for a trade? What makes it different than the last couple times 49ers have asked for trades? That segment was brought to you by Honda Vallejo. We're back after this. Steiny Guru, Evan in for Steiny, 95.7 The Game.
This is spring training.
Bring in the righty.
Yeah, I thought you were a lefty.
I'm a righty. And
his name is Grandy. Bring him the candy.
I wish my dad would have made me a southpaw growing up.
Dude.
Maybe I would have made it. I
had the benefits of always wanted to be a lefty. And my youngest son was a lefty, and he got to hit the home runs and shoot it.
There's something nice about a left-handed swing.
It's it's nothing better. People get mad throwing the football, boomericizing. You know what it is. Lefties rule. But I will say this. Evan was in the middle of his Jordan flu game. He was hungover. I believe Jordan was hungover, but Evan wasn't. He actually was playing sick.
He's got a little bug.
And now I get to get out with my man, Grandy.
So I'm filling in for the next hour 12 as we close out the show on this Warriors Wednesday here on 95.7 The Game. But I know you guys had
we pulled an audible.
Yeah. We pulled an audible, talking a little bit of Niners because John Lynch took the podium at the scouting combine in Indy.
And basically
said some interesting things, huh?
Yeah, I think you got the sound. Let me know if you do.
Which one you want to hear, Debo or Brock?
I want to hear Debo.
All right. Here's John Lynch on Debo's trade request.
We're on good terms with Debo. I think he's asked for a fresh start, and I think we're going to honor that. Don't like seeing great players, and he is a great player. He's I think often one of my favorite draft picks of my time. This guy's just he makes plays, and he makes game-changing plays, and everything's good, but I think at some point time happens, and he asked for that. We don't always, there's contracts and things, but, it probably makes sense. So we're at least allowing him to look, and we're having conversations. We'll see where that goes.
So good. Seems, pretty darn certain that Debo's played his last game as a Niner.
And that's how Evan took it. But I'm always like, could there be a restructure? Could there be something? But you know what, Grandy? This just rattled my cage. I got to put some respect on everything Debo has meant. I remember when he was a one-man gang at Dallas in the playoffs, beating Dak a couple years ago, beating the Green Bay Packers, the Rams in the NFC Championship game that they should have won when you guys were up 10 and they blew it.
That game in Philly, not this most recent year, but the year prior.
Exactly. He earned his contract, but Uncle Looney brought up a great point on the chat. Is it as simple as Debo was like a running back and the hits they were too many, and he lost his burst? Because to me, I'm mad at Debo, football mad. I don't like how you handled your business. I don't like the crap with the long snapper. I don't like you going to Twitter saying I'm open and not taking accountability. So, Grandy, I say all that to say is I feel like he's running from the responsibility of just being real with the naked eye that everybody can see. You slowed down or fell off a bit. I didn't like how he ducked and hid and wanted to smoke and called other people out.
Yeah, no, a team will put up with all that if you're playing like an all-pro. Like if Debo was playing like he did in 2021, you might have had Shanahan say something about it, but it wouldn't have been a big deal, and it wouldn't be something we're all still talking about months later. And you're playing like a league average guy, you can't be doing stuff like that.
No doubt.
And you can't be saying how I'm just not getting the ball.
Oh, my.
When Goo, if you look at the numbers, he is getting essentially the same amount of touches he always has.
And I told Evan, I felt like he never evolved either. And I'm kind of, if this relationship is over, Grandy, I'm eager to see the next coach, if they can do what Kyle did in regard to Debo, drafting him and having the vision of using them the way he did. I get goosebumps thinking about how many other coaches and offensive minds would have had that vision to make Debo into what he got on his best day, and he was the man. I don't know if there's a lot. Maybe McVay. I don't know, but I got to give Kyle his flowers. I say that to say is he never improved his hand game. He never was truly that traditional receiver. But if you think you're going somewhere else to set up shop and you really got too many miles on the odometer, I don't know what you're going to get for a fourth. Would you even like?
My mind first goes to a fifth, but I'll tell you, Goo,
things have changed.
My guess is he just gets cut.
Dude, man.
Because on March 22nd, he's due like a $15 million bonus.
Oh, it'll be, man.
So you either have to make the trade before then, which is coming up in less than a month, or you cut him, but you designate him as a post-June 1st cut to save a bunch of money.
And you may have knocked it out the park again.
And I think that's probably the way it's going to go.
Lynch sounded like it was no big deal, and I am shocked with Ayuk. I don't expect, and I'm no doctor. I wish I was, Grandy. I'm no doctor, but just tell me if I'm wrong. I don't expect Ayuk back for the first 5 to 6 weeks, and I think I'm being that's kind of being generous.
Yeah.
I hope I'm wrong.
Well, then the question becomes, let's just say, even whether it's a trade or whether it's cut, you don't have Debo next year, which seems like 95%
99,
chance. 99% chance. Even if Goo's saying 99% chance, then it's probably about 100% chance.
Look at my man.
I know you still have an inkling of optimism that they might be able to work something out and Debo might be able to become the player, turn back into the player that he once was. But let's just say he's not on the Niners roster anymore. And say you miss Ayuk for the first 5 weeks of the season.
Okay.
I mean, do they have enough in the wide receiver room? Pearsall and Juwan? And what else do you got?
I'm going to tell you if the Guru computer is right and he is cut, Grandy, I guess it's not up to you and I. We're doing the show together. It's our thoughts and opinion, but they must feel they do. Or are we about to see another receiver come via the draft or free agency, which I would think up until this decision, we kind of knew there was something here, but can you afford to waste picks on this position again? And they didn't waste it last year. Obviously, Pearsall had to fight for his life and he was blessed, and I kind of like his future, but what message are the Niners sending saying, you know what, we don't have Debo, but we can still score?
Yeah, well, there's a lot of veteran free agent wide receivers this year. You can maybe sign someone to a 1-year deal. I wouldn't be shocked if they were to
might give
draft
you more
another receiver
production than
too.
Debo has.
They might, and at least it would be more so in terms of a prototypical wide receiver. And honestly, and I can be honest, and we're going to go to the phones in a second. We got Tony and Dre, and I know they got good thoughts, and we're going to get to them in a second. Honestly, Goo, one thing I feel about Debo and about Shanahan specifically, the Niners moving on from Debo might ultimately prove to be a good thing, because this past year, Shanahan was so reliant on Debo.
That's great.
And Debo honestly looked, washed is not the right word, but a shell of himself. And just taking Debo away, not making it a possibility for Shanahan to hand the ball off to on 2nd and 10 and he gains 1 yard.
Man.
Like, that, honestly, it might ultimately be a good thing.
And now he can expand Kyle, his portfolio. I never thought of that. Maybe Debo was his Linus. That was his binky, you know? But the league had figured it out. So you can be on to something.
You're right.
No
it's the
doubt.
guy that he would lean on.
That's a good call.
And almost, I think, at times to a fault. So we'll see how they adjust. But there is kind of a lack of firepower in that wide receiver room now, especially before Ayuk comes back. Let's go out to Tony in San Francisco. Tony, you're on Steiny and Guru. We're calling an audible. It's Grandy who's filling in for Evan, who was filling in for
right-hander.
Evan, he's sick.
He had his flu game.
He had his flu game and did a pretty damn good job through 3 hours. But I'm in for the last hour alongside Goo here on Steiny and Goo. Tony in San Francisco is up next. What's up, Tony?
Man, what's up, fellas? You know, I'm happy with this. It's time for him to go. And I wish he would take Ayuk with him. You know, and the reason is because the team was stacked. We still lost the Super Bowl. When certain players were having holdouts and hold-ins the following year, the beginning of last year after the Super Bowl loss, I was hoping they would leave. We had them, and we still lost. We need to shake it up. Especially if the prima donnas, you know, if you're going to be a prima donna now, you really got to go. I'm of the opinion that all quarterbacks and all wide receivers are all overpaid. What really makes the difference is the grunt work that happens on the O-line and the running backs. You know, as long as you have the running backs taken care of and you have the O-line taken care of, you can go pretty far with an okay set of wide receivers. You can do a lot if you have the right coaching. So I'm glad he's gone. He's great. Loved watching him play, but it's time for a change.
Appreciate the call, Tony.
And to that point, we appreciate it. You're right, Grandy, but he's not gone yet. So that 1%,
on the wall,
but
though.
Yeah, he's done. Right, I got you. How soon?
We're going to have an answer some way, shape, or form by March 22nd, because that's when a $15 million roster bonus is due.
And which is not coming.
And if the Niners are not going to have Debo on their roster next year, then you want to get it done before then, because there's no sense in paying the dude the roster bonus and then chipping him off later.
You know, Grandy, I'm a little older than you, and I've just the one thing I can't stand, and I love people, but even family members, when people have things going wrong in their life that they're responsible for, but they take it out on maybe their coworkers or their friends or family member, and that boils down on the Guru computer as denial. I guess I got to put some respect on everything Debo has meant and done in a Niner uniform. But this last year, it was telling now that I double back and revisit. I'm open. Yeah, that's not accountability. And you're supposed to be a leader, bringing out the boombox. But to go from the heights that he reached to I'm open as somebody else, checking the long snapper, that shouldn't have been you. Let McCaffrey, I know he wouldn't. You know what I mean? Like, we kind of saw Debo pass the buck on, it's not me. But you know what it is? It really is you and the slippage in your body.
I got to respond to that in a sec, but we are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Honestly, our previous call, it's interesting. It was Tony, and I'm thinking as I'm hearing Tony talk, I'm glad he's gone. You know, you can't be a diva and do all that stuff, the things that you just laid out. It is insane, Goo, how fast the public opinion changes on a player.
Oh, man.
Guru was this team. He was the heartbeat. He was the Draymond of this team.
The McCaffrey before McCaffrey. I'm ready to go there.
No doubt. There's been some shift in the public opinion of Draymond as well, but it did not shift as fast as the Debo public opinion shifted and as incredibly, like from one extreme to the other. Debo was all pro, the most unique weapon in the NFL, not just
19 problems.
Not just on, he was so incredible that year.
You're right.
And now you have Niner fans who are being like, yep, he's not even gone yet, and they're saying they're glad that he's gone. It's amazing how fast it changes. And I mean, ultimately, I guess it just comes down to production because, again, you could put up with a bunch of BS if the guy's producing at an all-pro level, but he wasn't.
And I don't want to go hip-hop with you, but I will. It's not, I'm Team Drake, and I love Kendrick, but it's Kendrick Lamar. I don't think Debo was humble and when he needed to be humbled. You know what I'm saying? The dividends, the returns on your production, they were waning, and you still acted like you were Randy Moss in his prime. And I guess, Grandy, people can see that. They can hear it. They can read it. And that last tweet about I'm open after the debacle with...
missed me with that.
What was the long snapper's name?
Tabor Pepper.
Pepper, my man.
Put his hands on him.
That's not good, man. And I think that spoke a lot to who he was becoming, but he wasn't taking responsibility, and that's all.
Yeah. No, didn't seem like it. 888-957-9570. We got an audible here on Steiny and Goo. Evan, out sick, did a great job for the first 3 hours.
Get better.
It's Grandy filling in alongside Goo. This has been a dream of mine, Goo, getting to do a show with the Goo.
100 grand.
This is great. This is great.
Hey, you're awesome at what you do, too.
You too.
Yeah, we got some young guns.
You too. Let's go back out to the phone lines. Dre in Oakland is now here on Steiny and Guru. What's up, Dre?
What's going on, fellas? Appreciate taking the call. I got an interesting take on this, and what I'm going to say is I absolutely love Debo. I think he's amazing. I think why am I saying it like that? Because when you're a GM and you put your GM hat on, you got to put out game tape. It's not just the players that got to put out game tape. You know, when the other GMs say, who's available? What's his name? Debo? They're going to say, what did the GM say about him? And I can't think of one trade where a player asked for a trade out and the GM became contentious with that player, where a player got good value back. So I absolutely love the way that he approached it and being complimentary, because that also turns down the noise in terms of his representation being really aggressive, and you lose value like that. So I love the way he said it. Listen, Debo's wonderful, but when he's the one that asks out, you immediately, if someone doesn't want to be with you, you immediately, as quick as possible, have to get over it, accept that, and then think about value. The way that he did it, in my opinion, absolutely added value to it, and that's the way to do it. I absolutely love it. You know, you're right. If Debo was still here, the fans would be saying something different. Oh, we can't wait till Debo gets back to form. Well, continue to say that. Put some good tape out so we can get some value back. So I love the way he did it. Us as fans, we can say all that, we don't want to hear that from our GM. I absolutely love it. I think that's the way to do it.
So this is no Miami Heat, Jimmy Butler type situation.
No.
And that's what he's saying. Like, everybody's on the same page.
Maybe there's some frustration behind the scenes, but the Niners aren't going to let that come out.
Yeah, and I want to
interesting take, though, from Dre saying that the way the Niners are talking about it increases the value.
Yeah, but
it seems pretty dead set. It seems pretty dead set that the Niners are going to trade him, but doesn't that mean that the Niners don't have any leverage here?
Yeah, and I love Dre, but I would say this, and I'm saying it to you, Grandy, and the listeners, tape don't lie. So we can have that all kumbaya stuff, but the tape don't lie. That's what it's going to boil down to, and I want to read this to you from our guy in Austin and San Jose on the chat. Guru, why should any player be humble? Nah, don't want players to be that. Come on, man. I'm talking about humble from the perspective and standpoint of the Niners gave Debo that new contract. And Grandy, I'm saying it now, I believe he didn't live up to that. And when I talk about be humble, keep it real about your lackluster play. I don't think Debo ever did that. I don't think he took ownership. And that's why I'm double backing, fair or not, and being more turned off just as a fan of Debo at one time. Like we saw the handwriting on the wall, and then you drop the pass. It's one game against the Rams after you go on social media with millions of followers and basically throw Kyle and Brock under the bus saying, oh, I'm open, I'm just not getting the ball. No, you can't catch. So when I say humble, Austin and San Jose, I'm talking about keep it real, player A. And player A in this instance is Debo. Talk about your lackluster play, and I don't think he ever did that.
You want to know what the rat on the table is?
Brought to you by Atco.
Shout out Atco as always. I think the rat on the table about Debo Samuel and the Niners is ever since Debo signed the contract extension in the 2022 offseason, right? They have regretted it. Like from the second that he signed it. And I think when, like kind of similar maybe to the Bosa contract and probably similar to the Ayuk contract. Yeah. The second that they put pen to paper, they probably were like, there's a decent chance that at the end of this, we feel like it's a terrible deal for all of those. And they haven't gotten return performance from any of those guys on the contracts just yet. Now, there's still plenty of time for Bosa and for Ayuk.
But that Bosa one has a volume button on the biggest of boombox if you don't come back. And that's why I'm lobbying for help. And my buddies, Niner fans, are like, help. He is the help. Nah, but he needs some help.
Still
but
the highest paid defensive player ever still. Gosh. And he hasn't played like it the last couple of seasons.
Man.
But as it relates specifically to Debo, he came into that next year fresh off the new contract, out of shape.
I remember that,
and didn't perform well. So much to the point that I don't know if it was mid-season or at the end of that season where he said, yeah, I think part of the reason why I didn't play very well was because of the contract dispute. I wasn't really working
said
out.
The same thing?
Yeah, wasn't really working out in the offseason, and I came in a little bit out of shape and hasn't performed as well.
Man.
Was according to multiple reports, like 20 pounds overweight this year.
Yikes.
As well.
Abundant life.
They got to get on that program. Dibs, Goo, and Debo might have helped him out. I think it's been a point of frustration for the Niners literally ever since he signed the contract. Like, this is not just a new thing. And then you take it to a new level this year where then he makes those public comments, which could be interpreted as, the blame is on his quarterback and his offensive play caller as opposed to him. And he also puts hands on a teammate, and that's where it gets a little bit elevated. But I think there's been frustration there for years now, specifically about Debo.
And the Oscars, I don't know if you know this, #randoms next weekend, the
Sunday.
3rd. Okay, look at me, I'm on it. And I believe Kyle should get one because not only did he have Debo's back in the Pepper thing, when it was all said and done, he kind of said, you know what, Pepper kind of started it, and I didn't like that coming from the head coach. Like, no, it's two guys got into it 50-50, but that's neither here nor there. The bottom line is, when that tweet came out, Kyle, he was an actor. He had Debo's back. He could have said some different things, and I believe different. Could you imagine if Parcells was the offensive coordinator and T.O. or somebody popped off like that? But Kyle took the high road. And I'm just thinking, like, he's had your back.
Devo. No doubt. Crazy.
And that bothers me now that I feel like it's ending, but I got to give Kyle credit for trying to keep the peace, and this is how he gets paid back. So I'm eager to see if Debo – I think the body is just like a running back, and that's no diss to him. I just think he's reached the limit of taking that pounding, and that's why even on a good play, when it's 10, 15 yards, he's reaching or grabbing at something. Are we truly shocked, Grandy, that maybe his body is is on the wrong side of things. Debo.
No. I mean, everyone has a shelf life, and especially a player like Debo.
Right.
And it kind of hits you like a brick wall, I think, when it does. Debo isn't going to admit to that, of course, and he shouldn't, but the evidence is there.
I am good to go.
I think
is that the drop?
That is.
I'm ready to go.
I think it was I'm good to go.
Yeah.
No, it was I'm ready to go. You're right. I'm ready to go.
Yeah.
Classic Debo. Back out to the phone lines, 888-957-9570. We're calling an audible here on Steiny and Goo. It's Goo and Grandy with you.
Yeah.
Kevin in San Francisco is standing by. What's up, Kevin?
We were talking about potential receivers. How about Kupp? Cooper Kupp from LA says he's unhappy down there. It would be he and McCaffrey would be killer receivers.
Yeah.
Like, that's a home run. I know he had health issues, but could you imagine Kyle getting with Kupp?
The Rams say they're going to trade him.
Yeah,
I think you're on the right track there, Kevin. I don't think he said he's unhappy in LA. Just the Rams are going to move on. They got Puka. They got to pay Puka eventually.
Doncic. Yeah, it's LeBron that dubbed him. That was awesome.
Hey, both of them are in LA now. Yeah. I mean, there are a lot of veteran wide receivers that are on the market, including Cooper Kupp, who's not a free agent but is likely going to be traded. You've got Steph Diggs, T. Higgins, Keenan Allen, Chris Godwin, your guy Amari Cooper, Deontay Johnson, DeAndre Hopkins, Mike Williams, Brandon Cooks, also your guy, Robert Woods, Marquise Brown, that's Hollywood, Darius Slayton, KJ Osborne, DeMarcus Robinson. There's so many. And the Niners aren't going to get T. Higgins and probably not going to get any of the other expensive guys.
Burrow's not letting him out of town.
Probably not. Like a Keenan Allen or probably not even an Amari either. Who knows? But there are a lot of other bigger names, but guys that are past their primes that they could sign to a short-term deal and maybe have them fit in for a little bit. But
I'll say this to you, Grandy, and I said it to Steiny, and, it wouldn't be the first time in my life I'm wrong. I was so overzealous in regard to the Niners missing their 2 chances to cash in on an era that they drafted well, they built a bully. I thought they outplayed the Chiefs in the 9 quarters in the Super Bowl. I believe 7.5. The Niners outplayed the Chiefs. Neither here nor there. They didn't win either game. And, Grandy, I'm just telling you, in life, sometimes you have an opportunity and a time frame. And I'm just looking at if Debo is actually gone, that would be the end of his era here in San Francisco. But, Grandy, I'm telling you, man, Purdy or not, I'm just wondering, this team has played a lot of good-ass football for 5 years, and that takes a toll. And we saw it last year with the injuries. Not saying they can't bounce back. I know they got an easy schedule, but I'm telling you, Grandy, the more things just pop off here in the Bay, and I hope I'm wrong, I'm wondering, has that window closed for a little bit? Because I did not expect this year to happen, and I know of no playoffs, but I know 90% of that was injuries, but the bottom line is McCaffrey came back and you couldn't qualify, so I don't know what he's going to be moving forward. Ayuk, he's in the hospital per se, the football wide receiver. So what do you think when you hear somebody just say, not hating, is there any thought from a diehard Niner fan that maybe their best opportunity has passed them by and now they got to restart this thing?
Well, I think no doubt their best opportunities passed them by, but I wouldn't be shocked if they're right back winning the NFC West next year and a top 3 seed going into the playoffs.
How much of that is because of the schedule? Because they do got a favorable schedule.
It's a big part of it.
Okay.
It's a big part of it. I mean,
right.
Hey, you could say
incredible.
You could say tank for a year, get a high draft pick, get a last place schedule, and then gear up for the following year.
Because we've seen that happen.
Yeah.
All right.
There's worst to first every single year in the NFL, Goo. It happens every single time. We can get into that coming up on the other side, and what is coming up on 95.7 The Game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. We also got to get into this. John Lynch on Brock Purdy.
We have started negotiations. We're talking. I won't go into negotiations like always is our stance. I want Brock to be our quarterback as long as we're here and beyond, and we'll leave it at that. I think the final thing, there's no guarantees that we get something done, but my experience has been when both sides are motivated, there's ample opportunity to do so. And we've been able to do that. So,
John, even though
all right, we'll get into that when we come back on the other side. And we are talking Niners right now, but it is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. We're calling an audible on Steiny and Goo. It's Goo and Grandy with you. Back with more next on 95.7 The Game. Shout out Moses. He's hooping, Goo.
Man, he's been hooping, and I've been in the Moody fan club, so I'll just do I saw it coming. Yeah, that'll irritate my man, Steiny. We miss you, baby.
We do. So he's off East Coast playing some golf?
Yeah, and then going to see his daughter, so he's having a good time.
Nice. And Evan was in, but come down with a little bit of a bug.
He was fighting it, man.
He was fighting through it.
But
put up a hell of a fight for 3 hours.
You guys came in the hospital suits like during COVID to spray down. I'm like, damn.
Hey, we gotta be safe.
You're right.
I mean,
you guys did a good job.
We're running out of bodies back here.
No doubt about it.
We can't let anyone else go home sick.
Real quick, Randy, I don't want to go off, but when you've been in the game as long as I have, you tend to think your friends know you work 10 to 2. They know when you're on, and the game's about ratings and numbers. So you think all your pals, support you. So when you get a call while you're on air doing the show, you're telling on yourself, and I just had that happen.
You just got a call,
My boy Marcus called me. How about you turn on the dial and help a brother out? I'm working. Please, I listen all the time. No, you don't.
Clearly not.
Yeah, right.
It is between 10 and 2 o'clock. I am on the air
I had
right
to get
now.
that off my chest.
Yeah, that's a mini guru gripe right there. Okay, we're talking Debo. We're talking Purdy. Let's just play John Lynch on Debo Samuel one more time. The Niners, John Lynch specifically, out in Indianapolis at the scouting combine getting going this week. Here's John Lynch on Debo Samuel's trade request.
We're on good terms with Debo. I think, he's asked for a fresh start, and, I think we're going to honor that. Don't like seeing great players, and he is a great player. He's, I think often one of my favorite draft picks of my time. This guy's just he makes plays, and he makes game-changing plays, and, everything's good, but I think at some point, time happens, and he asked for that. We don't always, there's contracts and things, but, it probably makes sense, so we're at least allowing him to look, and we're having conversations. We'll see where that goes.
Let me ask you this, Goo, and all the listeners as well, 888-957-9570. It seems like the Debo Samuel era with the Niners is coming to an end, and we might have a resolution within the next month because he's got a big paycheck due in the form of a bonus, $15 million bonus on March 22nd. So I would imagine the Niners are going to trade him or cut him before then.
Night.
So it seems like it's done. What's the singular play you remember the most of Debo Samuel with the 49ers? Does one pop to mind immediately for you? Because it does for me. 2022.
Give it to me.
Week 4, Monday Night Football, Niners-Rams. Niners were 1-2. Jimmy Garoppolo was kind of skating on thin ice. They had just drafted Trey Lance. You're thinking, well, if this goes poorly, maybe this is the Trey Lance era. This is the beginning of the Trey Lance era. We'll see. And Debo Samuel wills the 49ers to a win. He had a play on 3rd and 3 from just shy of midfield. He catches it for the first down. Contested catch against one DB, breaks the tackle of a second DB, turns on the Jets, runs between 3 other Rams, cuts to the opposite sideline, and scores a 57-yard touchdown or whatever it was. Like, that's singular play, it shows you how good Debo was at his peak, and I will never forget that.
Now, that's deep, and I got one because you asked, and I remember that one, but mine was the playoff game against the Cowboys 3 years ago. We still were doing remote radio. You remember that? And
the
Jimmy
in Dallas.
And Bonte was there. And Jimmy single-handedly was throwing the game away to the Cowboys. And they threw a 5-yard crossing route to Debo as Dallas had got it within 7 or 6. The crowd was coming alive. I'll never forget this. And they just, of the 3-yarder, and he crossed the middle and just took it all the way to the house. And it was one of those, I felt like the Dallas defenders were like, I don't want to tackle that train. And I felt like that was Debo at his highest power. And there's like 4 or 5 more of those, but that was the one I was like, this is a bad dude.
You said something good right there, which was you got to a point when Debo was Debo where opponents didn't want to touch him.
Oh, they didn't want the smoke.
They didn't want to tackle him. And if you,
it's real.
And you compare it to last year or this most recent season, the opposite. Debo was avoiding contact.
But tell me then why the Buffalo game, that Sunday night game, when they decided that they were going to have him come out on kickoffs and he had that long – why did it look like,
he had flashes, you're right.
Yeah, but
what pissed everyone off, Goo, was the Miami game after the Niners got eliminated from the playoffs, and Debo turns back the clock.
So do we need to be careful? Do you think maybe we're saying he's done, and maybe he's not?
I don't think so. You know, the one line that John Lynch says more than any other line in the offseason, Goo, and there's been like big contract negotiations going on every single year, and it's happening again this year with Brock, and I'm sure John Lynch will say it at some point about Brock. He said it last year about Ayuk. He said it the year before about Bosa. And the year before was Fred Warner. And prior to that was Kittle. I think he said it on both those. Something along the lines of, we're not in the business of letting good players walk.
Wow. And he did say that.
And the 49ers are not saying that about Debo Samuel. So what does that mean? They don't view Debo Samuel as a great player anymore.
No. And
I think it's as simple as that.
And listening to you, Grandy, and you've heard me, I don't think he is anymore. I'll be super shocked if he can go, if the all-pro days are not past him. But it's just like a Ferrari. I'll go Drake, 0 to 100 real quick. He used to do that. Now I just wonder. Now, to his credit, and I'll say this, Grandy, when they were doing these bubble screens and all these jet sweeps, it felt like he was getting gang tackled, like there was no room. And we had a caller last week, it might have been the week before, that said, what if you got Debo with the Jaden Daniels or Lamar Jackson, that type of quarterback with that threat? Who Purdy's not. Purdy's no statue, but, you know, they run the rock. And I thought to myself, could that help them? So I don't know, and maybe those teams will take a flyer.
Maybe. They might not have to give up anything for him, because I think what's likely is they're just going to cut him.
So I think we're getting our answer in regard to if they do that. Like, if you did make a trade, you're saying maybe a fifth. Like, that means game over, man. Like, come on. Hater or no, like, the dude's value has dropped.
Yeah, and let me explain why I think the cut is more likely, because he's due $15 million in a bonus on March 22nd. If he is not cut, it means either the Niners or whichever team trades for him before March 22nd owe him those $15 million.
Oh, my gosh.
So the Niners could trade him after March 22nd, but they would still have to pay him that $15 million bonus. If you cut him before then, or announce the cut before then, but you make it a post-June 1st designation, it's just weird contract language, and you save a little bit of money on the cap space that way, they don't have to pay him the bonus. But if a team trades for him before March 22nd, and then March 22nd comes around and he's on that team's roster, that team has to pay him the $15 million bonus. So I think a team that's interested in Debo is just going to say, we're not interested in really trading for him, 49ers, because we don't want to pay him that $15 million either. We know you don't. We're going to play a game of chicken. Man. You're going to cut him, and then we will sign him for a small amount after you cut him.
You know what? You're so right. But with that, is from a fan perspective and even the team, you know, there's a scenario to where Debo Samuel, who used to be the offense, Grandy, you're telling me it's over and you get nothing for him?
Yep.
That's kind of like not how you want to draw it up on the chalkboard.
No doubt. That's why I said, I think from the very, very beginning, that the 49ers have regretted that contract, because you were paying him for what he did in 2021.
The Giants, when they were giving the Crawford and the belt and those contracts, and we saw how that played out.
Now, do you think that they might feel a similar way about Brock Purdy? Because here's what John Lynch, said about Brock Purdy earlier today at the Combine in Indy.
We have started negotiations. We're talking. I won't go into negotiations, like always is our stance. Want Brock to be our quarterback as long as we're here and beyond, and we'll leave it at that. I think the final thing, there's no guarantees that we get something done, but my experience has been when both sides are motivated, there's ample opportunity to do so, and we've been able to do that.
No guarantee we get it done, Does that give you some concern?
I'm going to go politics. I know we just had the election, but I used to listen to Lynch, and I kind of believe he didn't tell me to do it, but I just went 99.9. I believe it. He's so presidential. And then the stuff happened with Ayuk, and I don't know if he believes that, but that gives me pause. Like, I thought this was supposed to be Jimmy Butler on a breakaway, a slam dunk. Now I'm thinking I didn't have that on the bingo card, and maybe I'm jumping the gun, right?
Yeah, I mean,
maybe I'm trying to find something out of nothing. This was supposed to be as easy as they come, right?
Let's listen to it one more time. Here's John Lynch on Brock.
We have started negotiations. We're talking. I won't go into negotiations, like always is our stance. Want Brock to be our quarterback as long as we're here and beyond, and we'll leave it at that. I think the final thing, there's no guarantees that we get something done, but my experience has been when both sides are motivated, there's ample opportunity to do so, and we've been able to do that.
Wow, Grandy, you caught it. I didn't.
He could have just stopped.
What?
He said, what was the phrase
no
that he used?
guarantees that
right before that, he said, and I'll just leave it at that. And then after he says, I'll leave it at that, he says, just one more thing. There's no guarantee. What? You don't need to say that, John.
Wow. And I can't wait for Willard and Divs to sound off on that. I mean, Grandy, I'm a True Detective fan, so I love the
Oh, season one of the best seasons of TV.
It's the only season to me. That was so great. But with that said, why did he? Oh my gosh, why did he add that last part? There's no.
He said that's it. I got nothing else. Oh wait, one more thing. No guarantee.
Wow. Hey, maybe that was just GM speak, but that is my ear perked up, man.
I think it is probably just GM speak. I mean, he also said in there very complimentary things about Brock, and we want him to be the quarterback for as long as we're here.
But that was standard.
And beyond.
That was standard, I believe. But when you say before the death, it sounded like the death sentence to be there's no guarantee. We'll just leave it at that. Was there anger in that, or he seemed a bit perplexed with, we'll just leave what at that? So there's a game of ping pong going on, right?
Yeah, negotiating.
I'm just thinking of old Steiny. Guru, you're so naive. You think maybe he's asking for the moon, Brock Purdy. We don't know. He'll tell me happy with 25, 30. He's right. But now I'm like, one more time for me, Graham.
All right, here it is. John Lynch again on Brock today in Indy.
We have started negotiations. We're talking. I won't go into negotiations, like always is our stance. Want Brock to be our quarterback as long as we're here and beyond, and we'll leave it at that. I think the final thing, there's no guarantees that we get something done, but my experience has been when both sides are motivated, there's ample opportunity to do so, and we've been able to do that.
Wow.
I mean, you're right. It is pretty standard.
Yeah.
We've begun negotiations, not going to go into the details as is standard. We don't do that here, but we want Brock to be our quarterback for now, as long as we're here and beyond. We'll leave it at that. But one more thing, it's not fully guaranteed.
And why plant that seed?
Yeah, I don't know.
It might. Yeah, man. See, I'm overreacting.
Okay, so let's the non-guaranteed part. What would be the reason that this blows up? Is it because Brock would ask for too much?
There's no doubt, and they're saying, to their credit, if it came to that, nah, we like you but you ain't that.
So what happens if he asks for that much and refuses to budge?
I want to say not the Brandon Ayuk model, because that ended up working out.
Last 2 years, it worked out for the players.
Yeah, and I think maybe the Niners are in the lab, they've been to the lab we ain't doing that this one.
Can you do that with your quarterback, though?
Man. And what other options do you have right now?
I mean,
that was weird.
The one thing I will say, Goo, and I'm prepared to get a bunch of hate for it.
This is why I love you.
If the 49ers decided to not sign Brock and to shop him on the market, they would get a freaking haul for him.
Wow, dude.
Not saying they should, and they won't.
See?
But there's so many quarterback needy teams out there, and
doubt.
The Niners would immediately become one themselves. Of course.
But what would that? So you're saying the Raiders look at, and I'm not saying you're wrong, but
this QB draft class is not great.
You're right, and I'm not.
Cam Ward,
Deion, I love
Sanders,
you, Shador. He scares me more than any of them. That's just my 2 cents. But I think we saw some limitations in regard to Brock Purdy that. How do I say it? That didn't concern me in year 1 and 2. I know it's not. Montana didn't have the strongest arm. He was just smart as all outdoors, and Purdy has a lot of that. But I do wonder how much of Kyle's playbook is being condensed, because I don't care. Dwight, I was going to say Dwight Hicks, but nobody can tell me that the Niners not throwing the ball outside of the hashes limits them. They don't have a quarterback, I believe, that's his top thing that he does.
Well, he could do some of that.
Yeah, but Grandy, that ball can hang up there a little bit to me, a little too much for my liking. Not that he can't do it, but there are some You ever see the cartoon where the guy or the character jumps for whatever they're jumping for a couple times to try to get it? I feel like on some Purdy passes, defenders are doing that. And I'm wondering if Lynch and Kyle know that because they know what it looks like when it's not that. If, hey, there's a certain plateau we're willing to pay you, but if it's ridiculous, maybe you'll get a soundbite like that. And I could be so wrong, but I do wonder.
I think if this was another non-quarterback position, maybe non-defensive lineman position that was up for another top-of-the-market deal this offseason, I think the Niners would be way, way, way more willing to play super hardball and maybe trade the player.
Okay. Right.
It's not going to happen with Brock because you can't do that with your quarterback.
Nor do you have an option right now.
If Brock asks for 60 and won't budge, you play hardball for as long as you can, but at some point, time comes like it did with Bosa and with Ayuk, and if the Purdy side don't back down off of that stake, then you're kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. You kind of have to.
Yeah,
you're forced to.
And you know what, Randy? And I told Steiny and I said this to him on air, I wish somehow in my life I got paid from an entity because they were afraid that they didn't have a replacement. So I hear so many teams say, well, we got to pay Grandy because we don't have anything substantial. But man, that's got to be awesome. And I'm looking at the Niners right now, and I know it's pre-draft, pre-free agency, but they don't have a quote-unquote plan B. But if that's going to be the reason you're going to pay quarterback A, that must be nice.
You're irreplaceable, Goo. I don't know what you're talking about.
That world, please. Yeah. But, Grandy, that is interesting, man.
It is. 888-957-9570. Yeah, what do you got?
Last thing. And I know it was Kawakami on The Athletic, The Standard, and Lombardi, all the great guys in the Bay that cover the Niners. Do you think the Niners care about how it looked when it was all said and done if they felt like Ayuk won it? I never cared about. The bottom line is they knew he was a talent. It was kind of a bad look because you almost traded him. Do you think they are that they're concerned with the public viewpoint of, oh, player A got over on us, Bosa got over on us? Do you think that matters? And the reason I bring that up, because if it does, then Brock Purdy could be sitting back like, well, damn, I got the worst luck in the world now all of a sudden because we heard the noise. Yeah, what it will look like, they're going to be cautious with me, and, I got to deal with that.
I don't think they necessarily dislike the public generally feeling like the players have won, but I think they maybe could be frustrated by what happens as a result of Bosa and Ayuk winning, because it leads other players to feel like they deserve the same thing. And also it makes it more difficult for them to do business in the future because you paid Ayuk maybe a little bit more than you felt like you should have. You paid Bosa maybe a little bit more than you felt like you should have. And every dollar counts in the salary cap, and it might make your job easier going forward. But I think maybe the biggest thing is the message that it sends to the other guys that have contracts coming due. It's well, Ayuk got top of the market. I deserve top of the market.
Yeah.
And it makes it harder for you to negotiate those next deals.
No doubt. If Dak can get 60, and I'm throwing Lamar Jackson in there, all these bums that I feel like, and that's too strong. Lamar ain't a bum, but you ain't even sniffed that.
What the hell? A bum? Multi-time MVP.
Hey, Purdy can get 70. If you've gone to a Super Bowl
70?
and the NFC Championship game on the fly, my point is this is 70. How down I am on some quarterbacks that are getting the chicken. So if Purdy were to, you were to hit the breaking news sounder and he got 60, I'm not going to be shocked because you got some guys that I don't believe deserve it getting buku money.
Yeah, no, I don't know about 70, Goo, but you're right. Considering what some of the other quarterbacks got, Brock deserves top of the market, no doubt. 888-957-9570. Let's sneak in one more call before we take a break and get set for Willard and Dibs on the crossover. Daryl in D.C. joins us now here. It's Steiny.
Nation's capital.
It's Steiny and Guru and Grandy. I'm filling in for a couple of guys here on Steiny and Goo today for the final hour. Daryl, what's up? You're on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Guru? What's up, Grandy? How you doing this afternoon?
All right, talk to us, man. Talk to us.
Well, I do agree. It's time to move on from Debo. I have 2 points. I think the reason why Debo has fell off is because of the way Shanahan has played him. Because when he came out of college, he was a little bit better of a route runner than he was But I think since he was like a wide receiver / running back and the physicality, I think it took a toll to his body, and I think it's about time for us to move on from him. Now, this is what I would say. Now that Debo is gone and we're about to trade him, hopefully we don't move off from Brandon Ayuk. But now we don't know when Ayuk is going to be back. So the wide receiver room is probably the weakest in the NFC West right now. And between the Washington, the Buffalo Bills, and the 49ers right now, they have the worst wide receiver room in the league. And it's already bad enough that you have to revamp the offensive line, figure out what you got to do with Fred Warner, how to get the secondary right, the linebackers, Dre Greenlaw. So now that you have to worry about how that wide receiver room is going to look, it's going to be a little bit of detriment. If I'm a defensive coordinator, I'm just saying, if I'm a defensive coordinator and if I'm game planning against y'all, I'm going to load the box up and I'm going to bet your rookies, your first or secondary second year players to try to beat me off the line. If they can't, it's going to be a long game for the 49ers. So I think they really have to address the wide receiver room.
Wow.
I think you're right, Daryl.
And you know what? Daryl's on fire. Real quick, Randy, they kind of did that with Debo on the field. Like they loaded it like I did. And I didn't buy into Ayuk when healthy and Debo not being able to get separation, especially in the Super Bowl against the Chiefs, against McDuffie and company. But, man, there had to be something to it. So I guess you do got to be careful. But Debo's production had fallen off so much. It's like, what are you truly losing?
The issue is if Ayuk misses the first 5 or 6 weeks of the season, then what do you do?
Man?
What do you do there?
I don't want to be right, but how can you not?
Don't have Debo. You might not have Ayuk. I mean, I imagine
you got Jennings, and we're leaving Kittle out, but he's a big part of the passing game.
Pearsall.
And there you go, man. And McCaffrey coming out the backfield, and I'm sure they're going to add.
You won't be able to afford missing McCaffrey this coming year.
Oh, man.
No doubt about that.
And that's another question.
Yeah. Another one. All right, time for a break. We got the crossover coming up next. I'll step out. We got Willard and Dibs coming up for the crossover. I got to head back behind the glass and produce that show.
So you're not going to be a part of it?
I mean, I'll be on the other side of the glass.
Oh, okay.
I just got to get set for the show,
okay,
you know?
Gotcha. Mike on, though.
We're down so many bodies.
People used to say you're Evan's doppelganger. Y'all you look like cousins. Yeah.
It's been great hanging out with you for the last hour. A lot of fun. We got Willard and Nibs coming up next for the crossover. Guru will stay here. It'll be a 3-man crossover when we return. Thanks so much for tuning in. A lot of fun here the last hour filling in on Steiny and Guru. We'll be back with the crossover next on 95.7 The Game, and we are sponsored by MB Jesse Painting.